Hello and welcome to History Hack. Welcome, really, to a special edition episode that we can't really believe it's been a year since these originally went out. We have put together our cast reunion for Band of Brothers as a massive supercut. So we thought, because it's really long, we'd take a bit of time at the beginning of the episode to talk some more before you even get to it. So we're going to talk and reminisce. And to do that, I have the leaders of Bobfest. I have the boss lady, Alex Churchill, and all the way from Normandy, France, Paul Woody Woodage of World War II TV himself, to have a quick chat about what it was like a year ago, getting all of those guys together for the first time in a while for a lot of them to talk about Band of Brothers. So, hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello.
I'm well, thank you. Yep, super.
I can't believe it's been more than a year, wasn't it? April 2020. So it's been like 18 months. It's mental. But if you're going to ask us where the idea came from, which I'm guessing is going to be your first question, it just has to be over to Woody, because it was Woody's idea. And I love it because it was so humble. It was like, I think I can get 2 or 3 of the guys who are in Band of Brothers to do a podcast. And then Woody nearly drove himself insane.
Yep, see, I remember that bit, but I don't know how we got to that bit. I mean, I clearly remember saying that, but what were we talking about before? Had you suggested the idea of acknowledging Band of Brothers? Or how? Because I can't remember that bit at all.
I have no recollection. I really don't. The bit where my memory comes in is thinking that we could get 2 or 3 of the actors, then thinking we might be able to get John Orr, who I met, by the way, at James Holland's book launch, and he's absolutely lovely. And then thinking we could do the Easy Kids, as they call themselves. And then basically a month of my life is a blur. But at this point, I had precisely 2-3 weeks experience editing, and literally was just cropping out ums and things, and then was presented with just hours and hours of footage of blokes screaming at each other and swearing a lot and talking over each other about just randomly conversations, and then having to listen through and get themes out. So we've got like the episode where they're all like effing and blinding about Dale Die, and then to that 4th episode, which we decided was going to be the weepy one, where they all talked about legacy and the families and stuff. And I like you have no idea how it started.
I mean, what I do think is, you and I, Matt, we've all been doing a lot more of this kind of thing since then. I mean, we've all spent a lot of time doing hosting and putting things together. And I think if we were to do it now, it would have more structure, but not necessarily for the better. I think it felt a bit like, you know, you read those things in the late 60s where Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys would turn up somewhere, and then John Lennon would walk in, and then so and they just kind of sit in LA, and it feels like that now. That's how I think of it, as just an improvised gig, and the actors were texting their mates, and then suddenly they were coming on, and we didn't.
Then suddenly Michael Cudlitz is lying in a hammock on your screen. Yeah, it was bonkers. It would never happen. And how like you tried so hard to get like Dexter Fletcher, and we were never going to get him. And James Madio was just too busy because his wife was working and he was on kid duty. And how and like who was the redhead? His name was completely got Scott Grimes.
Scott Grimes,
in a cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah,
it was just. I don't think you'd ever get that again. And Matt Settle, who hasn't talked about being Spears for 20 years, just pulling his bike over on a trail somewhere and dialing in as well. I just think it all happened at the right moment, didn't it?
Just Woody, when you started approaching your original 2, how did they react to it? Because I guess it was lockdown 1. It'd been 20 years since filming then. What was their initial reaction?
Well, the first 2 or 3 were easy, because it was just people that I'd become kind of matey with anyway, and we would just chat generally, and they were stuck in lockdown. I was stuck in, we were all stuck in lockdown. So the first 2, 3, 4 were relatively easy to get on board, and then it kind of stagnated for a bit, and a few days, and then 1 or 2 more, and then it just went crazy. And then when we started doing them, it was, as you know, it was kind of chaotic, and it got to the point where they started off saying, well, I can kind of be available then. And then they were sort of being annoyed that they weren't involved in all of them, even though they hadn't really. It was weird. But it was Ben Caplan was like, oh, I would have loved to have done that one as well. And you go, well, you could have. Yeah, it was brilliant. And it just became a thing. It just became a monstrous thing. The weirdest one that I remember, or the oddest one, was however long we were on, and then Nolan Hemmings came on at the end from Australia, who just got up and was having breakfast, and we'd been at it for 4 hours or something, and we were flagging by this point, and then he's out there kind of opening up fruit and stuff and on the beach there, and it gave us all a bit of a burst of life to carry on and see it through for another hour or whatever. I think it was it 5.5 hours, that mammoth one?
6. I think we made a point, didn't we, with texting each other saying, we're not going to stop this. As long as one of them is still chatting away, we will sit here as long as it takes. And I think we ended up, didn't we, with a couple of them where we literally were still sat there in the early hours of the morning and they were still chewing the fat. And I think one was George, wasn't it? The more wine they drunk away, this is brilliantly Peter Youngblood-Hills, after a complete bottle of red wine, and they all started singing. Do you remember?
Yeah. I mean, and that's the magic, isn't it? I mean, the magic is it was spontaneous. I can't say it now. It was spontaneous. It was just riffing, and they were taking it semi-seriously to a certain point, but they were also just having a good time with each other. And I still how you and then now Matt have managed to pull it together into some sort of
that's the thing, because they were hysterical, everybody screaming at each other and laughing about boot camp, and then someone would get really deep about something, and none of it had any rhythm, did it, in the original? Well, I think what we started with was about 14 hours of stuff, but that had no shape or structure at all. But I think that's why it worked. I think if you'd have tried to manipulate them, right, now we're going to do some serious stuff, chaps, I don't think it would have worked the same. I think the fact that they were all free to just talk about whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, meant that it was harder for us to make sense of it all. But I think it made a better reunion in the end.
That's where that parallel of them acting a bit like a military unit at a reunion worked, because my experience of going to reunions of veterans is the same thing happens there. They'll have a moment of real kind of solemnity when they're talking about the loss of a friend, and then someone will make a crack or something, and it just goes riotous and stupid a second later, and then it kind of flits back again, and people will get out photo albums, and they'll be looking at ones of them with their shirts off on leave, with girls, and it'll say the next photo will be, liberating Belson or something. And that's how veterans reunions often go, that real complete change of tone. And that's exactly what happened in this, isn't it? Where they were telling funny stories about each other, pulling out chest hairs and all the weird stuff that was coming in.
The arm hair.
Yes.
But the one about Scott Grimes' story about the bar fight where none of them dropped character and they ended up in that bar fight. And he was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm in. Yeah, it was, I think it was great.
I was a listener then, because I hadn't been roped into this. I remember chatting to you when you had the idea, Alex, about doing History Hack. And we'll have you on for Typhoons. And then, of course, Typhoons get pushed way down the list because you've got far more interesting people. But listening as a fan, I remember listening to the first one, mowing the lawn, and just going, how have they managed to do this? Because I think it's about midway through the second episode that you put together, they've all started calling each other by their character names again, by their the veterans' names.
Yeah. And
it felt a pretty seamless switch that they suddenly were very comfortable again. And
I think we had that in all the TV reunions we've done. Once especially with historical stuff, once they realized they weren't going to be grilled about all the historical, especially when we did the Nightfall one with Tom Cullen and Ed, they were all ready for another panning, because it was, and when we just went at the very beginning, look, this is about the fucking Holy Grail. Of course, this isn't historically accurate. Now let's talk about how much fun you had, and actually seeing them all just visibly breathe out and go, oh, I'm not here for that. I'm not here to defend why we did it wrong, was brilliant. But I think there were a couple of things that anchored it. One of them was Richard, because he was there were a few that were pillars to build the rest around, and he was one of them, especially when it came to the serious stuff, because I still reckon the guy should run for president. He's so eloquent, and put stuff so well. And also as well, we got the guy in who played the person who the officer who was killed right at the very beginning in episode 2, and he went back into character and read the last letter.
Jason O'Mara. Yeah, that was great.
And he read the last letter out in character, didn't he? And it inspired them to go off and do their Henry V thing as well that they did on YouTube, which was phenomenal. And he didn't have much to do with it. I think lockdown affected some of them more than others, and Matthew Leitch didn't have that much to do with what we did. But now he's gone off and done his We Few 506 thing, hasn't he? Broadcasting more stuff with them. So
Matt is an example of someone where we just brought him out in a sense from kind of not a dark place, but he had mixed feelings about that show, as he articulated so eloquently and kind of movingly. And now I think he's come through that. It was cathartic for Matt, and Matt is now embracing the whole thing. He's in Bastogne in December with a few of them. And
what's brilliant as well is that when he recorded solo on his own, he couldn't make anything, and he sent us a voice clip, and it was quite dark and it was quite regretful. But what we did was play it to one of the groups so that they could react to it, because we didn't think it was fair to him to just air that in isolation. So we played it and then recorded some of his friends reacting to it, even though he wasn't there. And they were like, oh no, he should never feel like that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's something I'll look back on very fondly, despite the chaotic nature of it. And you're right about Richard Speight, because he was a struggle to kind of bring on board because he just was busy and didn't.
A lot of them, they've done it to death. They're sick of being asked to go and give their time for nothing and relive this thing. And a lot of them have kind of said, like, I'm kind of done with it now. And it did, but once the others, I mean, it turned into a bit of a dick off, didn't it? Well, hang on, if he's done it, and what, you're saying Scott's done it and James has done it, right, well then I'm doing it as well. And then they just rock up on our Zoom feed and suddenly drop in, wouldn't they?
Yeah, no, it was truly memorable. And there's a couple other people I wish we'd got on board that maybe if we tackled it a different way they might have done. But hey, it's amazing what we achieved there. And it kind of launched both of us in the sense of that this can be done. You can just kind of have random ideas that sound crazy, sound sensible when you say them drunk, and then when you sober up they do sound weird, but then actually they work. You can just bring together people via this weird phenomenon of the internet and just chat about stuff in an informal way, and it works. It can really be informative and something special.
And I think that's a wonderful place to let our wonderful listeners actually start to listen to the cast reunion that we have put back together. It still remains the most listened to History Hack episodes when you put them all together. So
by a country mile, isn't it?
Yeah. So especially part one seems to be extra popular, but now it is all just one part. So Alex and Woody, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time, and to everybody else, enjoy.
This day is called the Feast of Crispian.
He who outlives this day and comes safe home
will stand at tiptoe when the day is named,
and rouse him at the name of Crispian.
He that shall see this day and live old age
will yearly, on the vigil, feast his neighbours,
and say tomorrow is Saint Crispian.
Then he will strip his sleeve and show his scars,
and say these wounds I had on Crispian's day.
Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot.
But he'll remember with advantages.
What feats he did that day.
Then shall our names,
familiar in his mouth as household words,
be in their flowing cups freshly remembered.
This story shall the good man teach his son.
And Crispian shall ne'er go by.
From this day to the ending of the world.
But we in it shall be remembered.
We few, we happy few, we band of brothers.
For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother.
Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition.
And gentlemen in England, now abed,
shall think themselves accursed they were not here.
and hold their manhoods cheap whiles any speaks.
That fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day.
So what you've just heard, obviously, is Henry V's speech, isn't it? Ben Caplan, who played Smokey Gordon. That's something you've put together.
Yes, it's something I put together. I had a little idea. I'm sort of employed by the Royal Shakespeare Company at the moment, and they asked us during this lockdown period to get involved with a Shea or Shakespeare initiative by just sort of sharing videos online, Twitter and Instagram, of people performing bits of Shakespeare, however which way they see fit. And I decided that it would be a really lovely thing to do on our 20th anniversary, to be able to ask the cast, as many of the cast I could get together, to record a line from the Henry V speech, not only as a momentum to the or to celebrate our 20th anniversary, but also to be able to share a bit of Shakespeare and to bring us all back together.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much for sharing.
Oh my God, we are so excited. Oh, it's chaos here already. Guys, how are you all? How's lockdown?
Shit.
I'm having a great time.
Ross, you're in Italy. George, you're in Beirut. We've got people in London. Rene, where are you? Chicago,
yeah.
Yeah, properly global gathering of Band of Brothers, guys. Let's just get cracking. Alina, give us a question.
Oh my God, this is so exciting. So guys, we're going to go around the room. Did any of you have a personal connection with World War II before shooting Band of Brothers?
Let's start with Bart Raspoli, who played Ed Tipper.
My grandfather was, my mother's side was a wing commander in the RAF, flew Lancasters and Mosquitoes.
Epic.
And we found out about 15, 16 years ago that he was actually MI5 or MI6, whichever one it was. He was in the Secret Service as well, and his records are sealed for another couple of years.
Go ahead, Peter Youngblood-Hills, who played Shifty Powers.
So I think it was my grandfather's cousin. Obviously, I think everybody was somehow affected, and a part of that had some sort of personal connection to it, to World War II. My grandfather's cousin he was a Ranger, and he died on D-Day. So that was basically, I guess, the most personal side of my family that was connected to it. But I mean, my grandfather was an engineer. He was, doing all sorts of things, and there's a lot of things, a lot of people involved, a lot of effort going into it.
Yes, George Calil, who played Mo Ali.
Yeah, Pete and I are both kind of from Tennessee. Well, he's completely from Tennessee, and I'm kind of from Tennessee. And my granddad and his brother were both in the Pacific. And my granddad's brother got a Purple Heart, but I couldn't tell you where. But I have it.
Wow. Someone else is coming on. They want to say hi. Hold on.
Who else is coming on?
He said he'll pick up. He just texted me. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, say hi to Spears.
Oh.
Patty. Patty.
Oh. Hey. Oh my God. Sorry.
We got the whole team.
No.
Hey.
Hey. Good to see you.
Really, that could actually make me emotional. It is. Man.
That is really Matt. Okay, can you guys hear me?
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Alive! This is what happens when you download an app on a bicycle. So,
We're very honoured that you took the time to get off the bike and download the app.
Well, it's good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
It's lovely to see you.
Matt?
It's extraordinary.
And now my battery's dying. Unbelievable.
Let's get a question in, if that's all right.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
We're talking about what people's connection to World War II was before Band of Brothers. How did you get ready to play a massive character like Spears?
Yeah, I mean, well, I got to meet him.
Oh, wow.
But not before I played him. So I guess fortunately for me, my character was in E Company to start with. And so I took the first month, everybody else was shooting Currahee. And I went to Normandy, and I took a road trip and went to the museums and, watched some gore porn about war and stuff like that, just to kind of get a background and, the bottom quality of what it's like to go through the harrowing experiences. Talked to my uncle. He was D-Day +2. Talked to whoever I could talk to that knew any sense of war. And I leaned on Dale Dye heavily. I think one of the biggest things that was helpful for me was when we dropped our names in boot camp. We all started acting the part, and we were calling each other by our characters' names. So that was helpful. How do you play it? I mean, the part was so well written. The relationships with all of our characters in boot camp. I haven't answered a question about Band of Brothers in 20 years. It seems like.
We are slightly excited.
We feel very honoured. Like, really.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, growing up, I'd been around a lot of reverence for war.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a great reverence for heroism and selflessness and people giving up themselves for the good of others. And I guess that was innate in me, and because I was the youngest of my siblings, and they had a lot of respect for, you know, members of my family. Everybody in my family was a veteran. My dad he just missed World War II and Korea. He was kind of right in the middle. But all of my uncles, Anzio, Normandy, and so I grew up with a great respect for that. I grew up in a church, so the church always had massive respect for people who had served in the armed forces, and so that part of having reverence for it was easy. As far as getting the sort of mysterious, scary quality of spears that may have existed, I don't know. Maybe that was innate in me. It's kind of like Jessica Rabbit said, "I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way," you know. Yeah. So maybe it's just the way, you know. Rick Gomez and I can tell the same joke, and nobody laughs when I tell it. You know. So it's like,
Dude, that's not true.
If I
that is true. You as Jessica Rabbit, fucking blowing everybody's mind.
Everyone's gone somewhere.
I pick up a fork off a table, everybody backs away. Rick picks up a fork, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna make some art with that? What are you gonna do?" I think sort of our chemistry. Maybe there's a quality. We've all lived other lives, and so maybe I bring some of that karma into this life. I don't know. You believe in karma?
Mark Lawrence, you played Dukeman. Your grandmother had a brush with Easy Company, didn't she?
My grandmother, during the war, she lived in a place called Swindon, which is about 10 miles from Oldbourne, where they were stationed just before they dropped into Normandy. And she was a bus driver because obviously the women did the men's jobs. So she'd drive the bus from Swindon to Oldbourne to pick up guys from the 101st and then drive them back into Swindon so they could go and get drunk, do whatever they had to do. So it's very probable that my grandmother drove Dukeman on one of those buses. And the joke is that he could be my grandfather.
That's incredible. And Philip Barantini, you played Skinny Sis. Your granddad saw the Airborne, didn't he?
I was lucky enough. My grandfather passed away not long ago, actually, like a month ago or so, and he's missed all of this craziness that's going on at the moment. Thank God. But I was lucky enough to be able to take him to Normandy a bunch of times and to Bastogne as well, and Paul got to meet him, and all of the actors got to meet him as well. And he had this, I didn't know this at the time, but he told me this story. He told everybody this story when we were in Normandy on October the 18th, 1943. The SS, what is it? Samaria, that's the one. It was docked in Liverpool, and the 101st got off in Liverpool and to buy, candy and cigarettes and stuff like that. And my grandfather was working at in the docks at the time. He was just, a teenager, and he saw them all, getting off the ship, and it was just it's just an incredible moment for him, because he was so proud, that they'd come over, and he got to see them, and then all these years later, he's in Normandy. He was a big World War II fan, and he was really interested, and he had all the books and things like that, and he'd read the Band of Brothers book before I got a part in the show. Yeah, no, he got to see, to meet Paul and all the guys, and got to experience that. the way we got to experience it, and he was forever grateful for everybody for that, and to sort of come full circle and be a part of that, our family, all the actors. He said to me, I went to Normandy with one grandson and I came back with a load of grandsons. Everybody was his family in the end, and he stayed in touch with Paul. Paul came to visit him in Liverpool.
Let's talk about casting. It's the beginning of a masterpiece. I know Paul has something he wants to talk to Dexter Fletcher about, who played John Martin.
Did you know there's a website out there where it talks about your character, Johnny Martin, your portrayal? You are the Willie and Joe reincarnated. Now, if you don't know who Willie and Joe are, that's that famous cartoon in World War II of these two bedraggled GIs. If you search on Google Willie and Joe, you'll find the cartoon. These newspaper little 3-strip cartoons, and Willie and Joe were these just representations of your typical GI in World War II. And there's a website and this is used by serving American personnel, saying that your portrayal of Johnny Martin, you bring to life Willie and Joe. And they're basically saying you are the absolute stereotypical, the guy who was always there, that sergeant who was always there, who maybe isn't the one who runs over the hill with a machine gun, but that guy who was always there. And I just wanted to know whether you knew about that.
I didn't know about that, and I'm trying
That's Scott's pulled it up now. Yeah.
Oh right. It's obviously a huge compliment. That's incredible. I mean, I think I'd certainly, as the actor that I was then, I wanted to be in it as much as I could. If I'm completely honest about my, it's like suddenly I hadn't worked for a long time, and this was an incredible job, and you were in a sea of green actors all around the same age. So maybe there was an element of me of just being that grizzled. And I was about 5-6 years older than everybody else. I was in my early 30s when we started that show. I mean, I don't know. But I'd been around for a long time. Like Tim was saying, I'd been acting since I was a kid as well. And so I just made myself sort of like there. So I suppose there was a solid kind of element towards, all right, I'll just sit here, I'll just squeeze myself in here. But if that somehow became, because the thing about it is that only I know that, and maybe the guys around me are like, oh yeah, he's doing his thing, he's sort of, leaning into the shot or whatever the hell it is that we all do at that age, which is kind of par for the course. But if that starts to become part of the fabric of this thing, it's like I was saying, the what our personal experience is inside of it is irrelevant, because we're representing the thing and if people start to read into it, oh, he's like Willie and Joe, they start giving me that, and that's just a great byproduct of I'm not articulating it very well, but and that's a great thing, and that's what I was saying, that the thing is bigger than all of us, and people give us that. It's the same. Someone will be saying, Matthew Leitch's character, Talbot, he's just there for me. He's the guy. He's the one. I'm sure that everybody who loves the show has a favourite guy for various different reasons. Speight, jumps out of the fucking clouds of explosion and fires his gun. Of course, he's easy to love, and but there's other people who are going to have their characters that they connect to, and I suppose that's part of the success of the show. That's part of the rich history that it gives. It shows all of these men. We're all carefully chosen. Jimmy is cast because Jimmy is Jimmy. There's something innate about him that a lot of people will be like, fucking love that Briconti guy, there's an authenticity to all of us about it, and it's a very wide range of an interesting, really brilliantly cast show. It's brilliantly cast.
Yes, Rick Warden, who played Harry Welsh.
I think we need you, Dex. We said it before on the one a few weeks ago. I think Meg deserves just an extraordinary. I mean, as well as the British casting directors who helped her, and there are a number of those, weren't there? Ending up with Gary Davey, but also Debbie McWilliams.
Brilliant casting director.
So let me ask you a question real quick, guys. So just you guys for a second. Do you think it was luck? It was Meg? Or did we all get along, most of us, 99.9% of us, because of the experience we were all experienced together? Or was it, God, she got together a really good group of guys that are just kind human beings? What do you think?
Let's go to Jimmy Madio, who played Frank Briconti.
It's a combination of both. I think it's both. Meg had a lot of help, as you hear from Dex and the London guys, casting directors out there did a great job.
Matt, do you want to add something?
They're kind of seers or soothsayers in a way, I guess, because they have to look at you, look through you, imagine every aspect of your quality and say, this is going to fit in the chemistry with this person and that person. And I'm sure, like everyone else, you went through a myriad of different characters. You probably read for more than one character. I know I read for Spears, Winters. I read for a lot of different characters. In fact, I even got on the stage. Well, not a stage. I got up in the room with Tom Hanks when we were reading because I was so ready to read the Bastogne scenes where we were shivering, and I'd been working on shivering so long to make it real, and nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cared, and said, least of all Tom Hanks. And I said, well, at least let me get it out of my system. I just spent 3 days doing it.
At least let me show you that I can shiver, damn it.
And I said, and I said, come on, get up here and do it with me. And he actually got up and read it with me. So somewhere in the archive at Lantana Center, they've got me and Tom doing a scene together that he just quickly said, this isn't you. And so I went outside. I read Spears in the hallway for about 30 minutes. And then Meg came out and poked her head out and said, are you ready? And I went back in and just did a cold reading of that. And they were like, okay, good. Now go home and don't sleep. Memorize that and come back tomorrow. And I think that's kind of what happened with Spears. So.
Let's talk about auditions. Tim Mathews, you played Alex Pencala.
That was an eye-opener even for those of us who had 5 auditions. George had 7. I think George would love
I had 8 auditions.
8 auditions, there you go. Tell us.
He's making it up now.
No, I'm not. And I fucked up the last one so royally. It was the thing, I don't know, Tim, if you did it, when you had to talk about the clicker. The cricket, not the clicker, the cricket. And I didn't know what a cricket was. And instead of calling up Meg Lieberman and actually asking what a cricket was, I decided that a cricket was a real cricket. And I was like, I thought there was a cricket somewhere in Normandy. And the audition piece was the cricket.
That's
I
awesome.
was invested in this real cricket that was somewhere in the hills. And I'm so lucky I even got a part. They must have just been thinking, Jesus Christ, who the fuck is this guy? I was like, did you hear the cricket?
Yes, Jimmy.
Tom Hanks was in my audition room.
Yeah.
Stephen was
Same
in
with
my
us.
room. So these guys were picking and who they wanted the guys to be, and they were mixing and matching me with a few of you guys to see who's fitting and who's not. I was looking over at Frank John Hughes, and I was looking over at some of the other guys, Neil McDonough and the Rons and all these guys that we were pitting, mixing and matching for hours. And they were in the room picking them. So I think a lot of people had a hand in choosing. I think that's why I went in 6 different fucking times over 6 months.
It's the same for the rest of the Brits as well. You went to the audition and Hanks was there with his big beard, right? And you went in, oh my God, it's Tom Hanks looking like he's just come off a desert island. And you hit your scene and they'd look at each other and there was some sort of understanding, and you'd go away and you'd stand outside and go, what the fuck just happened? I don't know if it's the same for you.
That's pretty much, from my experience, what Dex had.
Yeah, was. But I think that they knew what they were doing when they. I must have been the same for you, Russ, wasn't it? I mean,
they got it whittled down. I mean, I was relatively lucky in the fact that I know a lot of guys ended up like Jimmy doing 6 months of auditioning. Mine was the first one was with Meg Lieberman at the Athenaeum Hotel, and then when I left, she told me as I was leaving, I want you to come back and meet Tom next week. So she told me in a room, you're coming back next week to meet the governor. So the second one was to go meet Tom, same as you were saying, Dex. Yeah, it was, it was a lovely time. You had a good old time, and he joked around with you, and you joked around with him, and he'd stand up and he'd play a little bit with you, and then you'd finish your bit, he'd nod, yeah, good, all right, hey, see you, soldier, and you'd go on about your way. And then, and I don't know if you guys were aware of this or whether it was just a fairy tale that my agent gave me, but apparently Stephen was going to be directing one of the episodes, and maybe the first one, and he got sick is when he went in and had something going on with him, and so that had pushed a lot of the choices down the line. And so then my third audition was with Tony. Tony came to London, and it was at the Groucho, I think. So I mean, they picked all like the hip happening spots back in 1999 or 2000, wherever we were. And yeah, it was all in, and that was it. Like that was the last one. We'll tell you.
Scott and Speight, were you guys at that mix and match where they told you how to be there 6 hours?
Right. Yep. Which was weird. Which was weird for me because I went in. Same thing with you guys. Meg first, then Tom was my second audition, and then I was at this big mix and match.
Wait, hold on.
I went in.
Tom was the second one?
Tom was my second one, yeah.
Jeez, I went in for Meg 3 times. They made me do Luz, they made me do Garnier, then they made me do both of them, and then I
was like, where can we get this guy in? Get it right one time, Jimmy. Fuck. Spielberg says we got to have him, and we ain't got to fucking do it. Jesus.
Yeah, that's around the Upper East Coast corridor. Like, is he from Philly? Is he from New York? Where's this guy from?
He won't stand still. You can't understand a word he said.
I'm going to get a little bit of Luz, I'm going to a little bit of Garnier, and I'm going to make Picani. Yeah, here he is.
What range?
Scott Grimes, who of course was Don Malarkey.
But the thing is, Jimmy, to answer you, yes, I was there, and I didn't have a great feeling about it. I went in one time at the big mix and match, but it was Frank, Donnie, I think Ron. It ended up a lot of that group that I went in, and then I sat in the hallway, and then they came out and said it's done. So I'm like, fuck, I didn't get this, obviously.
That's exactly the experience I had. I had the exact same experience.
Me too.
I was in the first group that got called in.
So was I.
It was me. Was it you, Jim? Were you in that?
It was Garnier.
And it was Patrick Dempsey was in that one.
I remember Patrick.
No, what? As in like Dr. Grey's Anatomy,
Yep.
Patrick Dempsey.
Patrick Dempsey was
What did he go for?
He went in for some of the. He was lead guy.
Yeah, lead guy was where they were angling him at first. I heard.
I'm trying to figure out if, like, Scott, were we in the same group? Like, did we do
so?
Me, Jimmy.
Remember, it was Danny Elfman's son was in mine too. It's Bodie Elfman.
Yeah. Okay. So we did that. I was in the first group that got called in, and then sat there for 3.5 hours.
And the cool thing was, and everybody will remember this, and this is a great thing. It was Spielberg had this new video camera that he was playing with, and he was just walking around the room filming you. It was very cool. I like that.
Richard Speight Jr., you're Skip Muck.
Well, you know, it's funny because I was the first group. I go in there and they go, all right, guys, there was ashtrays in there. And they're like, look, we don't know what we're doing. You can't do this wrong because we've never done this before. It's very loose. You guys walk around. You can smoke, whatever you want to do. And at that point, it was Tony Toe, a couple of HBO people, Meg, Tom, and Steven. And at that point, the camera was on a tripod with some kid who's going to hit record and stop. Yeah. And before we go, we're about to do the scene. Steven Spielberg, who hadn't said anything, we walked in. He said, hey, and he asked Tom, he's like, hey, do you mind if I operate the camera? And Tom goes, no, I don't mind if you operate the camera. You're Steven Spielberg. So he took the camera, like you said, he took the camera off the tripod now. And we do the scene, and Spielberg's walking around as you're saying your line. He's kind of doing a half circle around you and then panning over to Donnie for his line and doing this whole thing. And we finished the scene. And he's like, all right, thanks, go wait outside. And as we were leaving, Tom goes, and look at it this way, guys. If you don't get the job, at least you can say that you've worked with Steven Spielberg. So you have that going on around.
Yeah. Great.
I can't say that.
No, I had the same thing. When I went in, Steven had the camera. He said, a little early on when he walked up the stairs, because I was there early, he saw me and he went, hey, my lost boy. And he remembered me. So I got really lucky because I didn't think he was going to remember me. It was 10 years later.
Yeah, you're really forgettable.
Yeah.
He said, my lost boy. He goes, and he said, I'll see you in there. Good luck. And I went, thank you. And that was it. And then when I went in, he had the camera, did the same exact thing. Went in once, never went in again. I saw everybody else going a few times. And I went home almost crying because I've been sitting on this thing for, 5 months now, and then all of a sudden I thought I blew it. I had like 3 lines to say.
How long did you have to wait before you got the news?
It was like 3 to 4 weeks every time in between each.
Man.
Yeah, it was always a long stretch in between.
Yeah.
I got the call on the. Did I have a cell phone? We had cell phones then, right?
Yeah, but it would have been like bigger than your head and heavy.
Yeah, I remember they called before I got home. So I didn't do 3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
I know. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying.
No, it's great. I love that.
Tim, how long for you on the Brit side of things?
Yeah, similar to what Scott was saying. After the final, the 5th audition, it was a pretty quick turnaround for me. Probably a day. No, I think it was the same day, like a week or 10 days before boot camp. But prior to that, after the 4th audition, there was radio silence, and my agent said, "I think they may have forgotten you, so I'm going to phone them and just remind them that you exist and make sure you haven't fallen through the net."
Great agenting, that, isn't it? You're my client. I think they may have forgotten you. Anyway, fucking great. I'm just going to jump out that window, shall I? Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
They called me. I'll tell you what happened. They called me like in January, and they said you got the role and all that. And they said, and I said, great. Who? Because I auditioned for 3 people, and they said Perconti, and I went Perconti. I didn't audition. And they were like, well, you got the role of Perconti, and we'll send you all the material. Now, my first thing is I went right to the book because I didn't remember Perconti in the book. He's only mentioned like very small in the book, and I'm like, Perconti, and I looked at it. Now I can't find him in the book. Now I go back to the pages, and I'm like, I see his name, and I see, let's say page 54 and 78. I go to page 70, 50, and I'm like, all right, he's mentioned there. And then I'm like, all right, I guess I'm Perconti, I'm going to London for 10 months to shoot this HBO series, and I think I'm a day player. I don't even know who the guy is. Nothing.
Were you shocked to find out he was from the Upper East Coast? Did that freak you out? We were like, what?
Actually, Frank's from Chicago, Rich.
Whatever.
It's a joke. Get over it.
Rick Warden, what about you?
Mine was strange. I don't know about you, Dex, but I went in late. I went in February. I'd been told a few times during that year that from earlier casting people, I got that cliched thing back from my agent of, no, they said there's nothing in it for you. And I was like, are you serious? There are 180 speaking roles in this thing. I trust my American. There's got to be something in there. Anyway, I'd stopped whining about it. And then I got called in. All I read for, I don't know about you, Ross, all I read for was Welsh. And I read for Meg in the Athenaeum. I'd been told by an actor friend of mine, she's not big on the handshakes and the cuddles. Just do the thing and get out of there, which was great advice, which is what I did. The next week or so, it was like, now you're coming in to meet Tom Hanks. I did the thing with Tom. He had some fun. He had the castaway beard. There were a lot of nerves around. And then within a few days, I was driving around the M25, and I got a call from my agent saying, everyone says yes except Spielberg. He's looking at the tape now. So why did you bother telling me?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I was just going to say, why would you even
later, she rings back and he says yes. So it was really quick for me, my turnaround. I didn't go up for any other role.
I remember reading. There was a Welsh scene as well. That was I don't know. What about you, Ross? Because you auditioned in the UK.
At the Athenaeum when
I just thought that was the scene that they got you to read was Welsh.
Of course, this is Ross McCall, who played Joseph Liebgott.
The 2 scenes that I had to read at the beginning, and then I think it turned similar to Jim. But they gave me the Spears speech to Blythe when he's in the foxhole, and that was like the big one. That was the one that you had to go and really nail for Tony and Tom. Before that, originally, and I hope Maddie Leitch feels okay with it, but there was a big Talbot scene, that didn't end up in the show. But there was a Talbot scene that, was the All-American Kid. And so that was like the first one. But I was kind of like Jim when I got the phone call and they said, you got Liebgott. And it was probably about, I don't know, a week or 2 after meeting Tony. They were, I don't know, waiting for Patrick Dempsey to pass, I guess. I said, Liebgott, I sort of remember him in the boot. And I was like, you sure it's not Lipton? I mean, that's where my head went. I'm the only guy with yell. And they're like, no. And the same thing as Jim. I went, and did the cheat sheet and looked up and went, okay, all right, yeah, this will be fun. So it was, but Spears was the biggie. That was the big.
I only auditioned for Malarkey, and I think Speight, I told you this, and then you told everybody else, and it ended up biting me in the ass. But I wanted Malarkey so bad that I ended up singing Danny Boy and burning a CD. And in 2000, it wasn't easy. It took about 27 45 minutes just to burn. I burned this CD of me singing "Oh Danny Boy" because it said Malarkey was a singer, and I gave it to Tom Hanks after our audition. I'm like, I made this. If this helps, it says he's a singer. I don't know. And
why did that bite you in the ass?
Because I told you the story, and then you told everybody in the fucking place that I sang.
In fact, Scott, I'm going to just play you something now. I'm going to play you something now. I've got it on my it's on my phone. It's my ringtone on my phone.
You kidding?
Pause right now, but it's like you have albums and you perform live. It's not like I broke a secret wide open.
I don't mean that, but I started. I became. I think Rick Gomez called me the choir master. It bit me in the ass.
Choir master.
I just want to be a dancer. That's all I remember. I just want to be a dancer. That was like the fucking.
Well, first of all,
I loved it.
Scott Grimes does actually have the voice of an angel, and
he does.
And so much so that I actually use his song in my movie.
Oh, that's right.
Last year, Scotty's on the soundtrack.
Yeah. I used one of his songs too.
I remember it in ER. I like it. He's got a great.
There was another song that was sung because it was you guys.
But that was
when the choir master bit came out, man.
Well, that made the bit. That made the.
Are you talking about the song "Gory Gory"?
Yeah. That made the bit, didn't it?
Or what a hell of a way to die. Yeah. So that was going to be sung. And they were going to do like you guys marching and use it as part of the soundtrack. So they're having you teach everybody the parts. And I know this because I wasn't shooting. It was episode 9, the concentration camp. But since everybody was going to sing, they brought me out to set anyway. And I don't know if you guys remember, but I carried the video camera with me everywhere. And I videoed the rehearsal of us singing that song. With
and
Rick
we taught everybody the harmonies and stuff. That's right.
Choir master. And that's when you got labeled the choir master because you were in charge of
great label.
That song.
Great label.
We've got to talk about boot camp. It's gone down in history so far as the production of war films is concerned.
Well, we've talked about boot camp over the years and how the story can change from day to day. Some people say we're at boot camp for 10 days. Some people say we were there for 6 months. it changes per story, but it was a long. It always felt like 12 days to me. I don't know if it was less or more than that.
10, wasn't it?
Here we go.
I thought it was 10.
No, it was 10. Who knows?
What was it?
It's 11 nights, and it was 10. It was 10 nights, 11 days. We went in on Monday. We came back the Thursday.
11 was my count.
Well, there you go. So that's.
And what did they have you do? So weapons training.
0 days.
Yeah, lot of that, lot of drill.
A lot of PT, wasn't it? A lot of running in the morning, a lot of
marching,
caterpillar press ups, and all that shit.
Maneuvers.
Ben, how did it start?
I mean, I remember I have a very strong memory of turning up at Hatfield in our civilian clothes on the very first day of boot camp. And literally all sitting around, not really knowing each other, a few kind of quips and jokes between some of the guys, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves involved in. And obviously then we got called out, and I remember these guys getting off this coach, and they were just sort of shouting instructions at us, and we just didn't know what had hit us. And, having gone from, making a few kind of jests and jokes, we suddenly just all shut up and realized that we were going to be in for something.
Was that like, have we started now?
Well, yeah, I think we didn't quite know when we'd started. I think we were told to kind of get out of our civilian clothes and literally put the uniforms on. And we put the uniforms on. And then I think from that moment of putting that uniform on to getting on the coach to driving to Longmoor, I remember the coach journey. And I remember we were just kind of called in character onto the bus. And I remember just sitting at the front of this coach. And I don't remember a word being spoken for the whole hour driving from Hatfield to Longmoor. And then I remember arriving at Longmoor, and Steven Spielberg was there, and Tom Hanks and Dale Dye and the cadre, and they were all standing there. And we got off the coach, and I just remember Dale shouting some kind of obscenities at us all. And I just remember us all kind of looking at each other, gulping and thinking, okay, I don't think any of us had any quite idea about how kind of intense this experience was really going to be, because they were taking no shit. And then from that moment onwards, I think we just had to kind of fall in, try and get our heads around what the hell we had signed up for. And I don't think, I can probably speak for quite a lot of the guys, that I don't think any of us were, I wasn't physically ready for sure. I mean, I hadn't been told to sort of start training before boot camp. We got sent a piece of paper with all the things we were allowed to bring and all the things we weren't allowed to bring. And I just remember that we weren't obviously going to be able to communicate with home apart from writing a letter with a pencil. I think we were able to write like 2 letters during the whole time we were there. Obviously there were no, mobile communications, none of that. And I just remember, just having to just fall in and try and get our heads around, the kind of intensity of that whole experience physically and mentally. And we all, as I think I mentioned the other day, we all definitely hit walls during that week, and there were some emotions shared. But, that was part of the experience. That's what bonded us all. The fact that we all kind of thought, okay, I don't know if I can do this. I don't even know if I want to do this, but I'm not going to be the guy who's going to turn around and say, fuck this, I'm out of here. But we're going to carry each other through it. And actually, I don't think we could have made the show without it. I think boot camp was the experience of bonding us, was the experience of training us to make sure that we got all of that stuff right. So we really looked like we knew what we were doing. And I think there was a sense amongst us all that, yes, it was going to be intense, and yes, it was going to be hard work, but we wanted to get it right. We were telling real people's stories. We had a responsibility. And I think that Dale Dye and the cadre, it was a genius process. It was almost like method acting to the extreme, but it was exactly the kind of process that you needed to go through to get a bunch of guys who didn't know each other to very quickly bond, to get their heads around what we were about to do and make sure that we were going to make something quite extraordinary. I remember Tom Hanks, that very first day made a speech when we went into the mess hall and basically said, one day you're going to be in an airport somewhere and a kid's going to come up to you and say, you played my grandfather or my great-grandfather in that series Band of Brothers. And you're going to have a very special moment because it will be something that will live with you for the rest of your lives. And, I've worked a lot as an actor and I've been very lucky to do the kind of work that I have done since. But that show and that experience will go down in history as one of the best, acting experiences, one of the best experiences that I've ever had. So it was really special. It was really, really tough. I'm not going to, shy away from that. And as I say, I think we all struggled, but I think we all bonded, got through it, and then we'll always carry, a very fond memory of what boot camp did and what it was able to do in relation to kind of making sure that we made the show to the, to the detail that we did.
Yes, George.
For the first couple of days when we got beat up really physically, and I think the first thing that they teach real soldiers is about marching and being in time and the rest of it. So they start to get together, and we were pretty rubbish. And then as I recall it, and I might be wrong, it's the very first time we got it right. We're all like, we could hear it. We're like, shit, man. And out runs Dale Dye going, well, no shit, Easy Company. I do believe we're marching in time. I'm sexually stimulated. I'm going to have to go and do something about that. It was like he just happened at that point.
Yeah.
Bart, what's your most harrowing memory?
The one event I remember that nearly broke me was that fucking night in the Fibua, in the freezing cold.
Yeah.
Doing sentry duty and asking, literally every 30 seconds, it was me and Kirk, and it was like, boy, what time is it? And he'd be like, 1:30. Boy, time is it?
That was brutal.
It's 1:31. And both of us just staying
Really
awake
hard.
just by me just asking what the time was. Then every now and then I remember Ross was sort of in a sleeping bag. He decided he couldn't lie down flat, so he decided to sleep sitting up in this sleeping bag.
Well, what was
so every
interesting
now he
about
let out
that-
a groan of pain.
I don't know if Rick Warden remembers this, but Rigger, you were on like the guard duty before me, and we were together in the hooch at some point. I don't remember what, but at some point during the night, and my sleep time was, I don't know, from 10 till midnight, and you had to get me at midnight, and I had to go out and keep my eyes open until 2 or 1 or whatever time. And I remember having those sleeping bags, and everyone had devised these plans of staying warm. Everyone was like, well, you get in the sleeping bag, you strip all your gear off, and you put it in the bottom of the thing, and it keeps you warm. And we're all like, nah. And then there were people saying, put the gloves, put your socks on your hands and the gloves on your feet and stupid shit. I'm sure they were making fun of it. But we had the sleeping bag over and the rope that you would pull tight. So it was so cold, I pulled this thing fucking tight, and I'm trying to sleep, and I'm almost off to sleep, but I'm a bit dazed. And then Ricky, Warden, you came and woke me up, and you were like, "Leave guy, and I remember opening my eyes, and because it was shut, it was pitch black, and I couldn't see a fucking thing. And I'm like, I've got fucking I've got night blindness. I don't know what's going on. And like, I swore for like 5 seconds. I'm like, dude, I can't. Where am I? And you're like, dude, take the hood off.
They told us there may or may not be an attack. And of course,
right.
we were too at that point too sleep deprived anyway, and too scared and fucked up that we thought to realize that there's no fucking way they're going to get up in the middle of the night and come and attack us either. They're not going to do it. They're going to go to sleep. And so we're just all on edge thinking, what the fuck was that? What do we see? What do we see? Oh my God, was it that movie? But it was, and after I remember I didn't sleep. I don't think I slept a second that night. And so from that night on, I think it was around the middle of the whole thing as well. I was up for 48 hours straight, and I was running on fumes at that point.
It was Saturday night. That was
so fucking tired.
Rick, were you staying in character the whole time with no slips?
I remember about Ross is that in jump week, which was like started on the Monday and the Tuesday, Ross was the first person that I broke accent out of. So I'd been in accent for like 8 days by then, and I can remember leaning into Ross and saying something like, "I've had enough of this, man." Or I definitely remember thinking, "I've just transgressed. It's the first time I've been naughty in flipping 8 days or whatever by breaking out of American."
What was it like? Did you guys actually have to jump out of planes to practice, or was it just jumping off of shit?
Yeah, we did like
we jumped out loads of planes.
We did like 50 jumps. We had to do 50 to get our wings, and we did it, in our 10 days boot camp.
No, the truth is that there's we did the boot camp itself in Longmoor military training camp, but we did a couple of days of sort of jump practice at a place called, where is it, lads? Bryce Norton.
Bryce Norton.
And they have it. Correct me on how tall the tower is. The jump that you do,
700
feet.
480 feet. I think it's like 70 feet, isn't it? 50 feet, 70 feet.
3,000, wasn't it? 3,000 foot. 3,000.
Let's go 70, Rick.
Yeah. And you're harnessed in, and it's sort of like a pulley system. But if you're little like me, I mean, I'm less little now, but I couldn't reach the ground when I jumped out. The rubber bands wouldn't take
fucking hand.
It wasn't a rubber band. It was a paddle.
But we did that for like a couple of days.
Your body weight is the factor.
Yeah, it was like bungee jumping. The jump, a bit like bungee jumping.
Without an elastic thing.
Peter, go ahead.
How many of us have jumped out of planes since then?
I jumped out, didn't I?
And I'll never do it again. I'll
never again.
Never again.
We jumped together.
Fuck that.
Can you guys do it in Switzerland at some point?
We did it at Pottery,
Yeah, man.
Some of you did it in Switzerland too, though, right?
Yeah, Switzerland.
We did it in Switzerland. You and me, buddy.
What happened in Switzerland stays in Switzerland.
Has anybody jumped solo out of a plane out of any of us?
Rick Gomez, George Lutz, of course.
Yes. Oh, solo? You mean not tandem? Attached to someone? No, never solo. Fuck that.
Never.
What the fuck I'm doing? Yeah, forks could come out of the goddamn chute. I need spoons! Fuck!
So someone asked, Rick, did you do a different kind of boot camp because you were an officer?
No, but what's gradually emerging, everyone on here knows that I've become a little bit obsessed about boot camp generally. And that's because I hated it.
Not as much as David Schwimmer, by the sounds of it.
No, I hated it a lot more than David. I hated it enough to want to leave.
Oh, really?
And try to leave. And a mixture of Tim and Jimmy stopped me leaving. I just hatched escape plans after about 3 or 4 days. I mean, the structure of it was that they sort of snapped us in half physically for about 2 or 3 days until we were very, very tired, and drained. And then when we were very tired and drained, the reason what you're getting at about me having a different experience is that they then injected rank into the setup, and that's where my problems started, really. I was all right when I was just knackered with everyone else, but once rank got introduced, because obviously that hadn't been earned, rank hadn't been earned at all in 2 or 3 days. We'd only just met each other. We got half the guys from the States, half from the UK, and I had a high rank, and so suddenly I had sort of responsibility, and
some of the, I would say, a bit of poison was sort of seeped into the situation with rank, I think, because we were separated off a little bit from the NCOs and from the privates. And I've worked out recently, Shane's not here, is he, guys? But Shane told me he did nothing. I didn't even know that Shane, I'd occasionally meet Doc Rowe during boot camp, and he would pretend to stitch me up or ask me if I'd fallen over or whatever I'd done. He was up in a flipping classroom, man, studying veins and arterial bleeding, and he would literally watch us out of the window and laugh his ass off.
One of my favorite memories, and it was for both of us really, was, you know, I think you'll all remember the one day Di was like, all right, whoever's hurting, the producers have said you can go and rest. So anyone who's hurting, step forward. And nobody stepped forward. And everyone was like battered. Everyone was like beat up. But nobody stepped forward and whatever. And Shane knew about a few people's little injuries. And I remember him coming into the hooch to me. And he said, how you doing, Lieb? And I said, you know, the knee, I sort of buckled my knee out there. And he said, all right, let me have a look. And both of us allowed this experience of I'm letting an actor who's pretending to be a doctor, who's been a doctor literally for 4 days, like, give me the once over medically. And I'm allowing it and trusting it, and absolutely 100% my ligaments are in the arms of this kid. And I just thought that was the beauty. Once everybody embraced it and stepped into that zone, that was it, you know.
Ben, what do you remember?
I'm just really enjoying hearing all the boys. George and Tim and I were weapons, and so we were in our own kind of area, and we had to carry all the massive machinery. I had a massive machine gun that I had to kind of look after for the whole of the time at boot camp. And I just remember every morning going out on those 5-mile runs, and I remember George smoking those red Marlboro cigarettes. Every day he would have a Marlboro cigarette before going on a 5-mile run, and then within about 10 minutes he would be coughing his guts up at the side of the road, and you'd be going, "What are you doing?" But no, I also have a very strong memory of doing well, we did bayonet training, and I remember breaking an M1 because I went at this dummy so hard that I broke an M1 in two, and that basically killed that exercise dead, because I think Dale was really scared that we were going to get through M1 rifles like there was no tomorrow, and they were going to cost an absolute fortune. But I just remember boot camp being, I mean, it was tough. It was really tough. I remember everybody having their moments, you know, having their walls to kind of battle with. And I just remember us all getting together and kind of pulling through. By the end of it, we were able to form those bonds that were so kind of important for the show. And I just, you know, even though it was a tough time, I remember having very fond memories at night, you know, looking forward to kind of sharing stories as we are doing now, you know, how many years down the line. It was a fantastic experience.
Tim, I think it's fair to say you were fully pissed off during this time, weren't you?
We were put through boot camp, which honestly felt kind of like, you know, a bit unfair. Like, we don't need to go to boot camp. Our lives aren't in danger. Why are you doing this to us? Why do we have to go through such misery?
Right. Who was the worst at boot camp?
Schwimmer was the worst at boot camp. He just flat out refused to do it.
Did he refuse to do it?
Fake injury, didn't he?
Guys, I got somebody on my phone. Guys, I got somebody on my phone. Swim! No, I'm joking. It'd be great to fucking shit all over Schwim, and then he just shows up.
Love it.
Swim.
Great.
That's not Schwim. That's Carl Young.
What I will say though, I'll defend him for just a second. Was he did get an injury, but later down the line we did find out that was a little coup from the producers. And he did injure himself, and he did need to go get checked out. But the whole separating him from the guys and making us kind of pissed off at him, because he came back to boot camp and he had like stories of staying at the Dorchester and eating a hamburger and, you know, smoking cigarettes. But he came back with like a bag of chocolate and porn. So he was like, boy, here, you know, I'm going to befriend you. And we're all like, oh, yeah, sweet. But it was a good thing to separate us. So it worked out.
Did anyone else get hurt?
There was a day.
Oh, okay.
After this, we were all brought outside and we were talked to by Dale Dye about this very fact, about the fact that there were too many injuries. Is this right?
Yeah, on the Friday.
I remember the night before, and for about, in most of the boot camp to that point, Scott Grimes, bless him, had been moaning about various physical ailments, but especially his back, I think. George, I don't know if you remember this.
I do.
And it was getting worse and worse, and I knew it was an attempt at sort of a get out, and understandably. And on that very day, I just have a very clear recollection of almost stamping on his foot when we were outside, because Dale had said, "Look, if you're all going to be pussies about this, we're going to call off the whole shoot because we can't afford to do this. You can't fucking let me down. You can't be injured. You just can't be injured." And he said, if anybody has any serious problems, you need to tell me about them now. But he said it in that kind of ironic way. And I knew Scott was desperate to actually say, my back really hurts. And I really wanted to hurt him, but he didn't. Fortunately, he read through right at the last
My back hasn't hurt this bad since I was doing Mickey Mouse Club with Brittany.
But he was the reason we aced that happy birthday, no doubt about that, for Dale's daughter.
Do you know what? We want to hear about Matt and flipping boot camp too, because he was barking mad at boot camp, man.
Matt, was everyone in it together? Did you all help each other out?
Except Donnie Wahlberg, but everyone else was really helpful, you know. No, I'm kidding. Donnie was.
Oh no, you're still friends.
Donnie gave us a real sense of war. We assume it was Donnie because he crop dusted all of us. He had this secret stash of high protein shakes, and we all had the pleasure for 5 miles every morning just enjoying, some crop dusting by good old Wahlberg.
Oh my god! I ate at one of their restaurants. I feel dirty now.
I'm not sure.
That's a totally different Wahlburger.
Yeah, different Wahlburger. I'm not sure which was harder to take.
Don't have the special sauce.
Yeah.
So gross.
And you could really tell he enjoyed it. I don't know if some people are like that, but what can I say? It made me have that bottom element that I needed to play this character. No, but okay, you're not taking that seriously. Okay, it really did. It changed my life.
It wasn't all misery, was it, Rich?
A great platoon. Like we had some laughs in that space and some moments in that space that were phenomenal. And whether it was us having these joking conversations late at night or making fun of Tim Mathews, who wouldn't want to fucking run.
Don't do anything.
It's like, that was one of my favorite Pinky moments is him going, I didn't know we'd have to run. Like there should have been in the contract, hey, did you play a soldier? You might have to jog. Like, I was not informed.
Yeah, Rich and Tim, you guys remember, look, most of you guys were up front firing these rifles at this front of the thing. And because we were these mortarmen, we couldn't shoot a real mortar, obviously.
Right.
We would be about 100 yards behind everything. No one with us.
Yeah.
And once in a while, like Speight would go to the tube and go, thunk. Because everyone would leave us. Everyone would leave us. And we had to have this little kind of fun aside kind of,
There were 2 different dormitories, weren't there, Rick?
I think but the point you're making is a good one, because it's those different rooms, and I've gone back to Longmore, obviously, and taken whoever I could with me. I took Tim with me.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. I saw
those
that.
different rooms. You've got to imagine, in the room that me and Dexter were in, it was loaded with lieutenants, really. So it had Donnie. I was next to Donnie. Settle was opposite us. Settle and Donnie were at each other quite in time. It was a tense. I don't remember a great deal of laughs in that room, Dex. There were across the way in Jimmy's room.
Yeah.
Felt like more laughs going on there, but I got tired.
Yeah, because so you're in there with Rick Gomez as well, right? Across the hall from us.
Yeah, I had
that, but we went and played poker there. That was a much more relaxed atmosphere.
Jimmy, you were on the fun dorm, weren't you?
We had fucking swimmer. We had he was in our room. He was right across from me, and I remember when I don't know if you guys remember this because you were in the bunkers, but he got taken out for a day.
Yeah, because of his knee.
He had to go get, he was getting that NBC Friends kind of insurance shit. So he got taken out to make sure that, oh God, that beer looks so good, Tim. He got taken out. Fucking true alcoholic right here, right now. I got 3 kids, homeschooled, and I'm going to shoot myself. It's what time is it? 2:42.
It's cool.
Go crack
But he got hurt, and then we thought that he like bailed out. We were like, oh, this fucking guy, blah, blah, blah. And plus he was sober, you know. Within 24 hours later, we walked into the room and he came in with bags. If you remember, he dumped all nudie magazines and chocolate bars all over our beds.
Yeah.
He was just trying to kind of say, look, I had to go do that I didn't mean to leave you guys. I had to go do that because of insurance purpose. I had to get my knee checked out, but I'm back. And he gave us all porn magazines.
But he did, and he came back and we played poker. That's what I'm saying. We played poker with M&Ms as the chips. We divided them up into different colours, and they were different. And we sat until about 2 or 3 in the morning, you know, just eating chocolate and playing cards. It was a great night. But that was in the other dorm. Our dorm was a lot more intense. Donnie was like super intense all the time. Oh, yeah. I had to go and sleep at the other end of the.
You guys had super intense people in your fucking thing. You know, Donnie's trying to step away from, obviously, I don't want to speak for him, step away from what he's trying to do with his.
Yeah.
You got Settle, who was Settle, you know. So I can imagine, you know, how that room was.
Settle was so insane. He was eating the paint off of the radiators. He was eating. he just came over as mad. Yeah. Do you remember? He was loony. And then Rick was there, and Rick was like, after about 4 or 5 days, like, you know what? Because this is the difference. Is like, you know, you jump off the bus, and we all know where they're doing a job of work, and our job is actors. We're actors. We're not soldiers, and it's a job of work to us. But we jumped off into the most real experience that they could possibly construct for us. That Dale and those guys, that they thought was the right thing, and they were right. You know, in hindsight, the rudderless nature of it was probably what being in the war felt like. It was like, we've got training, but what the fuck is going on from 1 minute to the next? Whether that's by accident or design is another question. But we jumped into it, and so when someone comes, all right, soldier, give me fucking 20. You're like, wait a minute. I remember I had some dialogue, and I was like trying to do my lines, and Dale came up to me at one point and said, what are you doing? I was like, I'm trying to do my lines, man. It was like, fuck you and your fucking lines. Jesus Christ. I'm an actor, you know, and there was sort of like this line between what we thought we were there doing, you know, actually, but trying to give it that authenticity, which it did have, because there was no line for them. For them, it was like, train these men to be fighting ready, and that's what they were doing. Unfortunately, we were a little bit more like Tim. I didn't know there was running involved. I have to fire a weapon. That sounds good.
We have Peter O'Meara here, who played Norman Dyke. So did you have to do boot camp?
I asked to do boot camp.
You asked to do boot camp? Are you insane?
I did. I was in it, but I was told no. I can see why. I mean, it was a bond of the actual guys, and then later, as we came in, I know that Dale had sort of given an instruction that, you know, you're going to see some new faces. There'll be some replacement officers. Don't talk to them. Don't welcome them. Don't, you know, make them feel uncomfortable. Now, it's a testament to the amazing cast of professional actors that I'm lucky enough to be associated with, that a lot of the guys just went, yeah, right. You know, they were very friendly and welcoming, and because it's a lot to take on. Let me try and describe to you, like, it's a big, and for all of us, we're in our 20s. No one has been on a set like this before. You have the boot camp and the walking to set every day, and drills going on, and so you're walking into the middle of that. Much as I'm sure when Dyke showed up and had to announce himself, you know, it's your first day at school. Anyway, there's a lot of moving parts. There's things all over the place. It's fitting. It's sort of confusing, and you know who's who and what's what, and it's literally first day of school. So it was like that every day, until eventually you got some kind of normalcy, some kind of rhythm into it. And I have to say, just a testament to the other casts. We're all up for it, man. You know, we're all there.
Robin Laing, who was Babe Heffron, you were a replacement, so no proper boot camp for you.
I didn't do it. I refused. My agent got me out of it. No, he never. I don't know if anybody else knows this. I did try. I went up for a costume fitting, and they said, we'll give you some weapons training. I did weapons training. And they said, oh, actually, the rest of the Easy Company are doing manoeuvres. So why don't you come with us? And I said, oh, great, I'll get to meet the guys. And they said, no, you're going to come with us and be German. I went with Freddie Farnsworth, and I think maybe, or Billy Budd, I can't remember. And we went into this forest area, and they said, listen, we're going to be over there. You're going to be here with this big German machine gun. And when you hear the gunfire start, just start firing in that direction. And, yeah, they're going to be trying to, you know, the Easy Company are going to be trying to maneuver. But and you'll know that it's us. You'll know when to start firing, because any gunfire you hear will definitely be us, because they won't fire first. So that was my one-day boot camp in a forest on my own, dressed as a German with a machine gun.
Phil Barantini, I love how smug you are about this.
Well, I didn't go to boot camp. Now, there was a lot of the actors didn't realise that I didn't go to boot camp, because I was one of the lucky ones who sort of came in on the first day of filming, or the day before we started filming. And I just sort of, I don't know, somehow I just fitted in and sort of got in quietly. So nobody ever gave me any crap.
I think it's fair to say, though, that there was a lot of crap being given out, like, amongst yourselves as well.
I was one of them as well. But yeah, somehow I was really lucky that I didn't get any crap for it.
That's smart.
It is, yeah, it is. Looking back, it is. And Dale always says, you know, he says he's trained, obviously, a bunch of other people since Band of Brothers on different shows and films and whatnot. And he says none of them get it like we got it. He said, you know, he with his boys, he was like, nobody else seems to have that, to have had the sort of passion that we had.
Let's talk a bit about Dale Dye, because he deserves a lot of credit for what he put you through, and how it bonded you. Tim?
Because Dale spoke about this at length off the back of Rick's recent sort of curiosity about it, and he was saying that that was all very, very deliberate, that breaking down thing. Well, I mean, according to him. He was given quite a lot of freedom to do that by the powers that be, and I think it was the first time he, as an entity in that capacity, was able to really do it. He'd done it before for lots of films, but I think this was the first time he'd really been allowed to orchestrate it to the extent that he did. So if you listen to what he says about it, he'll say that it was all very deliberate.
Woody, our Bobfest coordinator, go ahead.
And he said never to tell the actors, but he said to me that he, on the very first day when he met all you guys, he spotted who the criers would be, who are the ones who would struggle physically, who the guys would struggle mentally, and he was bang on correct. He said with every prediction. He said, yeah, he'll be great physically. I mean, for example, I'm sure he said that Nick, you'd be great physically. I think some guys, he said, yeah, they'll be struggling physically, but he said I got it right on the first 5 minutes, and everything was right 10 days later.
Who cried? Come on, guys.
Rick
Warden cried.
Big time.
Friday,
I cried all fucking day.
I wanted to cry because I didn't go.
Did you not do it, Rene?
No, I was the last American cast, so I walked into the table read after all these.
When you cast like about 20 hours before the table
I was
read.
cast 24 hours before I showed up there, so I was cast. I was told I'm leaving. I left that night, got there that morning. They drove me to the table read, and I met all these guys who went through this boot camp, and how daunting was that? You know, everybody's like congratulating themselves, and I'm like, holy shit. You know?
They all seem to love you, though. They've forgiven you, right?
No.
Okay.
Rene has knife skills. They're a little deep up his sleeve.
Michael Cudlitz, Ball Randleman, I think it's safe to say you were not loving Dale Dye in the middle of boot camp.
I just remember that one night that we all went out, not the hike, or maybe it was the same night as the hike, but where we slept outside. And it was just cold as shit. And I just remembered it like sucked. And I was like, I ain't learning anything out here right now except that Dale Dye is a fucking jackass. And like that the whole night, I was like, there's nothing to learn here. Fuck that guy.
God, you remember, Mike? It was colder in the sleeping bags than it was outside.
Oh my God! It was just like, when is the sun coming up? You know, and it was literally, and obviously we learned a ton. But I just, I remember at one point, the captain pulling me aside. I screwed up something, and he's like, "Oh, you're doing push-ups. Get down there, bro, you piece of shit. You're not gonna amount to." And I'm down there doing push-ups, and I'm like, "Fuck you, old man. I got a wife. I got kids. I'm fucking 35 years. Suck my dick." I was not having it. I'm like, all right, I'll do your fucking push-up thing and all that. And ultimately, I mean, I make light of it. I we could not have done what we did without going through what we went through with him, because he literally, it was like what we call Hell Week in American football here when you train. And it basically, you get a common enemy, and he became our common enemy that we all bound together with each other. And that's exactly what he wanted, us to do. So me sitting there going, fuck you, old man. That was exactly what I was supposed to be doing. So I'm sure each of us had our own moment of that, or a different version of that. And what we came away with was, the end result, which is something we are all really, really proud of, and could not have done it the way it was done without that man.
Matt, do you remember anything specific about boot camp?
I think the funniest thing is along the night things was using our weapons when we had blanks and doing this live fire routines with our blanks. And we had this one particular cadre guy that kept getting injured. And I understand why. It's like, what was his name? He was a NASCAR driver / I don't know. He'd been on everything, that guy. But you guys know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He was only there at boot camp, and then he kind of didn't make it through because he got that, especially that night. He got he broke his wrist. He was the Marlboro man, wasn't he? Yeah, the Marlboro man.
The stunt guy, the rodeo guy.
Yeah. He was rodeo, and he done NASCAR truck series.
He was the Marlboro guy. He was an ex-Marlboro.
Yeah, he just seemed invincible, but he kept getting injured. It was almost like a South Park joke, But he told me, he's like, now listen, the trick is when you shoot at night, you want to close one eye. Right? Close one eye, so when you shoot, it doesn't blind your eye that's closed. So I'm like, all right. So I closed my eye, shot, and then as soon as I opened my other eye, that was good. Somebody else fired their weapon. I was totally blind, because you're completely. And so you understood why this guy was running into trees, but it seemed like a good idea at the time, but it didn't work. So there were some funny things that happened at that camp, but that was a crazy night.
He looked the part.
Serious though, Philip, it was worth it, wasn't it?
I think looking back now, he was playing the part because he's the nicest man in the world. Like he's a lovely, genuine. He's got a heart of gold, the guy. But back then, yeah, we definitely, you respected him, but also you sort of, he was an arsehole. But yeah, he's like everybody's granddad now, really.
Ben, you love him now, right?
I've spent quite a bit of time around Dale because we've had quite a few of these reunions, and it's been really special to kind of get to know Dale, outside of that experience, because for a lot of us, I think we were quite scarred, maybe, or certainly had an impression of Dale under those kind of very strict circumstances. So to be able to then kind of meet up sort of 15, 20 years later and spend some time just drinking a beer, talking about those experiences, hearing about the kind of lengths that Dale went to make sure that we abided by very strict instructions and rules and regulations. And, it was, as a lot of guys were saying, that boot camp was very intense.
Rick Gomez, you were full of appreciation too.
I don't think it is until I've gotten much older that I realized the improv skills of Di and everybody, because I actually don't think that you can plan it. I think you kind of have a general idea of what the scene is, but if you're out there 10, 11 days, there's shit you can't possibly wrap your brain around about how people are going to break and how people are going to move. You could say all you want, either in hindsight or whatever, like, yeah, we knew. You didn't know. You were just brilliant.
Yeah, he didn't know who
Dale was. I think Dale's a master of improv, because I know personally, I stood in front of him broken in one moment, and he absolutely knew it and laid off and was like, "It's okay, it's gonna be all right." But he brought me right to a brink where I was like, "Ah, fuck, this isn't gonna work." And then he saw it in me, and then just went whoop, just let the air out of it. And so that's like improv. That's just knowing where you're at with your act. It's being a good actor.
I think I misrepresented what he said, because he wasn't saying that he knew what was going to happen for 12 days. Right. But you're absolutely right. The aim was, the cohesion that we had, how we got there, I guess, was subject to what happened in situ. And you're absolutely right. He definitely responded. I'm pretty sure he acknowledged that from what I remember in the conversation.
Yeah, but he definitely had an idea going in. It's not, that cadre was put together for a specific plan.
For doing 42nd Street, he knew that, but I don't think beyond understanding like what those drills were, what the thing was, he knew each member was going to bend in the wind on any certain day. You have to be. He had to be in the moment, in every moment, and checking in with us in a way that I think would, if I look at that job as an actor, if I was just given that job as an actor, that's a daunting job to lead young men into something, to understanding something that they have no idea to how to wrap their brain around in that moment. So day one, you know shit, and day 10, you've kind of looked through a keyhole. That's a fucking job and a half for a lot of guys. He did it for a lot of guys, and each one of us have a personal story about how we grew. And so to be successful on that level, it feels to me that it's much more just about these like masterful improv skills and masterful humanity skills he has, just to know each of the guys. And so it's a bit of reading us very quickly and you know, psychologically kind of
he knew who to tear down, and he knew who to put an arm around. You're absolutely right.
Scott, sum up Dale Dye in one word during boot camp.
If I had to use one word, it would be, and this is my own thing, he was scary. It scared me. I was scared of him. Really
but were you not more scared of Mike Stokey?
No, I actually liked his eyes, man. He seemed to care. I don't know. Dale Dye scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Stokey was quiet, man. He scared the fucking bejesus out of me.
I know what you mean, but yeah.
Well, I always got the feeling. I always got the feeling that Stokey, and Freddie Joe had they had stories to tell that they weren't going to tell. You know what I mean? Which makes them more.
You did that right. You felt like they actually had kills under their belt for sure. That's
100%.
That's kind of what you're getting at. One word I would say, general. General, because I called him the fucking
general. Well, you said genital.
And Rick Warden?
I think I'm allowed to be brutally honest, at the time of boot camp.
Yeah, you already admitted that you cried, so.
Yeah, listen, I'm the boot camp bore here. Everyone knows that I'm boot camp mad, but.
He's scarred. It was a traumatic experience for him. He's scarred. Let's just get that out there.
But as a result, for that first week, certainly there were bits of boot camp when I felt that the proceedings were, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but they felt, and this is because probably I was very tired and pretty emotional during it, it felt rudderless to me.
Right.
And I really changed my opinion on that, talking to Calil. So I'd like to be able to go into why. I don't want to just leave it there, but that's how it felt. Yeah. Scott, do you know what I mean? There were bits of it, and Tim, where I felt, God, we don't know where this night attack is actually happening, man.
Oh, that's definitely true.
You know, we're down here, hunkered down in the wet, in the dark, and we're getting messages back, and we're already got some kind of rank, and I'm supposed to be a lieutenant. I don't know where this thing is, man. And I'm trying to order a platoon of guys who are asking me. I was with Jimmy, lying in the dirt, Jimmy, before the night. And they're asking me what's going on, and I'm asking Sargee what's going on, and Sargee's asking Dale Dye what's going on, and all I can hear is, I don't know where the damn thing is.
Yep.
You know, it felt rudderless
and that was scary. It was scary to me. That comes back to why I was scared, because, and in hindsight, obviously, I think that really was amazing that there was an element of danger about our boot camp that I didn't think so at the time. I thought it was all fake. I thought, okay, at any moment the lights will come on, I can get a Band-Aid or whatever the fuck I want. But that isn't entirely true of our boot camp, you know?
I never got the impression you could get pulled out. And I mean, sure, if you got really seriously injured, but it felt like he had us. And that was what was scary about it, that he owned us for those 10 days. Yeah. He could do pretty much what the hell he wanted, because someone in authority had said to him, absolutely, they're your guys, train them up, get them fighting fit, get them match ready. And that was it, because I saw him take antibiotics with a bottle of vodka. I saw him take, antibiotics with vodka. So I was like, oh, this guy's a fucking maniac. He's great. Yeah, I got to take these. And that was in the car. So we were at the mercy of a man who had a different set of rules from what the norm was. And he did. He owned us for those 10 days, didn't he? We had no phones, no communication. That was it. Here's a pencil and a piece of paper, and you can write to your loved ones in the rear, and it's like shit. And then he marched us on the set.
Rich?
I mean, for all the gruff and the military demeanor, which is all legit, incredibly well spoken and funny in his own way. And I remember there was one point he was drilling us all on hand-to-hand combat or something like that, and he had a frog in his throat, and he kept going, here's you're gonna grab your bayonet and you're gonna square up and you're gonna Christ, get out and walk, you son of a bitch. I thought it was a funny thing in the world to watch a man yell at his loogie.
Yeah. I remember that.
Different set of rules. Different set of rules.
There was a time. Do you guys remember when? Was it Neil? No, it wasn't Compton. Who had to get stitches? Who had to get
Compton? It was Compton.
Okay, so Compton had to get stitches, and word got back to the, HQ production office about that, and so word came forward that, can't have actors getting hurt. That was the overreaching comment. But Dale Dye sort of translated that into, he berated us, and Scott and I were in formation, so we're side by side, and he's going, God damn it, I'm getting from the rear that you guys are getting scared, and the rear's telling me that you guys are worried about getting hurt, and I'm getting all this shit from the rear, and I'm tired of all this. And Scott leaned over and he's like, wow, the captain's really getting it from the rear.
Wait. There was also another guy, and I believe his name was Sergeant Wilson. You guys remember him? But he couldn't run. He had really bad knees. And what Wilson wasn't good at, and Richard, I love telling this story, Richard.
Wilson.
What Wilson wasn't good at is all the things that Dale Dye was good at, saying like, if you keep this up, there's going to be 6 inches of my boot sticking up your ass, right? So Dale Dye would say that all the time, be 6 inches of my boot sticking up your ass. And one time, Dale Dye had to go and do something else, and Speight and I are walking and we're marching, and Sergeant Wilson's just he's lining us up and he's giving it a go, man. And he says, hey, if you guys keep this up, there's gonna be 6 inches of my boot sticking out of your ass. And Speight turns to me like this and goes, wait a minute. That would mean that he is inside of us and his boot is coming out. And I'm like, shut up. Don't make me laugh, you prick. Shut up. But he was right because he said it wrong.
I was right. I mean, for the record, I was right. That's logistically what would have had to happen.
Yeah. Hold the phone.
Jimmy, overall boot camp was a pretty surreal experience, right?
No, I wasn't, but I wasn't really scared of boot camp or anything. It was very confusing to me because the minute I got off the bus, and I don't know if you guys remember when we got off the bus ride in general was probably the strangest thing for me in the entire 10 months you're out there because no one was talking, looking at each other. We're like, what the fuck is going on here? Took all our shit, gave us we have toiletry bags or whatever. And but I got off the bus and Freddie Joe Farnsworth, for some reason, really just made a beeline for me. And he ran up to me, and you guys heard the story 100 times, and he came, oh, yeah, I got a short, and this is exactly his words, he'll tell you, oh, yeah, I got a short motherfucker in my platoon. Get in formation, shorty. And he was literally this close to me.
Oh, no way.
I remember his spit hitting me when he was doing it. And instead of like staying that thing, I remember doing one of these, dude, like, I don't know. I'm a fucking street kid from New York. Yeah. No one's done that without getting punched in their face ever. So I know I had to be cool because I'm on a Spielberg, so I don't want to lose my job on day one. But my first reaction was, no, don't do that. Like back, like, you know.
Yeah.
And he just said, get on the front. And I had to do push-ups right away. And knowing the chain of command of how private, corporal, sergeant, the list, and general, and platoon leader, and squad leader, and the battalions and regiments was so confusing to me. That was the hardest thing about that. Everything else seemed, I can do it physically. I could do some of the things very well. I was okay with it. You know, some of the equipment was heavy because I was smaller, but that was my problem, was just the fucking chain of command and all the information in my brain. I feel bad for, like, I know you, Rich, Warden, you had to, like, do lieutenant bullshit at, like, the end of the day. You had to go look at maps and go do shit in the middle of the night with, like, Nixon and Winters, didn't you?
Yeah. We had a different kind of boot camp. But I feel bad for I do think that it felt rudderless at the time, but I honestly think now that it was sort of inspired. Really, I think it made the show, and I think that it bonded us. I don't think we'd be here actually nattering now if we hadn't been to boot camp.
I agree, but I think
Dale-
your assessment of it being rudderless. I mean, I don't think that's a wrong assessment, especially if you're trying to put yourself back in the time of what that was.
Rich, your one word for Del Dye.
My word, I think it's weird. Just if I'm describing in a word, I say paternal, because I found something very, very, very reassuring in the sort of hard-assed, hard-nosed leadership of Dale Dye. Because at that moment, at that time, doing that job, preparing for that show, that Richard Speight needed that guy to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if you want to be a great football player, you need the coach who gets you to that spot in whatever way that coach does it. And I thought Dale Dye was the right guy for Rich Speight and the right guy for our platoon. I think the right guy for the series. I think a book could be written about Dale Dye, about how Hollywood movies and their perception of war and their treatment of war hinges on Dale Dye's involvement in productions. I think he's a valuable piece of American cinematic history. When you go back and look at the movies, he's had a hand in terms of how he's prepared the men to be the men they're supposed to be on that screen, reenacting those events.
And I agree, Richard, wholeheartedly. And I don't think he does it. I know he's got a lot of kind of he's not short on confidence, obviously, and assertion, but actually he's not arrogant, if that makes any sense about his career, I don't think. But I very specifically back up that one thing Richard said, which is that I think cinema, there's pre-Dale Dye in terms of war movies, and there's sort of Perry and post-Dale Dye. He's changed it. He did change it. And maybe with Band of Brothers, I'm not impartial. Maybe Band of Brothers is the sort of seminal moment for him where he
It's
had
his Sergeant Pepper, isn't
full
it?
creative input.
Well, yeah, he
as far
didn't
as
have
went.
it with the Pacific because everyone was turning up. Someone said, right, with a letter from Mummy saying you couldn't do the boot camp because they'd heard about Band of Brothers. So yeah, like in terms of the creative
That was
control.
so funny. That was in Bastogne, and we were talking to him in the middle of the day, and he was saying, someone said, "Have you ever had any groups of actors where it didn't work?" And he said, "Yeah, the Pacific. There was one guy, but I'm not telling you who it was." And then late in the evening, we'd had a few whiskeys. He told us who it was and how it sort of infected the whole cast, because this one guy had his letter from his mum or something.
Yeah.
It just sort of spread around like wildfire, and you could see in his eyes that Dale regrets that he almost let this situation unfold that wasn't his fault, because we talked about in the last show, some of these actors had heard of what happened to you guys on Band, that they got their agents to write them in this thing saying you can't shout at me too much.
Wow. You know why that's bullshit though? Is it because he shouted, because the night march was a clusterfuck, because we were freaking out in our barracks sometimes. It's because we did those things, because we had to climb those hurdles, because we had to wade through that muck, that we ended up coming out the other side able to do the job we were able to do. So, if you're not willing to sweat during practice, don't expect to win the game. Like, I feel like Dale Dye has the right philosophy on the whole thing. When we first arrived and we're all sitting, we've gotten off the bus, we've got our haircuts, we've got our gear on, but we haven't started boot camp yet. And we're all sitting in the mess hall. And Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg come in to give us a pep talk. And they helicoptered in. And Tom Hanks has this great speech about, congratulations, you're all here. And this is American actors, British actors, and all the special ability guys who were filling in Easy Company, right? So it's a bunch of dudes. It's 60, 80 guys. And he's like, congratulations, you guys have made it here, and this is all awesome, and you're about to do boot camp. I've done this boot camp with Private Ryan, and Dale Dye's in charge. You're actors. You don't know the military. You're going to learn the military. Soak up everything that you are given. You're not going to get shot after this. This is an acting exercise in how to learn how to be a soldier. However, make no mistake. Do what you're told to do when you were told to do it by the people who I brought in to tell you to do things. And if you do not do those things to the best of your ability when you were told to do them, there is somebody back in Los Angeles who will pass you in the air as you fly home. Because if Dale Dye says you're not cutting the mustard, then you're on a plane home. And he essentially, in front of us all, handed the firing power to Dale Dye in not so many words, or in so many words, basically saying, do this right. If he calls me, that's the only phone call I need to get. to know.
To quote Saving Private Ryan, earn it. Literally, earn it.
Yeah, essentially. And I
It
remember
wasn't a guaranteed role, actually. I don't think. I mean, honestly, I think that's true. I remember taking that. I don't remember the speech, but I remember taking that away from it. Oh, I see. Yeah, we don't just get to go, sorry, I don't feel like this.
Yeah, and there was that moment for everybody going, Roger that, okay. Got it.
Yeah, and then we had to edit.
We weren't all there to, because people talk about, well, is it Meg Lieberman? Did she assemble the greatest cast of television by sweat equity and years of training? Yes. Were Steven Spielberg, Tony Toh, and Tom Hanks incredibly astute in finding guys who got the role and emanated the characterizations of people from that period? Yes. Did Dale Dye's boot camp bond those guys together and strip away any preconceived notions of what it meant to be a World War II soldier and take the LA and the London out of these boys and make them a unit of men ready to fight a war? Yes. It's all of those things. It's everything. It's all those dominoes had to fall in order for that group to be as bonded as it was, and for us to get on a phone call or a Skype call or a Zoom call. To Dexter's point, I haven't seen Dexter in 15 years. It feels like I haven't seen Dexter in 15 minutes. But that speaks to who Dexter is. It speaks to Dexter and Richards and Tim's relationships, and it speaks to how this production worked tirelessly to be sure that we bonded and understood our mission.
Ross?
It was a genius stroke from the producers to put us through that, because it's what the boys are saying. It was all manufactured that way, and the way that the show was accepted around the world was because of that boot camp experience. Putting us through that, breaking us, bonding us, figuring out how to strip down your M1, and how to throw a grenade. All that shit was so imperative to make the show what it was. So Captain Dye actually gets a lot of respect from us anyway from day one, but even later on, I don't think he gets as much shine as he should, because between him and the cadre, putting that experience together, good, bad, indifferent, was absolutely the pinnacle that made the show what it was.
Matt Settle, sum up boot camp.
Yeah, it's extraordinary what boot camp allowed us to go through, and the relationships it let us create. And it gave us a little bit of metal that we could lean on. So when we came to the series, like Dale Dye would say, we're not actor weenies anymore. We done some sort of hazing, and we done a rite of passage, so to speak.
Yeah.
It was like those little moments in boot camp where we all kind of got on each other's nerves, and in each other's space. It allowed us to create relationships that carried over into the miniseries. For me, it was like another acting exercise. I don't know what it was for you guys, but we were all afraid we'd lose our jobs. I think that's why we did low crawl, butt crawl, atomic sit-ups. I still have a hernia from atomic sit-ups, mild hernia in my stomach right above my navel. If you want to feel it, I'll let you guys feel it later. But you can help me push back in my what is that, my large intestine?
Man, this is lockdown. That's the best offer I've had in the last month.
Yeah.
We got back on the bus at the end of the 10 days, and I remember that they got us off the bus sort of a few minutes away from the Hatfield studios, and they marched us in as a company. And I remember that everybody that was working on Band of Brothers stopped what they were doing, all the production offices, and they all hung out the window and watched these actors who had left, making jokes and laughing and kind of taking it all in jest. They marched us off the bus, and we marched back in as a company of soldiers. And I think I wish somebody had caught that moment, because it was really special to watch actors that had left 10 days before and came back as a unit,
Nick, Aaron, you were Popeye and you were late and you suffered for it, didn't you?
Oh, am I allowed to say it?
Yeah, sure.
It's the internet, man. You can say whatever you want.
Say what you want. I swear all the time. It's great.
I was doing a play, so I was late. I was like 3 or 4 days late. So they were already been through a lot of shit before I got there. I showed up at Hatfield. I just finished doing a play. I showed up at Hatfield. They stuck me in my uniform. I'm getting driven to the barracks in the Mercedes. I think this is great. This is great. And I get there. As soon as I pull up the barracks, the back door literally gets ripped open, and it was Farnsworth. And he's just like, get the fuck out of the car. I'm like, I'm all flustered, being all actory. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So he said, get your shit from the trunk. I get my bag. And he's like, get your fucking soft cover. And I didn't know what a soft cover was. And he just kind of, he makes me run all the way across where they're doing PLF. And then all the guys are fucking eyeballing me, like the new kid in school. So he makes me run in the back, says, choose a fucking bed. I chose a bed, came back down, all flustered. He's like, where's your fucking soft cover? I said, what the fuck is a soft cover? It's fucking soft cover. So I run back up, I get my hat, and they take me over to where the guys are doing PLFs. And there's a whole fucking line of these gnarly, fucking unshaven, tired-looking motherfuckers staring at me. I just showed up in a Mercedes. I probably had a cup of coffee, 20 minutes previous. And none of these fuckers would speak to me for 24 hours. They were just fucking eyeballing me. Everyone was just eyeballing me, and it was really pissing me off. So nobody would speak to me. It was horrible. Fucking Scott Grimes. I just remember thinking, man, if anyone's going to get it, the ginger one's going to get it. I'm going to fucking get it.
Hey.
Easy.
Yeah. You weren't there. You weren't there. But it was just the way, and it went on for like a whole day. Just nobody speaking to me. It was horrible. And I tried to make conversations, and they would just be like, "Shush, shut up." And it was I hated it. I fucking hated it. I was just thinking, this is shit. And it was tough, man. It was tough, but I had to get my head down. I had a lot of catching up to do. They'd done a hell of a lot of work, in those 3 or 4 days. So I had to get my shit together and catch up. But it was a great experience. It's just fucking. The only one I remember hating, Scott Grimes. I just all remembers his red hair. If I don't remember any of these faces, the fucking ginger one's getting it.
What was great about that is no matter, he could point me out as a person that gives him shit, but I had fucking 50 other guys that had my back.
He would have come on well and stuff.
I actually felt bad. I remember specifically because I'm not that person that's gonna. I'll go behind Rich Speight and go, yeah, you don't belong here. But I'm not gonna do it on my own. And I felt bad for Nick. I remember the look on his face.
Let's just finish with Jason O'Mara, who played Thomas Meehan, because you literally didn't arrive till the start of filming, and that was tough, wasn't it?
I was handed a package, that was all the research material, a couple of days in advance of shooting, where I got, photographs, but also his D-Day letter home, which is beautiful. It's, that was like a real eye-opener and really helped me get into the character. But no, I didn't go on boot camp with any of them. I think it was decided that my character died too early on to really invest in doing boot camp with, which meant it was really awkward for me for the first few days because I was also the commander of Easy Company, but I didn't know any of the men, and they didn't know me, and they all came in with their Corcoran boots nicely broken in after boot camp, but mine were brand new. I tried to break them in myself, but it's really hard to do unless you actually go to boot camp. And so a few of the soldiers started calling me new boots, thinking I was just some kind of new guy. But I was actually their leader, and it was only later on my first day and second day that they realized that I was their boss. I was their commander, and it was really only after the big scene in the hangar where I go through Operation Overlord where they realized that was the case, and I think I got a bit more respect after that, but it was hard going in as a lead because everyone was sort of playing their roles and their rank.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to go in as top dog when nobody knows who you are. I had a big speech. I had to stand up in front of whatever it was, 200 people, and look like I know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't know anybody at that point. They didn't know me. It was freezing. So it was actually me focusing on my mouth not completely shutting down, you know, and my teeth not chattering that got me through it, you know. And it was my big moment. You know, I didn't want to blow it, and I was pretty nervous. But yeah, it once I realized, once Phil Alden Robinson came over to me after a couple of the takes and said, "Look, it's really good. You're doing fine." He just gave me a couple of things to think about, and I played them, and it really started to come together for me. But it was very cold. We were all very tired, and this was I don't think it was day one, but I think it was day two. You know, and it was very early in the morning. Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Philip Barantini, who played Skinny Sisk, you've got big Hollywood sets. Were you treated like big Hollywood stars?
We all had honey wagons, you know, with our names on. It was all very Hollywood, but we weren't allowed to go in them at first. I'd say for probably the first month, because we all had to get changed in this huge tent all together.
Richard Speight, who played Skip Mark, go ahead.
We had trailers, but we basically were in that tent. I mean, yeah, you know, like it was more like we were circus performers, and we had like a little nook.
Yes, Jimmy Madio, who was Frank Piconte.
The bottom line is, Rick Warden can tell you, if you were caught in your trailer, we went and took shits in your trailer, and we didn't.
What's the rule?
Which is why I don't remember my trailer, because I took that threat seriously.
I'm going to tell you.
Scott Grimes, who played Don Malarkey.
You had a scene to do. It's like if you had speaking scene, you were allowed to go in your trailer. Other than that, right? Am I wrong? That was
Yeah.
Philip, even getting to set was done in character, wasn't it?
They made us march from the base to the sets, which were like, you know, maybe a mile, all on this huge complex, which was an old British aerospace plot where they used to build parts for planes, which was shut down. So they used the air hangars as sets. So we used to have to line up in formation, in character, and march to the set, and we did that every day for 9 months, really. And I think partly that's the reason why it is so authentic, the show, you know, because of people like Dale Dye who were drilled us every day. But yeah, being in character was just normal.
Jimmy, and everyone has said, like, oh, I'd never seen a set that size before, but you had, hadn't you? You'd been on Hook. Did it still surprise you, the scale of Band of Brothers?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was big. It was a lot going on. I don't know how many acres it was, but there was villages and towns, and I mean, everything you could imagine. Hook was, you know, what was that, 91, so 10 years prior. Hook took over the entire lot as well, and you had ships, pirate ships in Neverland, and I remember that those sets were so big that, like, everybody was bringing their kids on. Every big star was showing up to that set. I think Prince showed up, Madonna showed up, Bruce Willis at the time. All these huge people showed up to kind of see the set. But you were in Hollywood, so they were able to do that. But the sets were really, really big then. But Band of Brothers just seemed like it was 10 times bigger than Hook could ever be.
Mark Lawrence, you played Dukeman. You had early dialogue. Was it scary?
First thing was on the airfield, and there's maybe like 400 or 500 extras, and I stand up and say something, and I'm like, oh, do not fuck this up. I mean, you're just thinking, you got camera cranes going everywhere, you got 400 extras, you got this, that, the other, and I mean, it's a Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks production, and you're like, oh my God, please don't stumble. But it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, it's stuck with me like the rest of the boys, I'm sure. It'll never leave us.
How many takes?
Oh, only one. Come on, man. Boom, hit that.
Ben Caplan, you played Smokey Gordon. What do you remember of the early filming?
I think if my memory serves me rightly, and forgive me if I'm a bit vague, I think we did a lot of night shoots to start off with, I'm pretty sure. I remember lots and lots of cold night shoots, doing all of that stuff, running up and down Carentan and the stuff with the water bottle and Michael Fassbender with David Trimble, all of that stuff in the night marches and stuff. I think we did a lot of that early doors. So there was a lot of big company scenes being shot early on, and that was pretty intense because we were working all hours, in the middle of the night. But again, brilliant experience to be able to kind of get that many guys together so that we can continue, enjoying each other's company. Because I think, that camaraderie was really, really important. So by the time we came back from boot camp, and then we had a lot of those big sequences to shoot, and we were able to continue where we left off.
And staying with Ben, you want to mention the attention to detail on set, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, incredible. The sets were absolutely incredible. And that's one of the other things that I've been reminded of recently, because a lot of people have been posting quite a lot of photos of the set and stuff. And I mean, you still look at those sets now and you think, we're 20 years down the line, and those sets were incredible, then. And they stand up now, the level of detail. I remember just looking at the guys that were sort of painting tiny bits of colour in the wall and the buildings and stuff. And then when we went to Carentan for real, Paul will vouch for this. We went to Carentan for real, and you kind of then go, oh my God, I remember this set, and they have matched this detail incredibly well. Because obviously I'd never been to the real location, so to go into Carentan was very, very special. When we went to Bastogne, it was very, very special to be able to see the woods, and then actually to see what they recreated inside a sound studio. I mean, that was incredible to ship, however many 300, 400 trees over from Belgium and create the kind of the woods. I mean, it was just brilliant production design, really, really, really stunning. And as I say, to this day, I've worked on many sets, but I've never worked on anything quite as amazing as Band of Brothers. And the amount of sets as well, the amount of different locations they had to produce was quite incredible. And I don't live very far away from there now. So I sometimes go up to Hatfield, and obviously the studio's not there because they got rid of it, and now it's a gym. In fact, I used to belong to a gym that is in one of the hangars where we shot Band of Brothers. So it's quite incredible to go back in that hangar now and to see that it's a David Lloyd gym and not a World War II hangar where we shot Band of Brothers. But yeah, incredible, really, really incredible.
Rick Warden, who played Harry Welsh, what about you?
I can remember being on the set in that, and listen, the town set, the Carentan set, was massive. It was a fucking town, really.
Incredible.
And I can remember Spielberg saying that one of the walls wasn't dirty enough. This is when I was gathering the platoon together in that town square. He literally was like, "We're going to have to dirty up that wall," and it was like, what, in a massive bombed out town? That's the kind of, and isn't it true, Michael? You might know this, or one of the other guys who were in. I wasn't in Ep 2. But my recollection is that some things needed to be reshot in Ep 2 because of the pullback on the M1 wasn't quite right.
Kick on
the kick wasn't up; it was back.
Yeah.
And he basically said it's got to be up, guys.
Michael Cudlitz, of course, he was ball rounderman. What do you remember about Carentan and learning as you go, and not just the cast but the crew as well?
That was our first sort of large-scale group battle. So I think that they were like with the pilot or the first episode when we had to go back and they learn stuff. You learn if we kill people in episode 6 and 7 and we didn't get to know them well enough early on, then it doesn't have the impact that it should. So I think that for everyone, including the filmmakers, it was a process, and they realized, as Rick was saying, hey, that doesn't look right. That's not what it did. This is what it did. And then they were like, all right, we're going back in. We're going to make that wall dirtier, and we're going to make the kick accurate. And that was the sort of the commitment from everyone doing it. And we were all like, oh, okay, if it's not right, let's go back and do it again.
Ben, how real did it all feel?
Yeah, and again, I think one of the great experiences of obviously we've talked about boot camp, but then when we actually got on the sets and the authenticity of the sets themselves, they were so real. And once those battle sequences started, it did feel very real. So it felt for an actor, it made our job much easier, because you just kind of thought, what if this was me in this situation? Yeah, and once all of that, once all of that stuff kicks off, once the explosions and the squibs and everything else start firing up, you kind of just go into kind of survival mode. And a lot of that training does kick in, but then a lot of that training goes out the window. And as I'm sure that it did with the real guys, you know, you can't prepare for combat because, you know, once you get in it, you kind of go, wow, this is very different to what we've been doing in training. And you just have to kind of have that survival mechanism kick in and think, you know, all I need to do is worry about, you know, myself and my friends around me and just make sure that we try and get through this, make sure that we don't lose our lives. So that survival instinct kicks in.
The crew must have worked as hard as you guys. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, crew are the unsung heroes of it. I mean, luckily a lot of them are known. There's a guy called, I'm sure Paul knows, Joe Hobbs, who was an amazing guy, and he was basically dedicated his life to this production. You know, that's how it seemed, and everybody was like that on set.
Well, I was going to say, I remember talking to you, Rick, in Bastogne in 2016, and we were walking in. We just parked up, hadn't we? And we walked in. And you must have said 20 times in a row, this is like being on the set. It's just like being on the set. It's just like being on the set. You told us about the belt. If I recall correctly, they brought in even trees from Belgium or something, didn't they? And they spaced them out exactly at the same distance.
You know,
You
Joe
completely
Hobbs,
freaked
God
out
rest
by
his
it, weren't
soul, our costume designer. I'm
Hobbs.
pretty
Joe was
sure
amazing.
that, or certainly high up in costume, whether he was the designer or not, right down to the patches, the number of stitches in the patches, the leather that the corker and the boots were made out of. You know, I'm pretty sure there were trees from there were other trees from Belgium, or there's something about that in the story.
Yeah, they were. The trees were imported. Yeah, Joe Hobbs, when the first batch of shirts arrived, he took them out of the packet and he looked at them and he went, "Oh dear, the thread count's wrong." And production were like, "Well, what do you want to do?" He said, "Well, we can use them if you want." And they said, "But will it be authentic?" And he said, "Well, no, they won't be."
Matt Settle, you played Lieutenant Spears. How do you remember the authenticity efforts, especially the stuntmen?
I remember Ian Bailey saying, played Webster, saying he remembers pulling the trigger in a shot and a stuntman falling exactly when he pulled the trigger. He's aiming at someone and he pulls the trigger in a big battle scene, and then that person falls exactly when he pulls the trigger.
Yes, Rene Moreno, who played Joseph Ramirez.
That attested the best stuntmen working at that time too with us. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I had moments during Summer Vet 3 when we did the big tank battle in the field.
Yeah.
Just the sort of size of the task in hand that we were doing, the amount of mechanized
real.
sort of violence there. I mean, the reset on the tanks, when it came through the hedge, it was like a 2.5 hour reset, man. Because you had to
you were with us that day where the guy went under the tread, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was the weirdest.
I was
that
like,
was for
what
me,
the
surreal.
hell?
Yeah.
There
It was the most extraordinary stunt.
Spring-loaded
Yeah,
board,
it's
he would
like
fall on, and then it would push him down. And he was literally rolled over by the tank.
He's got to be trusting for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was
He
impressive. I love that
he
episode.
did 2 takes of it, I think, and he made a lot. It was one of the most expensive stunts on the show.
Yes.
I understand.
So what was it?
And it
Was
was
it
like
a trap?
It was like a
He
sort of
could've died.
no. It was like a coffin
Built-
shape,
built
and he would crawl. It was more scary even than we're describing. He would crawl on solid
Right.
ground
You crawl to
a
that
place that
place.
he knew
You-
wasn't, and then be crushed into the hole by the tank.
Oh my God.
And his helmet
And it was
was
spring-loaded.
just outside the tank, just outside the hole, so it crushed.
The weight of the tank would push him down.
Yeah.
Episode 4, The Replacements. You get all these new guys coming in. How did you treat them? Because weren't you told to treat them like pariahs? Like, don't be nice to them. Rich.
You know, to be honest, I know we were told that, but we also just kind of did it because we were dickheads at the time. I mean, we had bonded in our own way, and when somebody would come on and they'd have shiny boots and their uniform, it just made us mad. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, the psychology worked kind of.
Ben, how real did it all feel?
We all went through that, you know, that experience of what the hell is this? And I think when you turn up late, you know, the fact is, you know, that the replacements got given quite a lot of stick about the fact that they hadn't been to boot camp. And it was exactly the same as what happens in episode 4, what happens in the scenes when they turn up. So they were given the same amount of grief as actors, and any actor that turned up sort of, you know, later into filming were kind of ignored or given quite a hard time at the beginning. And I think some actors, you know, some famous actors famously have spoken about this in interviews, and they said, you know, that they turned up on set and it was quite a hostile atmosphere, but there was a reason for that. And you know, some people didn't like it and thought it was, you know, a bit of nonsense. But actually, you know, that's how we'd been trained, and you know, I think it was just natural that was going to happen.
Robin, Laing, you played Babe Heffron. There's a South Philly connection there, isn't there, with Garnier? So when you came in, if everybody's in character, did you get a slightly easier ride in terms of being a replacement?
I was given a slight pass to an extent, or certainly I think I was maybe welcomed into the fold quite readily because of who Babe and Bill were. I remember coming from a costume fitting and being shown into the big marquee that everyone got changed in and kind of, you know, relaxed in, and people being quite kind of like, oh, Babe's here, where's Bill? And somebody went and got Frank and kind of, you know, brought him over so we could, you know, to introduce us, and we chatted and stuff. And so yeah, there was I guess I was kind of given a bit of a pass, but by the same token, I remember being going through the same things, you know, where early on you'd put your rifle down and go away to do something, and you turn back around and your rifle's gone, and then you're like, oh man, you know, and you're just waiting for one of the cadre to walk past and go, where's your rifle? And you're like, I don't know. And they're like, drop and give me 10, you know. So I had to go through that as well.
Right, so there's a great incident that illustrates what we're talking about with Robin, Push-Up Gate, which Rich has talked about. Let's incorporate your take on it.
I don't remember the group of guys, but I can leap forward and assume it was Gomez, Madio, Grimes, like the usual suspects, and a new guy came in. And you know how, like, sometimes it wouldn't be necessary that we would be, quote unquote, mean to somebody, but there was also sort of a rite of passage of, you're the new guy. Oh, nice to meet you, man. You're going to need to give me 20 push-ups. Yeah. Like, it would just be in passing. And I know that Farnsworth, Freddie Joe would, you know, warn the dudes, hey, you're going to set, you know, this is how this is going to play out. You're probably going to get that request, whatever.
I remember sort of pushing against that at one point.
The group said, you're going to need to give us 20. And he's like, nah, screw you guys. And like, no, you're going to need to give us 20. And he's like, no, screw you guys. And now it's going like this. You know, now it's a couple guys standing up on the chair like, I don't think you understand what we're saying. We're not asking you. You're not hearing a question mark at the end of the sentence. You're going to need to give us 20 push-ups.
Because I'd say, I'm not doing fucking push-ups, you know. and not to one of the cadre. It was another cast member had said, oh, you don't know where your rifle is, you know, give me 20. And I can't remember who it was, but I was like, nah, you know, if one of the cadre give me push-ups, fine. But I'm not taking it off another member of cast, you know.
And it was starting to get heated. The guy's like, you know, fuck you guys. And I pulled that dude aside and sort of took off the mask for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And said, hey, man, here's how this is going to play out. I know we're making a movie, and I know we're all actors, but we've all been in the trenches since the word go, and you're arriving here, and this is sort of your rite of passage. This is your secret handshake. You have two choices. Do the 20 push-ups, or don't do the 20 push-ups and make this a miserable experience for yourself for the remainder of the shoot.
Yeah.
Is it worth that? No, it's not worth that. So I think this guy who did his 20 push-ups, everybody left him alone. It's like he did his 20 push-ups, and everybody was like, that's all we asked, dude.
Yeah. And so I was kind of like, all right, yeah, fuck it. So I did it. I remember doing it was 20 I had to do. And as I was approaching 20, I think I remember vividly, Frank was there. And he was like, go on, babe, go on. Now give me 30. Go for 30. And so I kept going. And I remember and people pushing me to 40. And then I managed to do 50. And when I got to 50 and then, you know, I got up and everybody was really like, yeah, you know, and Frank gave me a big hug and people were kind of patting me on the back. And I suddenly realized how right Richard Speight, I think, I'm sure it was Richard, how right he was to kind of, you know, push me to do that. You know, he you know, how important it was that I bought into it, that thing. So I kind of got a free pass, but to an extent, but yeah, I had that little thing.
Because I don't think any of those people who did catch shit as a replacement, you know, sure there would have been an initial reluctance or tough time they would have had to come through, because that was kind of what was instructed to do. And I suppose, we'd all had a tough time and it felt right passing it on a little bit. But it's not like it went on forever and ever and we were complete shits to everybody else.
There was a lot of new guys that came in and they were there for for the duration of the show. And that hazing stopped, week 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys came in for one episode. And I think the guys that came in for one episode had a tough time because they didn't understand what the makeup of the movie was. And so they would come in, they would kind of get their balls busted a little bit, and then walk away going, fuck that. That was miserable. Whereas the people that stuck around because their character...
It doesn't matter. The thing was, it was a mindset, this is all part of, that was all part and parcel of what we were all drawn into. That's the thing. We did get thrown into the madness of that boot camp. And it's like, it was 24 hours a day for 10 days. It wasn't like you ever went, okay, guys, clock off. There was no clocking off. It was 240 hours continuous.
Scott, yes.
As long as they're I'll never forget, we have to give Colin Hanks a credit because he came on, we gave him shit and he dealt with it really well.
Yeah.
He played the game on his side really well. So
definitely, because I think to a man, the people that we've spoken to that were replacements did hang around for a while, and not one of them, they've all laughed and joked about the hazing and how shit it was, but not one of them.
Robin, Pesci, all those guys.
Pesci,
yeah, they were there throughout it. Babe had fun.
Ross McCall, who played Joseph Liebgott.
There were actors, and we got the actor kicked out of us in boot camp. The actor bullshit was knocked out of us early on. Other guys were coming in and they'd just finished RADA or they just finished a theatrical run, and they're coming in and a bunch of Americans are kind of giving them bullshit, and they're going, what is this? They're in one episode, they go away and they go, no, fuck that. It was like a crazy bunch of lunatics. And they didn't really understand the fabric of the show because they weren't there for long,
Yeah.
Right.
Some of the cast who are little more than extras in Band of Brothers have gone on to be really famous. How much crap did they get? Mark, let's go to you.
But the replacements when it came to episode 4, they'd never really been doing it for a few months. I mean, they got most of the grief. I mean, I made a guy called Dominic Cooper, and I can't remember his character, but I made him do push-ups, and I think he wrote about it in the paper 15 years later, saying how traumatized he was by it all.
This is a star of Preacher now, right?
There you go. I carry that gift around. But he got his payback. He's a very rich young man now.
Yes, Tim Mathews, who played Alex Pancala.
I have this story that I remember. I hope somebody can back this up. I think maybe Rich or Scott was there. We were having lunch one day, and James McAvoy, who at the time obviously was just, came and had lunch. He was talking to us, and I think it was Rick Gomez.
Yes, sir, it was. I know the story.
There were some mum jokes going on, and they was funny for us. And then James McAvoy made the mistake of making a mum joke to Rick Gomez. And fucking launched across the table at him and grabbed him and started threatening him, very seriously. He was really affronted by the fact that, because he'd overstepped the line. No, we can do the mum jokes. Yeah. You're a fucking new guy. You don't get to do it. I was a little bit worried. I honestly thought we were going to get a black eye out of it. Somebody was going to get a black eye.
I also remember Tom Hardy getting a fucking tough time when he came in as well. Tom Hardy.
Me and Rick gave him a tough time on the back of that fucking dude.
Basically, we just picked on anyone that we knew were going to be movie stars. That's what it was. We just picked everyone that were going to blow up.
Give us the Tom Hardy stories. George Calil, you played Mo Ali.
Concentration camp. Tom Hardy, it was the first scene he ever did, as he told me. And he's now a big movie star, God bless him. And Tom threw up in his helmet, for real. At the concentration camp, Alina. No. And I don't.
Are you talking about Tom Hardy?
How did you know, man?
I remember Tom Hardy had this. He had a little mole on his arm, and it had a hair sticking out of it. And I just mindlessly plucked it. And he was furious. He's like, "That was my lucky hat." Well, it wasn't that lucky, was it? No, it was a great scene he shot after that, and I guess it was his lucky hair. He had a great career.
Matt Cecil, ladies and gentlemen, destroyer of Tom Hardy. He's found Bane's Achilles heel. Michael, seriously though, in a way, this is what made the acting dynamic work, right?
I would also say to everybody out there, who sees it, one of the things that's never really addressed is, and we all know this as actors and as male actors and as young male actors, to be that selfless with other male actors, like like they hit the fucking lottery. I mean, that in itself is like, you just don't get that. Like, you get a young actor, male actor, who's trying to make his mark. I mean, it's kind of like there's an element in there that could have taken hold and could have wrecked everything. And to the credit of the men I'm looking at on the screen right now, it did not.
Tim?
And there were one or two notable exceptions that I won't mention out loud, and they were very short lived. They were a little kind of the flash in the pan, so conspicuous for that reason, and so vulgar for that reason.
They took care of
Never done
themselves.
any of this stuff.
Exactly.
That's interesting. It burnt itself out.
Mark?
Dale Dye, God bless him, created a space where everybody sort of believed in it. There was nobody was precious, and it was a. I mean, I don't want to say it. It was a band of brothers on set.
Yes, Rich Speight.
The thing that I think that only we can appreciate, and I think, is how bizarre and unique that experience was. How emotional it was. And I'm going to go back to something Dexter said. I love telling the story, and it doesn't involve me at all. It involves this specific one, is Dexter and Donnie. And I remember those guys, I always use this as an example of how Band of Brothers functioned and why it stands the test of time. Because actors took themselves out of scenes. That didn't happen anywhere. Nobody takes himself off screen.
Right.
So just regardless of if I fought too much, or Tim, you feel like you fought too little, or Matthew feels like you fought too little, or I was, Cudlitz was too mouthy and other people were not mouthy enough, whatever. At the end of the day, everybody's aim was the same.
Right.
And everybody's aim was an egoless pursuit.
Right.
Because I remember, Dex, you guys taking yourself out. I remember because you took yourself out of a thing.
Yeah.
And suddenly they gave me your line because I was like, well, Muck was here. And they're like, great. Now you're saying blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. Because you showed up, walked over, and you literally walked over and you're like, I'm not in this. And you turned and walked away. It wasn't like a big dramatic conversation. I was like, well, there goes, all right.
That does not sound like me. Not for that at all. But I think I think it comes back to what you were saying about earlier. It's like for those of us whose veterans were still around, who we could talk to, and it was shared knowledge. I don't think if your veteran wasn't alive that we kind of held on to it, but you had an authenticity and an understanding and a knowledge that gave an authenticity to what we were doing and who we were. And because what happened to me, going back to what you said about picking off the scab of something for someone that to us was kind of like a role that we were playing. And the first time I spoke to Johnny, he spoke to me about the first day that he landed in France, hiding in a barn, waiting for some Nazis to come collect some milk from a farm, and the first person that he killed during the war when he was 22 years old. And it opened up. It's like you were saying, he cried, there was tears, and he hung up, and I had to call him back later, and I suddenly realized, oh my God, it's a real thing. For me, I was like, hey, I'm playing soldiers, I'm marching around with a bunch of guys, and I've got a machine gun, and isn't it great? To the reality of, there are real people involved, and that's what's unique about the experiences, because there's so rarely that you get such a human connection to what it is that you do. We can intellectualize it, and we analyze, and we deconstruct, and we kind of, I can do this, and how do I want to? But these people were real, and we suddenly had a massive responsibility to those people. And I think that comes back to what Rich is saying about, his experience, and even Matthew saying about his, because that doesn't go away. That sense of responsibility, that sense of connection to a real person who went through something enormous that we feel like we got an understanding of, because the programs are so fantastic. They connect you as much as they can to the wartime experience through the humanity of these guys and that relationship and how connected and what a band of brothers they really were. That's what makes the war real for us. It's interesting because I remember on the patrol, the episode The Patrol that David Leland was directing, that he started making decisions about people being on the patrol that weren't. He just started cherry picking characters, and for those of us whose veterans or characters were actually on the patrol, it was kind of like, wow, I've got to start fighting for my place. Fortunately, Randleman, Cudlitz, was like, I'm having none of that. I mean, the English guys were a little bit more kind of like, oh, this is awkward. That's a little bit of a sticky situation. Randleman was like, fuck that. And I remember him going to front Leland and absolutely telling him, in no uncertain terms, these are the men that were on that patrol, and they are the men that should be in that episode. Yeah. And you can't just cherry pick the characters that you like because you want us to have an episode full of those guys. It was these guys, and they're the ones, and it did, and it all reverted back
Dexter,
to what.
I was originally on that. Malarkey was originally on that patrol, and I was so fucking happy when I found out he wasn't, because that was like 2 weeks of night shoots in the water, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Rick Warden, you all sacrificed glory to some extent. Did you regret it when you saw it on screen afterwards?
No, I had egoistic ones for a year or two after we made it, and because of what this is, Tim referred to it earlier on, the fact that we're all here now talking about it 20 years after we made it, those regrets disappeared a long time ago. I don't have a single regret. I don't regret a frame of it anymore. For 2 years, I beat myself up with decisions I could have made, and hey, this thing would be really good if only I wasn't in it. I was wrecking this whole flipping battle scene. You know, those things are ludicrous, and we've all had those, I'm sure.
Because the thing about it, at the time, it felt like it was about us, but it's not about us. It's not about us. We have it as a shared experience as a group of actors that we went through something was great, but it's bigger than us. It is. It's about those guys, and we represented those guys. We represent those guys in a big way, in a small way, in a fleeting way, that's what's so amazing about it. You know, that's the great thing for us. We got to represent them.
I represent Malarkey, Ross Liebgott, Speight, whoever you played.
Historians have been basically lining up to say good things about the show. Veterans have been lining up. I mean, of all wars, all nations saying, "Oh my God, it's brilliant." You guys are happy to come and talk about it. That doesn't really happen very often. You get the shows that the public like, but the veterans say, no, it's all just Hollywood, or the historians think it's ridiculous. There was really something special that it appealed across the board. And that was all due to the Dale and writers and Tom Hanks and what you guys all brought to it. So it's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, there was definitely a seriousness. I mean, you know, we had a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. You know, we enjoyed each other's company, and there was a lot of laughter. But when we got on set, there was a real sense that we wanted to get that right. We wanted to tell these stories. We wanted to get the authenticity bang on. And you know, as I say, we had a responsibility. We met, you know, those vets, a lot of the guys that were still alive when we were making the show. They came to set, and to see their emotional reaction to us walking around in the uniforms, to the German, to the actors that were portraying the Germans walking around in the uniforms, to seeing those sets, and to see them emotionally affected by the authenticity was quite staggering.
Rene, it was a hard slog on set, wasn't it?
You know what's funny for me, and it goes along saying with what Mike was saying earlier, and this point, I think we're so young. I mean, I was 30, but this was like my big break, you know. And here I am walking on or marching on this tarmac. We're about 100 yards away from the nearest camera, and then we're marching in our wool and our wool uniforms, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell am I doing here? I thought I was hired as an actor. I'm a freaking extra, you know? Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? And I'm just like, just miserable, cold in the rain. I'm marching. I don't really know what I'm doing because everybody else has been marching beforehand. I'm there new, kind of. I'm just bitching and moaning. And Bull he goes to me, Rene, what the fuck are you talking? What are you complaining about? You're getting paid to be in this miniseries. as an actor. You could be back home flipping burgers, doing whatever the fuck you're doing. And at that moment, my whole perspective of what what I was there for completely changed. And I give a lot to Mike just because he just put me back. He just put me in my place, and I was like, thank you. Yes, I could be on a roof, roofing a house. I could be in the freaking attic, which I was, doing this whole like flooring in this attic in 110-degree heat, you know. When I got the call that I got the job. So I was like, yes, I'm blessed. Even though it's cold and miserable, you know, so that definitely, yeah.
You were cold and miserable and employed at that point.
And at that point, I was extremely grateful for what I got. Yeah, definitely. One of my favorite moments.
Ben, did you have work to do in the evenings too?
And I also remember early days, we were given a lot of research material. I mean, I remember being given a whole pack of research about Walter Gordon when I was at boot camp. And when I had the opportunity, which wasn't very often, I used to sit on my bed and just kind of read through it. We had all the transcripts from Stephen Ambrose's interviews. And that was really special to be able to kind of go through that with a fine tooth comb. And it was, you know, I mean, to have that much research for an actor is just like, you know, it's like gold dust. You can just, you know, almost inhale all of that detail. And then when we started doing, you know, some of the scenes, we could then say, well, actually in the research material, this is what Gordon actually said. This is what I should be wearing in this particular scene. This is what, you know, as far as he was concerned, this is what happens. So we were able to dictate to a certain extent some of that detail over to the directors who came in for 1 or 2 episodes. And I remember having a conversation with Phil Alden Robinson, who directed episode 1, because obviously he had sort of arrived quite late. So I think Steven Spielberg was due to direct the first episode, and then he had to pull out. So Phil was a bit of a late entry. And I remember going in one by one and having a conversation with Phil, and he sort of said, you know, talk to us, you know, give us any information that you've picked up over the last few weeks. And I just remember sort of being able to kind of, you know, reel off a whole load of detail about some of the research that I was reading, and you know, that was really useful.
For some of you, it was over midway through. How did it feel to leave everyone behind? Peter O'Meara, who played Lieutenant Dyke.
The worst thing was going home. I didn't want to go home. I just wanted to be there all the time. And when I could, I would ask to come in on days off just so I could watch and learn, because there's a lot to learn.
Mark, of course, Paul Dukeman dies.
Yeah, it was really sad. I mean, I had to go back maybe 3 weeks later to do some pickup shots, and obviously the production had moved on by then. And it was weird walking back onto the set, just seeing everybody, and then also seeing people that had been killed in between my time of leaving and going back to do the pickup shots. And I was like, "So where is so and so?" And they're like, "Oh, he's dead." And it was kind of, it was freaky. I mean, it was a very, I don't know, emotional production to be on, because everybody took it very seriously. And yeah, when people died, they were missed.
Ben, you're another one whose character was written out in line with real events.
Yeah, it was difficult. I think, I mean, one of the last scenes that I shot was pretty much the last scenes in Bastogne anyway, for Gordon when he got injured in the foxhole. So that was a very emotional, they were very emotional scenes to play anyway. So it was almost like, you know, the emotional stuff I had to do kind of on set in the scenes, being dragged out of the foxhole and then being rushed off to the aid station, you know, was very emotional to play. But it was also emotional because we knew, well, the guys that knew that they were finishing on set were sort of saying goodbye to this sort of epic sort of situation that we'd been in for however many months. And I mean, they shot out of sequence, so I was there for, I can't remember it in all, probably about 4 of the 6 months, and it was very emotional to leave. But again, just to have been part of it was just special in itself. I mean, it must have been difficult for Bart because he'd only just arrived, and episode 3 is very early on. But to have done sort of 6 out of the 10 was special, to just have been part of it and to have formed those kind of bonds. And as I say, I think when I left, I can't remember what I went back to do. I think I went back and I was busy doing some stuff anyway, so that took me out of that headspace for a while. And then we had the wrap party. So we all called back and we got back together, and it was all as if we'd never kind of left. So it was emotional to leave, But you know, it was one of those things that, you know, you were just really grateful to have been there in the first place.
Bart Raspoli, you played Ed Tipper, and you were the first to go in episode 3, really, of the main guys. How did that feel?
Awful. That's the truth. It was really awful. It wasn't. You know, Ed was the first. I think he was the first Toccoa man to sort of, you know, leave the war. But it was absolutely awful, because again, we've done all the boot camp, and you've been a part of this thing, and we created this bond between all of us. That's why we're here today. You know, in literally in 10 days, or 11 or 12 or 13, however everyone remembers it. But yeah, it wasn't. I remember this apprehension, this dread of like, oh shit, this is, you know, I'm out of here after that. And the thing is, it's like this in every show that everyone's ever done. It's, you know, when you're done, you're like, that's it, bye, you're done, end of. But it was different for this, because you're like, because of that bond, you didn't want it. I didn't want it. It was awful. It was fucking traumatic. I remember sitting at home thinking, you know, oh God. And then there was the last scene I shot was just in the aid station after Ed's hit, and just lying there. And, you know, you're thinking, oh, maybe, and it's not even like, oh, maybe they'll write in another scene for me. No, they're not, because Ed was, you know, Ed was out of there. You know, he got blown up. He was gone. And it just, yeah, it was absolutely terrible. And I'm sure all the diehard fans know that at the time Shane Taylor was sleeping on my sofa while we were shooting the series. And so he'd go out and come back. Oh, it's great, we did this, and I'd be sitting at home there, just, you know, a bit like lockdown, you know, in a pair of boxer shorts, eating cereal all day long, watching daytime TV, you know, thinking, you know, I should be there. And yeah, it was awful. It really was. It was properly traumatic.
Yeah, three is harsh, isn't it? It's just long enough to get you into the groove and friends with everybody, and then like kicking you out the door.
But we shot 1, and then we shot 3, and then we shot 2 as well. So it was like, for me, it was bang. I was in the groove, and then straight away out.
Oh wow!
And it was and I think I did one day on 2, the jump at the beginning, and that was it. It was, but we shot that. It was overlapping. So I remember the last thing I shot. The last thing I shot was definitely the last scene. My last day on set was the aid station thing. Although I did get called back to train some of the replacement essays that came in. So they sort of got me in. I can't remember who I did it with. Someone else. I can't remember who it was. I want to say Matt Leitch. I can't remember. And we sort of just got called in and said, "You guys fancy training some of the guys, some of the new essays?"
Really?
So I sort of implemented, so we implemented some of the stuff we'd learned at boot camp, and we trained about 20 essays one day.
Yes, Ross, you want to add something?
The one thing that I remember about Bart was because he was the first Toccoa man to leave the show. That was the first time for me, and I'm sure some of the other boys, where one of our guys was going, and it was like, it was too early for us even, you know, and it was like, what do you mean he's got, I mean, we knew what was going to happen to Tipper, you know, we'd all read the book, we knew the scripts, but I mean, I remember the day, you know, we did the big blow up scene, and the fact that we were losing one of our Toccoa men was like a real slog for all of us, you know, because it sucked. We're like, this is going to happen throughout the show. Throughout the show, we're going to lose our buddies, you know, nowhere near as dramatic as the real events, but
but still some kind of semblance of loss, isn't it?
You keep coming out with us, Bart, like over a weekend. And
Because Shane was living on my sofa, so you know, at the weekends I'd always.
But they couldn't not invite you then, could they?
That'd be fucking shitty. It was almost. The thing is, it was almost worse. It was like, you know, and they'd be talking about shit that happened on set, and I'd be like, I felt left out. You know,
well, we were talking to Jamie Bamber last night about getting killed off in Hornblower, and he said that it just isn't the done thing to go and hang around like a loser on set after you've been killed off either.
Oh, really?
I would have done it if it was near enough.
Maybe so. That's why they're sick of me here.
He wasn't on boot camp.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't go back to the set. I never went back to the set. No, that would have been
You
that would
would
have been
you would
like a
just meet
stepping
us. Yeah, you would just meet us at the weekend. That was it.
Yeah, I'd come out on Friday and Saturday night and stuff.
Speaking of social life, you lot tore up London at the weekends, didn't you? Dexter, Fletcher.
They lived in the UK for over a year, these guys. They all moved up lock, stock and barrel to the, they all had their apartments dotted around all over town. They brought their families and everybody came, didn't they? I mean, it was a big undertaking for the Yanks. They sort of, closed up home and moved over. They all had flats, different apartments around the city.
Yeah.
Frank John Hughes in Gloucester Road or something. I don't know where you guys were. I don't remember.
Scotty, you didn't have a kid at that time yet, right? Scott?
My daughter turned Speight. You were at my daughter's first birthday.
I was.
Okay.
The day after we got out of boot camp.
Wow. Okay, because I know Cudlitz and obviously Hughes had kids. And they had them out. They had them out there. I mean, we'd be out running amok and drinking all night, and those guys like, I got to head back at the kids, and we were like, what?
Yeah.
There
were definitely two factions having very different experiences because the majority of the single guys lived on Marsham Street, in that. Right. I don't remember the name of the building. What was the building, Jimmy? What
I don't know. It was a great spot, though. I loved it.
What about downtime on set?
Football out in the field, like there was a field of really long grass, and there was like a football field.
It was a VCR too, right? You remember that story of Donnie Wahlberg?
What? No. Oh yeah. What was he?
One of the special ability extras brought in a tape of the New Kids on the Block in concert and put it on that VCR.
I don't remember that.
Donnie ejected it, smashed it on the ground.
I just remember the Brits all playing football, and then there was some little basketball action going on as well. And
there was
watching Rick Warden try to dribble was a great source of music.
He's an excellent basketball player, and he acquitted himself beautifully. He was sailed through the air like Jordan. He was amazing.
It was almost as fun as watching all the Brits have to learn to play baseball for episode 9. I mean, how to throw out. They made Martin the pitcher.
Oh God, that was just.
You guys were so nervous, like
so
you guys
bad.
Were walking around with like your gloves and your ball. You wanted to practice and practice.
Yeah.
And practice. And that I remember. So.
Even to this day, when I watch it, I'm like, trying to throw a tub of Jello or something. It's like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
I have 3 boys, and my youngest is 8, and so he's learning basketball, and that's a recurring chant at the house. Is that no matter dribbles with 2 hands, picks up and runs with it, I say, well, you're still better than Rick Warden. That's like sort of the.
Rick, have you got any comeback for this?
The truth is, I can remember the Americans playing ball. Whether it was they either, I mean, when we were in Bastogne like a few years ago, Jimmy, I remember you and Rick Gomez fucking shotgunning that flipping American football around in Foy when we were supposed to be being sensible. The Americans, for some reason, just were handier sport-wise. Maybe it's because the sports that we were mucking around with were American. By and large.
Who had the
handball?
The handball bouncing it off the wall hit me in the bollocks one day.
I did
really hard. That hurt a lot.
Yeah, as I'm getting older, man, I'm hearing a lot of stories about me doing it. I was a little prick, wasn't I?
No. You
don't think you did it deliberately. That would have been an impressive shot. I think it was an accident. At least I hope it was a fucking accident.
The way Jimmy sort of said, "Oops," made you think it was an accident.
Back to the filming, you actually got quite a lot of leeway, isn't that right, Peter?
It's one of the rare occasions where if lines didn't specifically work, Damien would kind of switch it to make it fit better. You know what I mean? There was like a bit more loose, like, okay, that doesn't quite work. Why don't we say this? You know what I mean? Where normally writers have the last say on what you say and how it goes. But on this, because we were so deep in the situation, as we actively kept moving, then if the line didn't work, we were allowed to kind of come up with something that sort of kept the energy going. So a lot of the scenes really work because of the actors who were involved and their relationships that have all been worked out, and the energy, right, the connectivity, the magnetism between everyone. That's actually what's sizzling the scenes and moving it forward.
Nolan Hemmings is with us. He played Sergeant Grant. I know Paul has a question for you.
were you a bit annoyed that Chuck Grant's story wasn't told in the end of episode 10? Because I mean, he had an amazing story. I mean, he was paralyzed. He had his own business. He was the 506th representative at the 101st Airborne Association. Would you have liked to have seen his story told at the end?
I mean, I would have liked his story to be told a lot more throughout, but you just can't tell everyone's story to that much detail. You spread everyone out too thin. I think the focus of the producers, the way it was written, was to focus on these key characters and to flesh out as much as they could the other ones that weren't really part of the main narrative of the story. And I was amazed how many people they did cover. I mean, you really got a sense of a lot of the Easy Company men from the series. They did get a lot of time, each of them, but it's just not long enough to flesh everyone out efficiently. And I think that Chuck could have got a bit more of the story told, being that he was a very well-loved member of Easy Company and also a staff sergeant, and went from the very beginning of D-Day right to the end of the war pretty much unscathed. So, you know, I mean, he got to the end, and then he got shot in the head, which is the irony of it. You know, it's sort of terrible for him, but survived that. I mean, that's a pretty amazing story in itself. So I think possibly what was missed for him was a little bit more of how much he was a part of the Easy Company, you know, the longer term Easy Company men who went from D-Day to the end. And they did show obviously him being shot in the head. I don't know if the audience really connected with him enough for that to really hit home as much as it could have possibly in the story. But again, didn't feel at all at the end of it when it was all, when they were doing those parts in episode 10 that he didn't get a say, because it's just, you've got too many guys to cover. You can't cover everyone.
Michael, tell us about the scene with the Dutch farmer.
Yeah, that was, nobody spoke English. I don't know if anybody, like you guys, actually, nobody else was there, so nobody else knows. All you motherfuckers were out doing the photo shoot.
I feel your pain, Michael. I feel your pain.
The gentleman who, and I wish I remembered his name. He played the farm owner. He's some huge Dutch actor. Somebody out there might know, or if they're able to look it up quickly. A couple of people walked up and they're like, "Oh my God, you know who you're working with?" I was like, "No," and they'd say he's an incredibly respected Dutch actor. Done a tremendous amount of theater in Holland and the Netherlands, and he was just amazing. And the idea, or the fact that he couldn't speak any English, literally made that scene completely come alive, because I was trying to communicate with him and he was trying to communicate with me without speaking the language. And it literally, David Nutter, God bless him, just shot it. That was possibly one of the easiest scenes to shoot, because we were just playing the circumstances as they were happening in real time with somebody who did not speak my language and I didn't speak their language.
Jack Wouters.
Yeah, Jack Wouters.
Yeah, I
think you're pronouncing the name.
Wouters.
Yes.
Yeah, man. His awards and nominations section is quite
yeah.
It's got a lot of best actors.
Yeah, he was terrific, and he was like a mountain. I mean, the guy, for me, I'm 6'2", and I remember standing up and I'm like, looking up at the guy. There are not too many people I physically have to tilt my head up to look up to, and he was one of them, and he's about as wide as he was tall, and possibly one of the most gentle souls you'd ever want to meet. It was really wonderful working with both of them. Do you remember on the dike in episode 5 when the Germans were coming over the hill?
Yeah,
that to me was one of the most sort of surreal things to shoot, because you'd actually be tracking a German that you were going to fire at, because they were like, pick a target and fire, and then you'd fire, and then the fucking guy would drop 300 yards away, and you're just like, holy shit, I just killed somebody. For me, it was a really, really bizarre feeling to just keep reloading and finding people and shooting out in the distance, and then seeing them in the same frame, in the same shot, and continuously coming over the hill to see them just dropping in the distance. To me, that was, probably the closest I'll ever get to that type of situation. Knock on wood, dear God, I hope so. But it was very real in a weird way. Did anyone else sort of feel that was there? Am I crazy? I mean, yeah, I'm crazy.
I got that in that stone, Michael. Absolutely, man. On the machine gun when I took over from Smokey, and you saw they just dropped. You pull the trigger and they dropped. It was surreal.
And it's like, what?
Nolan, was it you in boot camp when I shot next to you and you screamed at me for like shooting in your ear? And
No, that wasn't.
Who was that? Tommy? Was that Tommy?
I think it was. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have been me. I never minded.
Okay. It's the funniest thing because here we are in battle and the guy's like, "Excuse me, that was in my ear."
What do you think it's going to be?
Nolan, you're a bit of a thrill seeker. You must have loved it.
Yeah, I had a couple of moments that I saw where it was like, "Ooh, that was a bit close." But of course, you just get on with it because you don't focus on what that moment is. It's not the moment that's happening. So you're just like, unless they stop filming right there, you just keep going. You're just like, "Ooh," and then you carry on.
Isn't that's a little tiny facsimile of what it must have been like a bit, right? I know it's nothing really like it, but you survive and you carry on with the next moment. I mean, really, I can put myself to what maybe people went through in those situations. Were those chaotic fake battles, which weren't dangerous, but they were unpredictable and they were noisy. One of the most unpredictable things was what other people were going to do. I wasn't going to die or get injured, seriously wounded. I may be projecting here and saying that this is how you should have felt, but I definitely felt that.
The funny thing was, there's obviously always somebody who they're focusing on key characters in any one of the episodes, and those key characters are ultimately, there's a narrative going through that particular episode, which really, some people have more of a focus than others. And what I did notice, which I think I noticed also the absolute converse with other actors, was that I didn't even know where the camera was and didn't really care. I was like, I'm doing this, I'm going that way, that's our objective, this is what we're up to. And then, and I do remember during filming the difference between those of us who were very much in the moment and just living that scene and doing it properly, and those who were showboating and being really close to the camera. And I'm not talking about scenes where the camera's focused on them, that's different. It's when we're all just doing a wide, or there's maybe one, and you can tell that there's some of the actors were a little bit more like slowing down to make sure that the camera is on them, and I guess that's the kind of being an actor, is that you are supposed to be on camera, because if you don't get seen, it's not really happening. And I think for me, and I didn't have a huge amount in the show, and I guess I was kind of very much just doing everything in that way, and I didn't really ever know where the camera was. So yeah, that was kind of an interesting side of it. It was the experience for me was much more than I think is seen in the actual show. I was there all the time from the very beginning to the very end. I was there pretty much everywhere. See when you can find me. I did 9 months of filming. There's a handful of moments where Chuck Grant is really
similar for me.
Yeah, but for me the experience was just extraordinary, and I loved it. And looking at it now, or even just afterwards, and being like, well, I'm hardly in it, that really didn't make any difference to me whatsoever.
Peter O'Meara, who played Lieutenant Dyke, what do you remember about filming?
When we prepped to run into the town of Foy, there was a lot of anxious tension, preparation. We didn't really know what was going to happen. They were wiring everything to explode. And I remember just walking through, just rehearsing in my head what was, what the moves would be. And then when we were ready to go, everything went hot, and it just became, I can't even describe it. It's the closest to combat I should ever hope to be near. I mean, it was electrifying. There was just things exploding everywhere, firing this machine gun. There was just noise, fire, and we just ran around. We think we did it 2 or 3 times, and every time we did it, it was incredible. So just that energy, that surge, that everything that you rehearsed kind of goes out the window, because now your actions are quite natural. So just to make it to the haystack, just to give the command, just to avoid the exploding device, and all of that, we're running on raw energy, and that's what's captured in the scene. and Rick and I, stumbling, and halfway through on the way down, we get to the haystack, and then everybody falls in, and George Calil is there, and the whole weapons platoon, we get hunkered down, and every time we shot it, it was just electrified.
I got to say one thing to Maddie really quick, dude. It's 20 years ago, whatever it was. I guess it's 20 years, right, guys? Is it
Yeah, it's 20 now.
Yeah. So 20 years ago, and so you can reflect over 20 years and go, there are some pretty important things that happen to you just on set. Whereas an actor, you go, oh fuck, that was amazing. I just learned 16 things in 4 seconds, and I think I was around something that's gonna touch people or be a part of the iconography of our lives for a while. And it doesn't happen a ton, but you do have them. You have moments of like, oh shit, that was really good. Somebody just brought God into the room, or whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know what it is. The intangible it, right? And I was with Donnie when Spears comes back to relieve Dyke, and when Spears comes into that shot, sitting there in that moment with Donnie, and sort of that scene going on, and I'm trying to think who else is in that scene with us. By the hay bale, by the old,
in 7.
It might have been just me, Donnie, and Dyke, right? Anyway, Maddie, you come running through the woods, and there's a bunch of shells go off, and you come through the smoke of this thing. And I remember Donnie and I looking at the end of that, and just like, we were 9 years old. Donnie and I were 9 years old. And we looked at each other, and we just went like, holy shit, we saw that for real. We were there when that just happened. And then I remember watching the show and then watching the shot and go, nobody could get it. Because you had to be there for real. Like, it fucking happened. And I remember feeling like this little kid in this moment. And so the magic of whatever work everybody put into that to get to that space, and the magic of where Tom and Stephen were, and the whole, I think that was who directed that one? It was David Frankel, maybe, right?
David Frankel.
Yeah. So what David was doing, what everybody was doing, all the work that everybody was doing, to be a part of that and have these little shots that you can look back on and go, oh my God, I lived through that moment. I lived through a moment that was a different angle on what everybody else sees. But Maddie, I remember thinking of you in that moment, that it was one of those proud, really deeply proud moments to be an actor, because surrendering to that moment was just fucking fearless, man. And I remember you coming to us and me going like, holy shit. And you kind of gave us this smile, like, I'm here. You do that, you do that, you do that. No one's dead. Let's go. And it was in the moment, it was just like, holy shit. Like it's beyond words.
I remember when we shot it, the incredible, through the smoke, Spears comes. It is straight out of a Hollywood movie. And I vividly remembered the moment, because it was like, wow, exactly what Rick was saying. Like, oh my God, it just looked incredible. It felt incredible. And when you look at the show, it's still, what a highlight. And to get to be the guy coming through the smoke to the rescue is pretty great, I think, for Matt. So I mean, just me, the performer, there as we shot it, it was an electric.
Well, certainly one of the talisman aspects of acting is you can pick up something that's imbued with so much meaning, and you don't even know until you pick it up, or you can see something happen like that, or you can have a window. It's almost like there's so many portals. It's like you're shooting a film, but you're outside of time in a way. And what Rick was that Rick just talking? That was Rick.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, you got an amazing voice, Rick. Anyway,
do you know what? That moment that Rick's just described so brilliantly, and it was the most mind-blowing thing I've ever seen. And this is my fangirl moment. Alina's going to get hers later. But yeah, I completely fell in love with you in that scene. I was mind blown.
Russ McCall, who played Leibgott, go ahead.
Definitely one of the most iconic scenes in the
yeah.
When everybody talks about favorite episodes, and there's probably two that people really always mention, and mine by far is episode 7. And I think I'm in it for a heartbeat. I mean, I'm not even there, but when I watch it now, 20 years on, I mean, there's just throughout that episode there was iconic moments, and most of them are Maddie and Spears and Lip. I mean, even when Lipton's watching Spears and he's like, and then he came right back, that voiceover, he just ran and came. I mean, it's just, that's the moment for the show. It was really, big icon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I have a natural aloofness, just the way my brain works. That I remember Rick Gomez and other people would just so hey Spears, where are you? What are you thinking about? What are you doing? You okay? You all right? Yeah. Because I'm off, feeling something intrinsically. So I guess that lended itself to playing the character. I'm sure you all had moments like that where you just kind of zone out in the middle of shooting, and you feel like you're lost in time, so to speak.
Yeah.
You're not. Yeah.
Do you get him? He's a complex man.
Why people do what they do in a given moment is anybody's guess. Let's say Spears knew after a couple of payphone calls with his wife back in England that things weren't going well. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe he felt suicidal. Maybe he was like, he didn't care. He didn't care what happened. Maybe he's like, I feel terrible. Let me do it. Who knows what plays in the hearts of men at a given moment? I mean, honestly, my belief now is that everybody's God doing business as everybody, and we're all here having these experiences. We're all kind of God in a collective, creating this tapestry of what is consciousness, So why do we do what we do? I don't know. Why did Spears run across Foy? There's a lot of circumstances. As actors, we try to produce as much as that as we can in the background before we get to the stasis of the scene. We try to create the backstories that will make us believable for an audience and suspend that disbelief and root it in something that's got a vibrational frequency of truth for us, because we wrote that letter to ourselves, or whatever you did to make it real for you so that it's believable for an audience, So I know that I went to Foy and I looked for a place where Spears might have made that run. And it was the only place I could find is it was a lot further than it was on the day. When we shot it, it was a couple of cornfields. When in the town of Foy, it was like a marathon. It's like, so it wouldn't have been as dramatic in real life from what I saw. Now maybe everything had changed. I don't know, but I actually went to the town of Foy. I saw the depressions in the forest. It's probably pretty crazy to be walking around there because they say there was still shells that were unexploded and all of that stuff, but I had to see. So who knows? I mean, and I think a lot of it, people characters got thrown under the bus for dramatic effect. And definitely. So the actors that portray them, at least in regards for that, I've had that happen to me. I've been cut out of films that I got. I was so excited I got a film and I'm on the editing floor. It could be my performance. Maybe you just keep moving forward. If I thought about it, I wouldn't be thinking about the things I should be thinking about. So when it's something so epic, you're gonna have regret that character got thrown under the bus, but we all do our part to serve the overarching theme, which is to honor the men that actually did this, that fought such a great evil in the world. And hopefully we'll get to the day where we don't have to make war movies anymore, ever again.
Peter, we've mentioned you played Lieutenant Dyke, and to make Spears look that good, your character had to suffer, right?
But from the writer's point of view, I think it's sort of difficult. Like look, all of us would wish that our characters had been discussed or discovered, or what am I saying? That there was more. Yeah. There was more for Smokey Gordon. That there was more for Lieutenant Dyke. That there was more for. But in the end, you have to tell it from somebody's point of view, and it's really Winters, right?
What do you make of what happened, Peter?
Look, I'm going to just read something from the book, because as I prepped to talk to you today, I just took out the book. I haven't read it in a while. Mm-hmm. But here's a quote from The Breaking Point, which is, "There's no such thing as getting used to combat," the Army psychiatrist stated in an official report on combat exhaustion. "Each moment of combat imposes a strain so great that men will break down in direct relation to the intensity and duration of their exposure. Psychiatric casualties are as inevitable as gunshot and shrapnel wounds. The general consensus was that a man reached his peak of effectiveness in the first 90 days of combat, that after that his efficiency began to fall off, that he became steadily less valuable thereafter until he was completely useless." So, it's in the book. It's in Stephen Ramsey's book. It's all there. It's the pressures that Dyke folded under are not unique to him. It's happened to other people. And in fact, when I was in Normandy last year, I got to spend some time with some great people from the 82nd Airborne. And one of them, he said to me, what your character does, I've had that actually happen. He was a sergeant. He said, I had a commanding officer who, during an exercise drill, it was a live fire drill, froze, just totally froze. And somebody else had to come in and take over. And he got back eventually, but it's not unusual. It does. In the kind of epic nature of Band of Brothers, I suppose Dyke gets blamed or carries the weight of this. It's much heavier, right? Because in the storytelling, the mistakes that other people made or the faults that other people had are not portrayed, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think what gets lost, I would say, although I understand that there's not much time when you're making a drama, what gets lost is the humanity. So what we did film was we filmed Dyke leaving. There was a voiceover about Lieutenant Dyke leaving. There was a voiceover about his promotion afterwards. I think essentially he's not a bad person. He's not a traitor. He's not, right?
I think you've summed it up, I think, perfectly and eloquently, because apparently you have said that, rightly or wrongly, he has been judged forever by the worst day of his life.
Exactly. That's it.
Woody,
that's it.
Just to bring in you said that he had 2 Bronze Stars, one of them just a few days earlier, and that's not shown. And the fact that he's wounded is not shown either. So what has been dropped of Dyke to make the story that we admittedly all love so much in Band of Brothers, but at what expense for Lieutenant Dyke?
Well, I called Reg Jans, who's the best Baston guide, to check my facts out this afternoon. And Dyke is a casualty, no pun intended, of bad timing. I mean, he had done Normandy, he'd done Market Garden, he earned a first Bronze Star in Uden in Holland for coordinating a patrol under fire in an incident that actually sounds remarkably similar to the Foy action. And then on January the 3rd, which is the same day Wild Bill Garnier and Joe Toy lose their legs, Dyke is decorated with a Bronze Star, a second one, for pulling 3 men out under small arms fire, which was a patrol across the road towards Noville. And by the time the attack comes in on Foy, he's been, as Peter so wonderfully said, he'd been on the line since Normandy, and he was definitely wounded in that attack near the haystack. Clancy Lyle of 3rd Platoon, who's not portrayed in the show, said that he saw the hit go into Dyke's shoulders, so he's physically wounded. And and within a few days of it, he loses command of the company, although only in a promotional way. He gets promoted up to regiment and then ends up becoming General Maxwell Taylor's aide-de-camp. So he had a good career, but it's just that in the process of the show, there's no backstory. Peter comes into the show. There's no, Peter, as he said, there's a narration at the end of saying he went on elsewhere. But when he joins the company, there's no narration saying, and Dyke was a veteran of Normandy and Holland. He's brought in with the audience understanding he's a novice when he isn't. So, and we think it's because they just didn't research him properly, because they believe there were no Dyke family members alive, and they kind of went by the testimonies of people like Lipton and Garnier who didn't like Dyke for whatever reason, and mainly because it's timing. As I said, he comes in, they've lost Winters to the battalion, they've lost Heiliger, and everybody's on short tempers, everybody's knackered and exhausted and fed up, and he comes in and he could have come in and given them all $100 each personally. They still wouldn't have liked. He's joining a team when they've been playing together as a team for so many weeks and months, and here comes the new kid. And it's very
He's
hard.
on a complete hiding to nothing, isn't he?
Exactly. It's like you're a football girl, Alex. It's like a player coming in to Chelsea from Tottenham. You're hated at the beginning. It doesn't matter how good you are. You're coming in with baggage. I'm not comparing World War II to football, but Dyke is just a casualty of he comes in at the wrong time.
Peter, so Dyke died in 1989. So did they believe that there were no family? Have any family come forward since the programme, or is it still that we don't know anything about his descendant?
I remember Scotty, some of the guys would be talking with their real counterparts, and I thought, wow, that's amazing, that you have Phil Garnier on the other end of the phone and you can talk to him. There was certainly no line of communication for me. I think about that. I think about his family and what they must feel about the betrayal. I don't think it's entirely fair, but they're just, they're telling a story, and as Woody rightly says, it is a bit slanted as to whose opinion that's not just Dyke, but obviously so bullish, So, I mean, the blessing, even though, yes, I play the guy that nobody likes and all that stuff, it's one of the more memorable, for better or worse, is a memorable moment in the story. I'm grateful for it. I miss that people think that Dyke died. That's the general, people like, oh, then you died behind the haystack. And he didn't die. That's some editing. And I think also the labeling of a coward is just not very helpful. I think in this day and age, if you really want to talk about people and humanity and understanding, because that's where we're going, right? That's, as we mature, that's where we want to be. We want to have a broader understanding of the real toll of combat. He didn't run away. He just, under the pressure of the moment, didn't know what to do. That's very human. And okay, Barty, how do you portray that? Does everyone go, oh, poor Dyke? No, obviously that's the mission is the mission. And I think, as Willie has said, he was just a victim of circumstance. He was not the right guy for that particular job on the day. It happens,
And maybe if he'd have been the feature of episode 7, then it would have been portrayed very differently. I mean, it is art, isn't it? It's
exactly like Mark Warren's character. That has a much more sort of human touch to it, doesn't it? And
he had his story arc, didn't he? The Blythe had his redemption, didn't he? But Blythe had a visible on-screen redemption of volunteering for patrol. Whereas Dyke's, not that Dyke needed a redemption, but anything that happened to Dyke was off-screen, so there was no conclusion to it. So Blythe is similar story, but Blythe has that denouement to it, which is the difference, I think.
When you're meeting people at the signings, I've had one or two where they automatically think that you're that guy. They go, oh my God, you're horrified to see Lieutenant Dyke. And I'm laughing because, how else am I supposed to do it? Look, I wasn't there. I'm sorry. But that's the story you carry. You hear that, that people just see you through they don't see the actor. They just see what they see, don't they?
To me, though, they're not the ones who matter. It's nice that they show up, but if they don't comprehend it, the people who matter did. Tell us about Dick Winters.
Meeting Winters and him giving me his nod of approval and saying, you did a great job. That moment I will treasure for the rest of my life. It was incredibly moving.
Did that mean more because of the way that you had to portray Dyke as well, to have that from someone who knew him?
Absolutely. I felt incredibly, I was in awe, obviously, in meeting Winters. I feel incredibly guilty. I'm sort of feeling shy of trying to say anything. I'm the guy who carries the story of the guy who hurt the company, right?
Uh-huh.
Wow. These are the real veterans. They welcomed me. And that was something,
Let's talk again a bit more generally about filming.
How real did it all feel, Ben Caplan, who played Smokey Gordon?
It was very real, and it was quite a dangerous place to be. Obviously they walked us through where explosions were going to be and made sure that people did get injured. But for me, I sort of just loved the enormity of it, because it just made me think, well, actually, I don't need to worry too much about imagining what this must have been like. I'm kind of living it. And I've said this before to people I've spoken to about Band of Brothers. It was the best history lesson for me as a human being about the realities of war, in reading the material, in being on those sets and actually reliving the experiences of that many people running around. There were tanks and mortar explosions going off, and it was a very, very scary and very intense experience. But it meant that you were giving an experience of what it must be like for anybody to go through that situation. And again, I think that's shown in the performances that you just feel like those guys are really going through what they went through, and that authenticity and that detail just helped our job as actors.
Philip Barantini, you played Skinny Sisk.
whenever there was explosions or gunfire, that was all, you know. Nowadays, when you have like a gun on set and it's fired, usually you can either fire blank still, but the usually they don't use blanks. They just use it's like I don't know what it is, but it's like an air pistol sort of thing. It doesn't really make a sound, and then they put the sound effect in later. But with the weapons that we had, the M1 rifles, they were real. They were discontinued actual World War II M1 rifles that we were using. So they made the noise, the exact sound. You know, the only thing that was different was the sort of kickback on the gun didn't happen, so you had to fake that. But the rest of it was completely real. I mean, explosions and everything that's going on around you. You know, it's so high. The adrenaline is so high that, you know, you've got a set piece to do where you have to run from one end of the street to the other, or to go in a building and take a building out and do that kind of thing. And, you know, you rehearse it. And when it comes to actually filming it, it's like literally like you're about to go to war. You're like, the energy is so high. So it felt completely real. Like, you know, obviously, you know, you're not in too much danger because of the health and safety aspect, but anything could go wrong.
Yes, Rene Moreno, who played Joseph Ramirez.
We felt safe with everybody in charge.
Yeah,
however, we knew that we could hurt ourselves really easily if we didn't pay attention. You know, we had to listen. Yeah. And we had to make sure we followed our marks, especially when we knew where the mortars were. And then they said, okay, we're going to shoot the scene in 5, 4. And they took out the markers and we're like, holy shit, where are the mortars? Holy crap. And we're running through this field and things are going off on, you know. But we had to really pay attention. Yeah.
Tim Mathews, who played Alex McCall.
I don't know how anyone else feels about this, but I remember the very first time there was any kind of firefight at boot camp, and I think maybe it was that one we'd done a night maneuver. We'd marched throughout the night. We didn't know where we were going, how long it was going to take.
Thursday night.
Nobody knew where we were going.
Nobody knew.
A big firefight
Right.
in the pitch dark. I nearly pissed my pants. I'm not exaggerating. There was a very genuine feeling of terror that I had. It was really primal, and it wasn't, you know, I could rationalize it away, and I knew that there were blanks, and I knew that I was in no danger, but fuck me.
But how near were you to Matt Settle, man? Settle emptied 2 flipping clips on his Tommy gun in that.
We'd all been trained not to
a night attack alone.
Anyone's faces, and everyone forgot that, because I swear to God, I'd nearly lost an eye and an eardrum and God knows what else. But yeah, that's frightening.
I really do need to say that episode 9 has had a huge effect on my life. It's why I've become a concentration camp historian. It's really moved me, but what I saw, I didn't want that to happen to other people, for it to be forgotten. And Ross in particular, your performance was so influential. I need to know, how did you prepare for the scenes at the camp?
Good question.
So we knew episode 9 was coming, and we knew what it was going to entail. And I think most of the boys will say this in certain episodes where they had more to do in. So certainly like 8, 9, and 10 were pretty heavy for Liga. And so I knew that they were coming up. And I knew what 9 was going to be about. And we didn't really get the scripts that early in advance. But if you were heavily involved in a particular episode, some point would take you to one side and sneak something or talk to you about something. So I knew it was coming up. I also knew it was going to be really German heavy. And I don't speak German. And so I knew that I had this big, various speeches in German that I had to learn with the dialect when it translates. And then there were discussions about whether or not I should go to one of the camps beforehand, like, on a weekend to go and have a look at Dachau or Landsberg. There was only one left of the 7. And after a lot of thought, I decided again, because I wanted to relate how it would have felt for the guy seeing this thing for the first time. We wanted to capture that on camera. So we knew that they were building the set. It was close by to base camp, but it was still, in the middle of the woods. But we all chose not to see it until the camera started rolling. And so we knew that they were building it. We knew what was coming. I remember reading the script and being really, really affected by the script, like everybody was. And the show was a show, but it was a real bond between us all. So there was a lot of laughs. We had a lot of good times. And when 9 came around, everybody just sat in it a little bit more. Because, these guys didn't know what they were going to walk into. Nobody knew about the concentration camps. The higher ups did, but the grunt soldiers themselves, nobody knew what it entailed. And if you ever spoke to any of the vets, they're all they kept it in their chest a little. They wouldn't really divulge much information. So it was all your own research, really, to get us to that place. And I remember the night before the camp, I had learned the German that I needed to learn. And I got a phone call from the producers and the translator saying, "We've got it wrong. We've given you the wrong dialogue. It's not right." And I was like, "We shoot this tomorrow." And they're like, "Yeah, I know. And this is the correct dialogue." So we learn this whole speech. So as an actor, there's a part of you trying to remember your lines, going, "I got to go and do this thing." But also as a human being, you convey what that was going to be like, seeing something that nobody had any idea what it was. So there's that great scene with my, Paul, and I think Crispian, and I think Perko was there. I can't remember, there's a few others. They walk out of the woods and they actually see the camp for the first time, but the audience don't see it. And I remember all of us just having that reaction when we saw this film. It was incredible. The director was Franco again, so he's the same guy here. And David had family in the Holocaust, so it was really important to him to get it right. And I remember us all just showing up and seeing this pure devastation. And like everything else in the show, they handled it with such authority and such respect, but also just such brilliant detail. So, the smoke that you see, they had a lot of very frail folks there, being our background actors. They added some body makeup to some of them. They did a little bit of green screen with some of them. Some of them were animatronics. And of course, there was just like an abundance of bodies and mass graves. So it was a very, very strange thing to walk in. So, asking how did I get there? It was very easy just by looking at it. Seriously, like just by watching what these actors were bringing, what the script was bringing, the mood on the set was pretty dense. And so to get into that mindset, you can only imagine what it would be like for somebody to come across this for the first time. Now, add on top that Joe was a Jew, and add on top that, he had German family in his blood. I just found this incredible juxtaposition of this, American soldier who speaks German, who is Jewish, who's finding out for the first time that his people are being persecuted. And, but that was all in the writing. So seriously, it was about showing up, and everybody just was affected by it the way that you see.
I know that we wanted to send this round the room as well. If any of the others, because Alina wants to know, like, what was the feeling? Because it's a brave thing to do, not to let yourself see it before you started shooting it, but it must have been harrowing.
Philip, talk to us about arriving on set.
The way we arrived on the set was we were all put onto the trucks, and we were driven there. And there was cameras on. There was a bunch of cameras, some on the trucks with us, and some sort of hidden in places that I didn't know. Nobody knew where they were. And it was our initial first reaction of seeing the camp that they built, and it was just like I can't explain really. You sort of you forget that you're acting, and you forget that you're in a movie, and you forget that these people who are playing, these victims are actors as well, because they were so realistic and it was so well done. The emotion was real that we felt. Certainly for me anyway, it was heartbreaking. and you know, a lot of us had to sort of once we cut the cameras, and that was the, you know, we knew what we were coming into. Now it was a lot of us had to go away and just sort of process what we just seen, and also, you know, remember that it's a film, we're filming and it's not real, but also remember like that the horrific things that did happen for real. You know, that was definitely weighing heavy on me personally during that whole segment. It was really tough.
Yes, Robin Laing, who played Babe Heffron.
It was, yeah. It was really somber. I remember vividly. It was really somber period, because by that time we'd been together for a long time, and not only were we working together all week, we were all going out at the weekends and you know, partying together and eating together, and you know, we were spending all of our time together. So we were close, and we were having a lot of fun. We were all young, and you know, it was a really happy set, you know, despite the subject matter. But I remember that period being really quite somber and I guess respectful, you know, because it was a really stark set, and those extras and the animatronics, and yeah, it was very respectful and kind of restrained, and I think a lot of people were quite kind of reflective and ruminative over that. Over that, you know, while we shot those sequences. I think today's the liberation of Koffering, isn't it? It is. I think today is the anniversary of, I think it's the end of April anyway.
Yeah, it would be.
Koffering, the one that Easy Company helped to liberate. Easy Company didn't arrive for a couple of days afterwards, but I think today's the day. That just occurred to me.
The first time that I went, that I actually went to Landsberg wasn't until probably 18 years later. And like I said, I think there was 7 different camps in Landsberg, only 2 are surviving. Germans got rid of the others, but I remember going there and just having that really surreal moment of, wow, we really got this correct.
Yeah.
So they depicted it on the screen was like everything else that they did. I mean, you know, in Hollywood, we you know, tweaks have to be made for entertainment purposes, but also for, you know, time slots. But on this show, they were pretty damn good at keeping everything pretty much on key.
Yeah, I remember it very like Ross is describing, actually. Very peculiar, because I was in one of the trucks, and just exactly as Ross has said, we'd had the opportunity, we'd turned down the opportunity to see any of the set. So I can't remember how many, it's all a fog of how many days we were actually there for, guys. But I do remember driving along in a truck and thinking, I don't know what we're going to see. I know what we're going to see in a macro sense, but actually micro-wise, I don't know what it looks like. And then just pitching up. And I just remember it being very quiet there, incredibly quiet. And then, as Ross says, lots and lots of extras, and I don't know whether they must have been primed beforehand to that whole sequence of giving out the food at the gates, and when the gates were opened, and yeah, yeah, I think I need to pass from there.
Yeah.
Someone
I just want to say thank you so much, because you guys, all of you, had some sort of input into who I am today. So, especially Ross with the scenes.
Alina, that's so sweet, darling. Thank you very much.
One of the actors was convinced he could smell. He remembered there being a smell being pumped through of, like, you know, death or something, and the other said no, that there was no smell. He'd convinced himself it was so real.
Yeah,
he managed to add a smell to his memory that wasn't there.
Yeah,
because, you know, because they can't have pumped the smell out. That would be ridiculous.
No, I mean, I know they have these they're like gas, what do you call them? Like it's like a smoke machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it's to create, like, you know, atmos in the air sort of thing. And I know that they had a lot of them around, so there was like smoke going through and stuff like that. But and then you have a distinctive smell, but certainly don't smell of, you know, of death. So yeah, that's you know, a lot of actors have their own process and their own way that they work. And, you know, there was a lot of actors on Band of Brothers that were fairly method. The method technique is basically you become that character and you believe 100% that you are that person. So I can believe that, you know, that certain people would have that, it would have that effect on them, and you would believe that you could smell it.
This episode, perhaps more than any other, relies on artistic license. How did the veterans feel? Scott Grimes, who played Don Malarkey.
No shit. This is who Don Malarkey was as a human being. As you know, I expected, at least, you know, when he saw the whole series, to maybe a compliment. Not that I wanted it, but maybe, you know, he goes, "Thank you," whatever. The first thing Don Malarkey said to me when he saw the series is, "I was not at that concentration camp, and I'm very upset that you were there." And that's he wasn't there. And there's one small scene in episode 9 of me walking through and with the handkerchief over my mouth, and Don Malarkey never said great work. He said, "I'm very upset," because that's a huge thing to those guys that liberated that camp. And he said, "I wasn't there. I had the flu," and I felt really bad because it was too late by then.
Yes, Jimmy Madio, who played Frank Ponte.
When episode 9 came and I first read that script, that was the first time I went, oh my God, you know, after all this time been working, Frank's got some stuff in here. This is great. And I'm reading it I'm just thinking concentration camps, he's running to find Winters, single handed, like all this stuff, and this replacement O'Keefe. And I called Frank right away and I was like, "Frank, here's what's going on. This is what's going on with the with the show." And Frank said the same thing. He was like, you know, "No, I didn't find the concentration camps. I was still, you know, I didn't single-handedly find them. I didn't run back to HQ. I didn't do any of that." Meanwhile, I've been reporting back to the producers all the time, like, well, Frank was really crazy about hygiene, and that's why he did the toothbrush and the hair, the scissors, all that shit. So they were like listening to what I was saying, the production. Same thing with what, you know, Speight said about Muck going back, and they would add it in if it worked. And I remember going back to them, and this is actors kind of, you don't do this, but at the same time, you didn't want to fuck it up so bad. Like, you didn't want to swing and miss and be smoking a cigarette, and then your veteran never touched a cigarette in his life, and throughout the series you have a cigarette in your mouth, and he's got to watch this thing and look like, oh man, that sucks. Like, this kid is playing me. I never touched him. I was against him. I lost a family member smoking. Anyway, so when that episode, I went to Franco was doing 9, and I was like, David, I spoke with Frank Picanti. He never ran back to HQ and did all this, and, you know, he never did that. I said, you know, I'm just telling you what it was. I don't know if it's going to change. I don't know what needs to happen, but Frank didn't single-handedly find the concentration camps. And it was just sort of creative license. It's like, hey, man, here's what it is. It's a little too late. It is what it is. And Frank was very easygoing, you know, and he was like, oh, yeah, it is what it is. And he brushed it off. He didn't really, you know, think much about it. You know, Malarkey wore a lot on his sleeve, so he was verbal about it. Frank was more like, nah, I don't, you know, it is what it is. But
we spoke to John Orlov, actually, and he was saying that the guys wouldn't talk about it. So that one, more than any of them, is creative license. He said, I think it's 2 paragraphs in the book because I don't remember that. I don't want to talk about that. And so he literally had to go from nothing to craft that episode. He was told, this is your time span and it has to have the concentration camp in it. Go make it happen. And that was basically, he had 2 paragraphs to work on. Scott, when you look at the character arcs over the show, Malarkey is possibly the soldier who changes the most, from happy-go-lucky at Toccoa to a kind of jaded combat veteran you see at the end. How much of that change was in the script, and how much did you bring it as an actor?
I got really lucky, and here's why. I got really...
Sorry.
Oh, I got really lucky because, one, it was written from before I even went to boot camp. I saw this thing, you know, on the page. And then 2, my episodes that I did that Malarkey had to go through what he went through came at the fucking time where I personally, Scott Grimes, was hating this and wanted to go home, just like maybe he wanted to go home. And also, you know, when Muck and Pincala, that they left. Tim and Richard weren't there filming for a while. So I was
lonely, and it all just kind of worked out, luckily for me, because I mean, I could sit here and tell you, yes, I went and did so much research and went into myself and stuff. No, it just luckily.
That was the last episode that was shot, though, as well, wasn't it? 8 is the one where I think you're talking about. Is 8
exactly
is really
right.
And it must have been, these guys have been away from home for 10, 11 months. You know what I mean? It's like, for us, we all got to go home to every night to our own beds and stuff like that, which is, but it's that, I don't know. I mean, just keen into what you're saying is like, it must have been so near, but so far away still. And
so when I did that, like in episode 8, when I did that shower scene, it's just me in the shower. I was fucking miserable, man. I mean, it was
best
cold.
scene in the show, man. Best scene in the show.
I'll do it right now, man.
Stop it! Any chance he gets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember this or not, Scott. Scotty, you said something to me, and I don't know if you remember or not, but it was when we were watching the episodes kind of line up, because we shot episode 8 last. And I always remember you turning around and saying, man, I sort of wish we had known exactly where the scripts were going to go, because there was a difference in our arcs. And it's true, like you and I in 9 and 10 are very different to how we are in 8. Because we shot 9, 10, then went back and did 6, 7, 8. And by that time we got to 8, we were like weary and war-torn and all that jazz. And 9 and 10, we were still kind of in a different mindset. And that was always interesting to me to hear that from you, because I agreed with you.
Episode 10, Scott, the location got your seal of approval, didn't it?
Making 10 in Interlaken, Switzerland was just like a gift.
Yeah.
That was like
came on the train, Scotty. You came on the train. I remember coming again.
It's a perfect kind of where we were as brothers, having spent all this, time together. I fell asleep and missed the plane, and so I got on a train with my buddy, who was just visiting from the States. And I took this gorgeous train for hours and hours, and I get off in Interlaken at like 10 p.m. at night. I remember it looked like this little, exactly what I would expect this little town to look like. And I get off and I look to my right, I look to my left, and I say, okay, I guess I'll go to the left. And I'm going down this street, exhausted, just trying to get to the hotel. And Ross comes out of this bar. You remember this, buddy? You come out of this bar, Scotty, we're in a fight with these dudes. Come on. Are you fucking kidding me? But I said, are you kidding me in my head? But then I went, fuck it. I got to do it. It never ended up happening. We didn't end up fighting anybody. But I was like, I'm not a fighter. But now Ross is telling me, help me. We need your help. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. I'm going to help my brothers, man.
Dale Dye did that, though, as much as you all hated his guts in boot camp. That's down to Dale Dye.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Peter Youngblood-Hills, who played Shifty Powers, what's your fondest memory on set?
Can I just say that the one thing I remember with Matthew was I think it was with Ian Bailey, they were singing this song, Pardon Me Boy, is that the Chattanooga Choo Choo?
That was named Scott.
Track 29.
We weren't allowed to put it in the show.
Well, that was it.
It's racist.
And I remember that. It was like one of the most beautiful moments, beautiful things. I'm living with a 92-year-old woman at this moment, and we're thinking about a song. I'm not.
Isn't she a cougar?
You might need to clarify this, Peter. Some smutty minds at work.
She's my landlady.
Okay.
My landlady.
Yeah.
And it was a song that we were singing together last night, and I was thinking I was
searching a lot of that stuff, wasn't he? As I remember it, Matt had a load of that
He's a wonderful singer.
Tim?
I remember Scott Grimes singing it. That's what I remember. So forgive me, Matthew, if it was you. But I remember Scott suggesting that Richard, and I do it because we were in the Mortar Squad, and we do it like a little barber shop trio, not a quartet, obviously. And we weren't allowed to because it's racist.
When I heard you, that was after boot camp. I think it was after.
Yeah, Matt. I remember you having it in Austria, in Switzerland, Matt, having that music on a loop.
You were singing it with a group. You were doing a barbershop kind of thing.
Matt, yes.
And Tim, you remember
Scotty Grimes singing it, right? So
I remember.
we're gonna have to get to the bottom of this. Was alcohol involved?
No.
I remember Mathews
Honestly,
singing
it was on set. Scott, Richard, and I were singing it. I remember that.
But Matt, you had a sort of playlist of that stuff, didn't you, during that year?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I grew up singing a lot of that stuff, and
Peter.
I don't think maybe Bailey wasn't singing it, because I don't know if Bailey can sing, but I know you were singing and you could sing, and I was like, that's what I want to hear.
These are entirely separate memories and entirely separate stories.
Maybe they're separate memories. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Matt.
Hey Tim, did you ever get to hear Babe Heffron sing with some of the other vets? They would sing like Mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. You guys remember that?
No.
Yep. Hey, pardon me, boys, but do you want to sing that song now? Pardon me, boys, is that the Chattanooga Choo-Choo? Come on, everybody, 1, 2. Track 29. You can give me a shine.
That's the line.
Can you afford to board the Chattanooga Choo-Choo? I've got my fare. And just a trifle to spare. You leave that Pennsylvania station read a magazine, and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. All right, that's enough. And let's keep going. You know,
You're
I
muted,
missed all of it.
Alex.
I had no idea. This is awesome. Is it really 20 years? Is it?
Yeah, 20 years, Matt.
20 years.
Yeah.
You know, you all know I make my my bread and butter taking people to battlefields, and have done for 20 years. And so it's just that the open question is, what is it like for you guys that you've now had the opportunity, some of you, to return to battlefields? I mean, Robin, you've been to Bastogne, you've been to those places, and Rick, you have as well. And has it changed you? Or do you wish you'd done it before? I mean, what's it actually like visiting the real places? That's it. That's my question.
Well, can I answer that a bit?
Yeah, please do.
Paul, you know that I've got a history degree, but my speciality wasn't anything to do with the Second World War. It was First World War and modern memory. So I actually, during my time at university, had a trip over to the Western Front, and so visited Peronne, sites of the Battle of the Somme and Passchendaele as well, in Ypres, into Belgium. So that experience of battlefields for me, I'd had before, and so it wasn't necessarily new to me. But I guess the difference is, yeah, I was just thinking about modern memory and the show, and I've heard things said on here so far. I think it was Ross who brought up the word detail. I think Michael might have talked about love and the kind of care and attention taken to stuff on the show. And it just strikes me that, so I'm not really answering your question, am I really? I've just gone off on a ramble.
Do it. Ramble away.
But Rick, listen, Alex is going to be your new best friend because she is a World War I historian.
Well, no, but the truth is that... hey, Alex.
Yeah.
The truth is that if you haven't been to the Western Front, you guys, and I know, Paul, I'm sure you'd have done that anyway.
Yeah, of course.
It's something else to visit those sites. And we studied things like, culturally, war memorials. So I remember statues at Ypres that are designed to weep when it rains. And it strikes me that when things are done, because I did so badly at my degree, actually, history as part of my penance has followed me around as an actor quite a lot. But nothing like the way the Band of Brothers history has followed me around. And it strikes me that if a TV show puts that much effort and energy and attention to detail into something, and money too, let's not forget that, it can be a little bit like that statue that weeps when it rains. It can actually form part of modern memory about war. And really, I'm getting back to your question now because I'm beginning to grow my brain again. Those visiting of those sites, isn't it interesting what's going on at the moment with lockdown? I think the First World War used to feel a long way ago to me. A long time ago when I studied it when I was a 19-year-old. It sort of feels closer now. And I think the Second World War, that's it, even more so. It's really not that long ago.
Yes, George Calil, who played Mo Ali.
I mean, there's easy answer and very hard answers to that question, because I'd never seen any of them until you took me, you and Eric, between you.
Good
two,
old Eric, yeah.
Took us on a few very lovely walks and experiences, and I know you sent me a question about this, about why do I come from somewhere far away, and it made me laugh when I read it, Paul, because the very first time I came, I paid for it myself, and the reason that I paid for it was because of I mean, you see it today, because of all of you, because of all of us, because of you, Paul, because of Robin, because of Tim, because of everyone who's on this. I say them because they were right in front of me, not because anybody else. Michael and everyone who's on here. But I think Michael said it. What a great example of choosing people, and these guys are. Band of Brothers changed my life, and it's because of everyone who is involved, not just who's here. But so seeing those sites, I hated war. I really, when I went to boot camp, and I'm sure Tim will, the guys that were there will remember. I said something very stupid to Captain Dye about how come the U.S. Army has the biggest rate of blue on blue in the world, and I got shouted at and kicked out of the mess, and I ran outside. And funnily enough, the one English member of the cadre chased me outside. And at the time, I thought I was being clever. And I didn't think I was being clever. I believed what I said. But then when you see the reality of it, and you see what it really means, and you at least I came to realize that it's the only just war in history. Like, I mean, Rick will correct me, but World War I was fucking Duke's vanities, and but
it's one of those ones where you look at it and there's no one is in the wrong, they just can't agree. World War II, there's something tangible and evil that needs eradicating.
Yes. Bertrand Russell was talking about World War I, and I was listening to him on YouTube, and I couldn't believe it, because they asked him what he would change in history, and this is my favorite philosopher, and he said he would have had the Germans win World War I and not had the Americans get involved, or the British. And he said, I said, why? And he said, because it would have been over quickly and decisively, and millions of young men would not have died. And to come back to what Paul was saying, is that it just, Paul, it brings it home, and you bring it home, brother. And thank you for doing this.
And just as a postscript to that, what I was rambling on about, Paul, what's interesting is when these guys now talk about, when we talked earlier with Matt Settle about the foire scene and the running through, now, and Robin, you'll back me up with this, and all the guys who have seen the spaces, now I see the places in my head, obviously. Mm-hmm. I've been there. So I can see that. I can see that corner of the building that's had the that rifle fire against it in Foire there.
Yeah.
And I can see, I've been to Carentan.
Yeah,
so
Carentan, Dead Man's Corner.
I know how me and Rick Gomez against the wall, and where we pull the pin and run across the rock. I've stood
Rick,
there, man.
Yeah, Rick, I had that with Scotty Gordon 2 years ago when he came to Normandy. We went and we saw the foxhole where Ali pulled Scotty out of the foxhole. Well, pulled his father, excuse me, but pulled his father out of the foxhole. It's a bit.
I mean, in particular, I think Bois-Jacques. The Bois-Jacques.
Yes, that's the one for
so
me.
Evocative that you.
Yeah.
Has ever
I went to Breakwood Manor.
Oh, the wood is just.
Peter O'Meara, who played Lieutenant Dyke.
it's because of the show that we got to go to Brerecourt Manor and get this access to the fields and meet you and get all this incredible kind of information behind the scenes. I'm just fascinated by it. Like it's really something. And when you stand in that field and you look at the gun positions or sort of try and imagine them, well, you sort of get the vibe. When you get the feeling you're in Normandy of what it was like, what it must have been like on those days. It's such an important thing, I think, for young people to go and experience. Or, I say young people because look what's happening in the world. It really, there's a lot of World War II history that's not being taught, and particularly in America, sadly, but it needs to be. The power of historians and retelling and just putting that in perspective for our younger next group, and for the adults and for the youngers, is so important. I'm grateful for what you guys do, and I look forward to bringing my kids there and making them learn something.
Tim, is it right you in particular really got into the history after being in Band of Brothers?
More after joining us, seeing the battlefields.
Yeah.
First trip you came, you were a rabbit in the headlights, weren't you?
Yeah, my first trip to Normandy, which was 2 years ago, was the guy opener. Yeah. There was a huge realization that I hadn't had when we shot it. I was more interested in other things. I've been acting since I was 11, so it was another job, really. That sounds really callous, but I didn't have a huge role. I didn't realise the significance of it when I got cast, so I wasn't hugely ignited by the historical significance of it. That wasn't who I was then. So when I went to Normandy recently, apart from the fact that I hooked up with these guys and remembered what an amazing experience it had been, as if it were yesterday, I finally came face to face with, I guess, some of the more visceral sort of elements of what it may have been like for these guys. So yeah, it absolutely brought that alive. And yeah, I had a few little moments when I was there.
So let's talk about the responsibility. How do you even begin getting ready? Matt Settle, who played Lieutenant Spears.
I guess, I don't know, I absorb the energy of everyone around me.
Yes, Peter?
That question of did you do right by a veteran, I think haunts all of us. Well, certainly me as well.
Go on, Philip Barantini, who played Skinny Sisk.
It was just an honour to play somebody who's been through that. It felt like an honour that we had to sort of, portray these people as best we can and do them justice of what they've done in the world. So yeah, just the whole time when we were shooting, it was just had that in the back of your mind that you've got to do this. You've got to be as respectful as you can and do a good job.
Yes, Jason O'Mara, who played Thomas Meehan, Easy Company commander, who tragically was killed before setting foot in France.
It's hard because, on the one hand, we talk about plot and character. On the other hand, we're talking about what really happened in real life. And what happened to Stick 66 was a tragedy, I mean, it was the command stick and it went down in a fireball. And it burned because of the amount of Bangalore torpedoes on board. It burned for 2 to 3 weeks in a field. And when I was one of the webbing guys on the show towards the end of my time there said, "Are you going to that memorial service in Bouzeville-Plain?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, it's a memorial service next weekend. If you want to go there, they're unveiling a stele, they call it, plaque, a new plaque." And I said, okay, yeah, I'll check it out. So I got on the boat, brought a friend, and I got on the boat and I drove to Normandy, to Bouzeville-Plain, and talked my way into the church, mentioned Band of Brothers, mentioned Steven Spielberg in some pidgin French. And they once they understood Steven Spielberg, they let me into the church. And I was able to be there for the mass, the ceremony, and then afterwards we went outside. And just before they unveiled the memorial, a squad of paratroopers came marching sort of over the bridge and down the hill towards us. And there was a major with them in their full dress, and they brought a bugle as well, and they showed up. This squad of paratroopers showed up for this unveiling of the memorial with full colors, bugle, salute, and it was unveiled, and they played taps, I think, and then they turned around, marched back down the hill and back to their bus. It was just amazing. It was just, you know, it was a really formal, it was formally done. It was classily done. They showed up on time. They did everything they were supposed to do. You know, it was the right way to honor that particular occasion with the right people. Anyway, afterwards, and the memorial's in the shape of the tail of a C-47. Yeah. And afterwards, I was asked by a couple of guys who call themselves the Forced Landing Association, a couple of Belgians, and they said, "Do you want to come and see the field where?"
Oh, I was going to ask you. You've actually been to the field then? Yeah.
Yeah. So I said, "Of course I do." You didn't have to ask me twice, you know. So we walked down to the fields. It was, you know, a quarter of a mile from the church, and I pointed to this very dark patch, and they said, that's where it burned for 2 weeks. Grass still doesn't grow there. And this was what, 2000, 2001? 2000, I think it was.
2000 was the monument, yeah.
Yeah, grass still doesn't grow here. So I was just amazed. And they said, listen, we've spent some time in this field with, you know, metal detectors and such, and we've come across a couple of things. Do you want to see them? I said, sure. And one of the things was a detonated M1 rifle bullet, and he handed it to me and he said, you may as well have this because, you know, this doesn't belong to anybody really. It kind of belongs to the US Army. So you may as well have it. It's no use now. It's damaged. And I was like, thank you. So I have that. I've kept it. It's right over there. And then they handed me this ring, and on the inside of the ring was etched TM. Yeah. Which could only really have been Thomas Meehan, that they found deep in the dirt, in the soil. And I held it in my hand, and that was the moment when I realized that we could talk about character, and we could talk about plot, and we could talk about dialogue, but this was a real man who really lived and really died. And the tragedy of that, you know, that he was in his early 20s. And he was trusted enough to be made the commander of these men, you know. He must have been quite an extraordinary character. And you're right, he probably would have been able to lead them with a great deal of success for quite deep into that campaign. Anyway, I gave the ring back and said thank you. And I asked if there was any way to return the ring to the family, and they said, well, that's what we do. We try to get some of these personal effects that we find from these forced landings, these essentially shot down planes all over Europe, and we try to return them to the families. Sometimes it's hard. Some of the men were so young, they don't have a whole load of, you know, they don't have any progeny. Some of them weren't even married. So oftentimes they're looking for, at this point, grandnieces, grandnephews, cousins, you know, to try to return some of these effects to some degree of family. And it's not easy, but they do a great job, those guys.
It's just to finish that story, it's on display in the museum. It's on display in Carenton. They've got the ring and they've Meehan's dog tag, and there's some other bits and pieces, because they did contact the family. And if I'm remembering correctly, the family said, it's not that we don't want it, it's just that it would be better staying in Normandy so that other people can see it. And so it's on display there.
So, Mark, your character, William Dukeman, dies in Holland, of course, in an incident many of the Easy veterans recalled with great sadness. Have you ever had a chance to visit his grave, and how was it? Do you think there was extra responsibility playing one of the men who were killed?
Well, during the show, I obviously didn't get to meet my character because he died in Holland. And after the show, I felt a sense of guilt, actually, because you get people coming up to you saying what a fantastic job it was, and what a great show this was. And it wasn't me that did these things, you know. It was Jukeman that did these things. So for a long time, I didn't want to go and visit his grave. Now I live in Colorado, which is where he's from. I married a girl from Colorado, so I've been to his hometown, seen where he was born, saw his house where he was born. I got the tattoo of his service number on my arm, and I'm sort of like a Jukeman junkie now. The day I got killed, or my character Jukeman got killed, we shot it only once, and it was a night shoot, so it was middle of the night, pitch black. Tom Hanks is directing that one, and it was just eerie, you know. Like nobody spoke to me hardly, because they sort of knew that it was coming. And after we did the shoot, and I got my chest exploded, all that kind of stuff, I sort of broke down a little bit, had a cry, mostly because the paycheck was ending. But no, it was amazing set to be on, because everything was so real, so realistic.
Richard Speight, who played Skip Muck, was there extra responsibility if your character died?
Absolutely. I think that responsibility extended not just from the beginning of production, but all the way through everything. There was I tell this story a lot because it really requires a perspective that predates the internet. But you couldn't just research things, even though the internet was a thing. It wasn't the thing it is now. You couldn't readily access archives the way you can now. And I remember getting a phone call. Production gave me the number of a couple of veterans to speak to as reference, and it was Bill Garnier and Don Malarkey. My first phone call was to Don Malarkey, and had a conversation with Don Malarkey. And, you know, I'm some dopey actor in Los Angeles who's excited to play a job, and I'm like, I got my notepad, and I'm going to ask him questions about my guy, and I'm going to really get to know him through this man. And we talked about 30 seconds before Don Malarkey burst into tears and hung up the phone, which, you know, made me realize, oh, fuck. I just ripped a scab off. I didn't mean to rip. And this is no bullshit. Like, I just stepped in it, and I'm going to be in this for a while. And I remember speaking to him again later, and just this time with the appropriate attitude and being very cautious in my questioning, and mentioning I wanted to find the family. I felt like that I needed to talk to the family, because everybody else was given a wife or a brother, or not everybody, but the majority of people had some reference, a child, if their veteran had passed away. But Skip never married, you know, never had kids. I just remember saying to Don, I'm like, what part of Florida was Skip from? Because it said in the script, in the movie theater scene, I was in Florida and then I came here. And he's like, he's not from Florida, he's from New York. He's from upstate New York, a city called Tonawanda. And that was sort of the first domino to fall in the journey, where I literally looked up all the mucks that I could find in New York State and was just randomly calling people. And when that didn't work, I sent an email to the Chamber of Commerce for the city of Tonawanda right before we started boot camp, sort of explaining who I was, explaining the project, and you know, trying to figure out if I could get any intel from the city. We went to boot camp, came back, and I had an email. That's 2 weeks later. I had an email from a woman saying, hello, my name is Eileen O'Hara. And my mom got a call from the Chamber of Commerce saying you were asking questions about her brother who died in World War II. You know, can I help you? Wow. So I got on a phone call with her, and I said, hey, we're doing a mini series about Band of Brothers, and I would like to talk to your mom or you guys about your uncle. And she said, what's Band of Brothers? And I said, we're making a mini-series of the book. She goes, what's the book? What are you talking about? And they didn't know. I said, you don't know that your uncle's war efforts are chronicled in this, you know, revered book? And they said, no, last we heard was a Western Union telegram in 1945 saying he was dead. That's the last we heard of it. So thus began my sort of back and forth with, it was Becky Kranowski and Eileen O'Hara and Ruth LaFleur, who was his Skip's sister. And we swapped. They ended up sending me color copies of the Western Union telegram. My walls at the Marsham Street were just pasted with letters a letter that was never opened because it was returned deceased. They still never opened, but they sent me a copy of the envelope and everything that had the deceased stamp on it. I got all these letters to him, from him, was talking to the mom. At one point, the mom wrote me a letter, a detailed letter, just talking about her brother. And it was interesting because I really did rip a scab off there too, because they didn't know anything about how he died. They never got his personal effects. And so I said, rather than me tell you the story, go read the book so you can get to know everybody. And they did, and they got to, but nonetheless, it was very emotional for them to read that book and go on that journey. And that, I think, opened up Ruth to start writing letters. And she wrote me a letter telling me the story about Skip swimming the Niagara River. And she wrote this whole letter about how he, before he went to boot camp, he wanted to swim the Niagara River, so he did, and his girlfriend Faye was all upset. And she sent me this letter, and I took it to David Frankel, who was directing at the time. I said, "This is unbelievable. Like we've known nothing about this guy. The only fact I've gotten about this guy was that he wasn't from Florida. He was from Tonawanda, New York. So when we did episode 5, I went to Tom Hanks, who was directing. I said, "Hey, it says, Muck says I was in Florida, but now I'm here. He's not from Florida. Can I say where he's really from? Like, I don't want to wing it and do improv, but he's from Tonawanda. Can I say that?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, do what you want." So, but that's about all the intel I had. And here we got this letter. We got this beautiful letter about swimming the Niagara River, and this and what a moment that was for him and his sister before he flew off to war. And I showed it to Frankel, and Frankel's like, "We're going to aim a camera at a foxhole, and you're going to just tell that story." So, Tim and I sat side by side. Gomez sat across from us. It gave us a chance to create a moment between these three dudes so that story-wise, when Gomez was crawling towards our foxhole, you've seen these guys bond, because other than that, there was nothing in the script that bonded those guys together. We were bonded in boot camp, but that's not on camera. There was no story point that connected these guys. And suddenly I had this letter, this real story. And Frankel was astute enough to know that it mattered in terms of the grand scope of who these three guys are and who Skip is. And if we're going to connect him at all, other than just a guy in green, let's give him some humanity. And so I just told that story.
Well, I was just didn't you discover that Muck and Pencala were both from upstate New York, somewhere not too far?
Yeah, that's why you ended up sitting in there, because we didn't know that either. Yeah. And so when she sent the letter, she mentioned Pencala. I'm like, oh, well, that's why you and I ended up doing it together, because we're like, well, then we should be there reminiscing about this. Even though Pencala wasn't there for that event, but he was there. They are connected by their region, and they can tell Luz's story, and they tell this story, and. I remember Rick came to the apartment the night before, and he's like, "Oh, I'll add the question about the barrel," and I'm like, "Yeah, oh, great, yeah, we'll make it more conversational." And the girlfriend's name I mentioned, Faye, was a real person who really was his girlfriend. And so after the series aired, Faye Tanner watched the series, saw that, and got back in touch with the Muck family and sent them back Skip's original jump wings, which he had mailed her. Wow. After Toccoa, and it really set the whole thing on a journey. I had this moment with HBO that was really, really weird, because your question is a loaded one. I felt a tremendous amount of responsibility playing somebody who had passed during the war, and I didn't necessarily think it got the full support it deserved. You kind of had to fight for the support a little bit.
Well, and
it wasn't the greatest job of all time, but
Rich, you did. I remember you did, my friend, and you set that precedent early on, because and you made it clear. And I remember talking to you about it and what you did and what it meant to make sure that Muck was up there in cinematic history. And you did it, man. You went and you fought for that. It wasn't there. You went and fought for a lot, man. And I remember it, and I actually remember everything that you're saying.
Yeah, because that's the other thing is, like, for us, we're telling you guys who were reporting on this, but for us, we lived it in real time. We were all having these conversations all the time. I mean, like, Scott was part of the conversation about changing the name of the city in the movie theater, because that was our scene together, and Malarkey was our connected veteran. I mean, in a way, Scott had Don Malarkey, but then I also had Don Malarkey, so Scott and I would always talk to Don Malarkey. Like, everybody had this connected thing. And I remember HBO and this is one of those things that you say that's maybe not the best thing to say in the business world, but the fact of the matter is that when the premiere happened, HBO invited the actor and their families, and they didn't invite the Muck family. The Muck family wasn't included in the invitation. And I wrote HBO. I started an email exchange. I said, there's been an oversight. You need to do this, because they are representing the man I played. And they sent back saying, we appreciate that. We understand that connection. However, we're limiting the tickets to families of veterans who are alive. And I said, then you're punishing my soldier for getting killed in the war, because I asked of them all of the emotional impact and help that you are asking of your people, of everybody else who had a sister or brother or parent or wife involved in this, and they had to get emotionally involved to help that actor deliver that story. I did that to these people. Mm-hmm. And I need you to show them the same respect or I'm not coming, which was not like me. Yeah. But I also felt like HBO was a replacement, and they needed to do their 20 fucking push-ups, because I had done my goddamn job from day one. And I was not going to now be told that I was not wearing a uniform and now it was going to be fancy and we're going to be having cocktails on the beach, that suddenly it wasn't about the war. And I thought that was bullshit. That was a decision being made by people in suits who were not in the fucking mud when we made the show. And I was not going to stop doing my job because it was time to dress fancy. And luckily they did the right thing. Yeah. But it got under my craw. As you can tell, it still gets under my craw.
I'm sure that I remember you introducing me to them on the train, the Muck's family. Yeah, because that's why I was like, wow. I'm pretty sure I remember them being there.
Yeah, they were there.
So
they got flown over there because they were the girls. They were the women I dealt with the most. Eileen, and they flew over.
They were in Paris, right?
Awesome. And they got to bond to they'd never met anybody. All their Garnier and Malarkey, and they finally got to be a part of. They were as much a part of that experience as anybody else, because they sacrificed a loved one for the greater good of the war effort, and they deserve to be a part of the honoring of that we were spearheading as the performers in Band of Brothers and as the production team behind Band of Brothers. The series begat some good stuff for them in terms of honoring Muck. Because he lost all his medals, they were able to lobby the Chamber of Commerce and their local and federal government representatives to get all of his medals reissued, which was great because that stuff never made it back to the family. And then the city of Tonawanda, with some help from some benefactors, built a monument to really all veterans of all wars, with a specific focus on Skip Muck and Fritz Nyland. And this goes back a while, guys, but Fritz Nyland was mentioned in the book Band of Brothers when Muck goes to London and they all hang out with some guys in another company. Then Fritz Nyland is the Ryan of Saving Private Ryan. It was the 5 Nyland brothers were the brothers on which Private Ryan was based, and Fritz was the one that got pulled out. And this is an interesting, I always think this is a fascinating little piece of cinematic trivia, is that the Nyland brothers were also from Tonawanda, New York, and Fritz and Skip were great friends. And when Skip Muck swam the Niagara River, and I did not know this when we shot the series, talking to your point, Paul, about things you learn later, but Fritz Nyland, so that, if the current is too strong and you can't make it across, you die because you go over the falls. So when Skip swam the Niagara River, Fritz Nyland paddled alongside him in a boat, to be sure that if he got too tired, he could cling to the boat. So you have Skip Muck, who ended up being portrayed in Band of Brothers, and Fritz Nyland, who ended up being immortalized in Private Ryan, sharing the same moment in the same river right before the war started. And so they built a memorial on the bank of the river where they shoved to make that journey. And so it's a specific tribute. I actually spoke at the dedication of that ceremony. That's going back a couple years now. But yeah, it's been nice to have everything that family went through to help me pay, return to them in goodwill from their community and from the representatives. So it's been pretty great.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Matthew Leitch, who played Floyd Talbot, at the other end of the scale, you struggled with the responsibility since, and since, I think it's fair to say.
Dick Winters said that if he could take one soldier into combat, it would be Floyd Talbot. And then there's a 10-part, 10-hour-long series where you don't see that. And of course I feature in certain episodes, but you don't really see why Dick Winters said that. As far as, like you said, like a Breakout Manor or something, where you see he was tactical genius or anything like that. And the reason for that is several-fold. Firstly, Tab died in 1982, and so he wasn't available to be interviewed. I was given quite a scant amount of literature as far as he was concerned, and so I guess the writers didn't have a great deal to work on in that respect. So that's one reason. But the real reason is that it's my fault. And that's because if you work in if you run an office, say, and there are certain people that are doing a lot of hard work, you're liable to promote them. And if there is a person who likes to sit next to the photocopier, eyeing up the receptionist and trying to get laid, you don't promote them. And there was definitely, in the first couple of episodes, people being felt out as to, what the story was going to be, who you're going to follow, and there were definitely certain actors who put themselves forward more, had more interaction with their veterans, the veterans' families, got those stories together, took them to the writers, took them to the producers, and helped flesh out and create more stories for their characters, putting the characters forward. And that's not being particularly political or sharp-elbowed, it's just being smart and doing your job. And to my lasting regret, I feel like I didn't do that a lot at all, really, when I think back about it. I'd come from doing a show where I was more the main character, and they just gave me a whole bunch of stuff to say, and I'd say it. And I'd never really worked on something like this, the size of this, before, and had to sort of do a lot of research on a character and find out about them and bring it to the writers. And so, in certain respects, I kind of almost coasted through it. I did what they told me to do. I think they liked what I did, and in certain cases they gave me more to do. But as far as actually bringing more to the story that the writers didn't know, which would only have happened through research, and Tab's two brothers were alive, so I did have that resource. Honest Indian, I just kind of didn't do it. That's a terrible thing to say. I don't know whether it was just stupidity or naivety, or a lot of the guys in the show had been actors since they were kids, and I wasn't one of them. I would only really just come out of drama school and done like a kids show. So when I look back, I'm not quite sure whether I can say I was super lazy or just super naive, or maybe a bit of both. But it would be ingenuine of me to just say it was just because there wasn't literature, wasn't there. I should have worked harder, and I don't know whether it was just my own kind of shyness to be able to go to producers and writers and say, look, I've got this, but I just kind of didn't do it. Yeah, it's something that I look back on with great regret. I feel like the stuff that I was given to do, I did well, but I could have brought more to it as far as doing the shovel work myself as an actor. So that's me probably admitting that for the first time.
Russ McCall, who played Leadgott, do you want to respond to that?
There's a double coin here in a sense, because I see what Matty's saying. There was, you have to look at it, there were a few things that were happening too. There was, look, I didn't have a veteran. I had nobody to talk to about Leadgott. Nobody. I had no family members. I had one piece of paper with a picture on it. That was it. So the only times that I could actually get any information was to speak to the veterans who were still alive, who always talk about their brother and they don't talk about themselves. But there were also, you know, a lot of the scripts were coming out and the stories were coming out, and people were going and talking to directors and talking to writers and sort of going, well, what about this and what about this and what about this?
Yeah.
And I did think that there needed to be a healthy balance, which I think the producers found in saying, look, it's still, of course, we would love to give everybody every story. There are people mentioned in the book that are not in the series. There are people who have big mentions in the book that are hardly in the series.
Yes, Rick Warden.
To an extent, any series has to be emblematic on some sort of
absolutely.
level. And you know, I knew Harry's story coming out of the plane was an extraordinary story, and it's not in there.
Yeah.
He was literally saved by the updraft of an exploding plane underneath him, saved his life and blew him high enough to land safely. You know, these details are extraordinary, and those stories are out there, but they can't all make the show.
Go on, Scott Grimes, who played Don Malarkey.
Matthew was an excellent dude and a great actor.
He's a great soldier, man. Yeah,
he's not one person. There is one person, but he's not here right now, and I don't even hardly remember his name. There's a, you know, I got in a fight with someone on a truck once because he wouldn't put his helmet on, whatever.
We know who you're talking about.
Matthew was fucking always there, always making us laugh, always doing his job. He was excellent. So if that helps him at all, man, I have nothing but fond memories of him.
Tim, go ahead.
In defense, I guess, of the, you know, the fact that we were young actors who got a role. I mean, this is going to sound a bit crass, but I think it's important. I didn't sign something that said, you know, I'm going to represent to the best of my ability and fight for to the best of my ability this person that actually I had no information about. I didn't have a very big role, so it's perhaps a bit different. But I think sometimes there's a little bit of romanticizing about perhaps what we all thought we were getting ourselves into versus what we got ourselves into. I mean, certainly I didn't fucking expect this. Right, you know, we're still doing this now. It's amazing. I love it. I love it way more now than I did at the time. I didn't know what I was doing. I was 23. Like Matthew, I'd been doing quite a lot of TV. I'd been working since I was 11 years old, I think. So it wasn't my first role, and it wasn't a very big one. I was a bit disappointed, if I'm honest. You know, it was from an actor's point of view. Didn't have much to work with. Didn't really have any info, kind of got my head down and got on with it. Could I have done more? Absolutely. But there were a whole team of writers, producers and directors and, you know, everybody else who had opportunities to do that as well, way before we were cast. I understand there were opportunities as things unfolded. Information comes up and that's amazing. Wonderful that people were able to do things with it. But I think, yeah, I just wanted to say something, I guess, in defense of the young ignoramuses that some of us
I also think that none of us should underestimate what we did contribute on whatever level it was on, you know, because we are all here now talking about it, but it's true. And those guys, the veterans, you know, even Johnny Martin, I'm sure there's complete anachronisms in terms of what was portrayed there. I, as an actor, as you all know, we all took our moment to go, all right, I'll get my helmet off here and I'll stand up front and I'll, whatever, you know, those natural actor instincts or whatever it is, because you represent them in the way that you represent them. It's just that ultimately they're there and they are this band of brothers. It sounds a corny thing to say.
I add on to what Dexter's saying there. It's something that Jimmy and I have talked about in the past couple of years when we've been, you know, back in Europe, you know, following the Easy Company steps and stuff. And we've had a chance to rewatch the show. And probably the same as everyone, I hadn't watched the show in 15, 16 years. I mean, I haven't watched it in a long, long time. And we were not forced, but we certainly had time to sit down and watch this show. And you could sort of now detach from it and watch it as an audience member, as a professional in our profession, and no longer as the actor that was trying to see when they were on screen and whatnot. And the thing that Jim and I have both been really passionate about, and this sort of goes to what you were saying here, Tim, and what you were saying, Dex, every single person pops. And it's incredible. You watch the show and every single person, it doesn't matter if they have a small piece, it doesn't matter if you have a great one episode, it doesn't matter if you're spread out, every single person pops in that show in such an incredible way. It's really, it's fascinating to watch.
Jimmy?
Yeah, there's not many false movements, if any, in that entire series. It's I don't know if you guys have watched it in a while, but it is really fucking good. I'm not saying
it's good.
Well, I gotta say, to piggyback on what you said, Tim, I think it's easy for us to sit here and romanticize even what I was saying. The question I was asked, like, I fought for, and we got this scene. It seems easy to say in hindsight, but I sometimes think that my choices were questionable. And, I was very close to you, Scott, and Jim during that whole time. And there's a lot of things that were really fucked because I became mono-focused in a way. So, Tim, if Mathews' concern is that he erred on one side of the line, I might have erred too far on the other. I became, almost obsessed. It was my only, not from England. I didn't have any family around me. I wasn't a married dude. I didn't have kids. I was I almost became hyper obsessed with this idea of doing the right thing, which is an unachievable goal because, as to Rick Warden's point, tons of stuff not going to make this movie. It's a movie. It's not a moment by moment reenactment of the entire experience.
It's a bit heavy, but honestly, I fucked up Band of Brothers, and it's the biggest regret I ever had in my life, really, because when the guys were talking about that, you were talking to Alina or you were, Alex, about the last scene where you can't watch it.
Yep.
I filmed that last scene.
Yeah.
And they didn't put it in Band of Brothers, and I still feel I'm going to make light of it because I'll probably cry if I don't. I still feel fucking awful for Jim's family, who are friends of mine, and I didn't make the cut.
It was your first time after Birmingham Rep being on camera.
On camera, and you, God bless you, Matthew Settle, you told me not to look at you in a scene, and I asked you why, and you said, come over to Westminster. Do you remember? And I came to your flat.
And what did I say?
You told me how to act on screen.
Oh, I did? I fucking know. I know. I don't know what the fuck. I made that shit up.
But it made him feel better. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, I did try to give you confidence because, as the youngest in my family, I had to fight for, every inch of, everything I got, right? And normally you get spoiled, but I was number 6, and I don't know, it was just a numbers thing. So I learned early on to, if you could be a champion for people who were scared, it helped you get over your own fear. So that was my way of dealing with my own fear. No,
and when I was young, man, when you did it, I was like, who the fuck does Matthew Settle think he is? Tell me to come over to his flat. And 20 years later, you remember, man, you think, what a lovely man. Dude.
It shows something about the pressure you guys felt about the representing, doesn't it?
Michael Cudlitz, you had an even bigger discovery than Rich's, didn't you? Talk to us about what it was like meeting the real Randleman.
Wow. Well, meeting the Randlemans was interesting because I think we were given contact information for those of us that had our vet. People were alive that still knew them or could tell stories of them, or they knew that they were friends. And I remember talking to Hashi, calling him up, because he was one of the replacements, and they were like, he's the best that we could find for you to talk to, because obviously Denver's passed away and we can't find any of his family, so you could talk to Hashi. So I'm talking to Hashi for about 40 minutes, and at one point he says, well, you should probably just call him up and double check this. And I'm like, I would love to, but I think he's passed. And he said, "Oh shit! When did he pass? I just talked to him a week ago."
What the fuck?
I'm like, whoa! No, okay, hang on. No, I got this information. They've been looking for him. They have not been able to contact him at all. So if you talked to him a week ago or a week and a half ago, like, hang on, he's probably still alive, and they don't have the right information on their end.
That is incredible.
So I went and I said, I'll get back to you. So I called up the production office and I said, talked to Jennifer, and I said, I think I got information that he's still alive. So here's what I did. You know, you guys can call Hashy back and check with him what number he has and this and that. So about 4 days later, I get contacted and they're like, yeah, actually, he's alive. And he's in Texarkana, and we have his number, and he'd be more than willing to talk to you.
Oh, man.
So it's like, okay. So I know everybody's gone through this if you've talked to any, even adjacent to their vet. I mean, I look back at it now, and I don't know if it would be any different, but I'm sitting there remembering looking at my phone, and it was probably the hardest phone call I've ever made. Because you sort of think, oh, okay, cool, I'm going to ask all these questions. But then when you go to make the phone call, you sort of go, how the fuck do I even start? Like, what is it? Hey, I'm the actor that's going to be playing you. How's it going? Which is pretty much how it goes.
Yeah.
We got nothing back in return. He's like, hey, how you doing? So I'm like, so I was wondering if you could answer some questions. And he's like, yep. I'm like, you know, and you're going through your mind, and you're sort of like, what do you even ask? Hey, how was the war? Like, where do you even begin with that? Like, tell me about your life. So it was a very interesting process early on. I got very, very little out of Denver at first. But like with many of the guys and their families and their family friends, he put his wife back on the phone afterwards, Vera. And I spoke to Vera for about 2 hours. Now, in retrospect, that's probably a better person to talk to than him about this, because we are all of us in this video, everybody walking through life, we know who we hope the world perceives us as. But the people who see you and actually love you and spend time with you, they know how you really are and how you really present to the world. I mean, you may think you're not a selfish person, but if everybody around you says you're a fucking selfish bastard, guess what? You're a selfish bastard.
It always used to be, like, we would talk about that with a lot of the vets too. Whenever you try to get information about your vet, going to your vet was probably the last person you'd go to, the other guy. The other guys,
because they're all exactly
talk about the brother.
Exactly, and they're all like, "Oh, no, it was no big deal." And you're like, "Are you kidding? That guy was fucking over the wall. He was in there." And if you talk to your guy, he's like, "Nah, it wasn't a big deal."
Yeah, let's talk about him. Yeah,
exactly. So there's a lot of that, but that's I would say that's pretty much the constant and the one sort of through line with all these is that the conversations with the families did start out very innocuous, very passive, very talking about things that didn't really matter. And the more that the trust was gained, and they had sent some people to set and some people were reporting back and they were getting more and more info. And the more they realized that the story was being told properly, the more the vets opened up to us, the more they opened up to their families, even during this process. And we were ultimately sort of absorbed into their families.
And it must have been weird for them as well, though, like to have this kid in front of you saying, so I'm going to be you. How do you even process that? They must have been weird as shit for them.
It would have been. I look back and I'm thinking, I wouldn't have told me anything.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about a trust exercise. You know, they were already leery of the book initially when Ambrose was doing the interviews, that was the sort of the same process. The more that they opened up to him and the more that he talked and they talked to each other, the more they wanted to talk to him. And then ultimately, I do believe there are some vets out there who wish they had talked to him who chose not to, because they saw how the story was done with so much love and care, which wasn't a given. You know, ultimately, when you really look back, it could have had an up and done by, you know, in the hands of Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, and us, you know, and everyone who played the background, our special ability background men and women who put so much into every scene and made us able to do the work we were able to do. Because honestly, so many of those scenes revolve around everything in the background working. And you know, we've all seen it where you look and you're like, what the hell is that guy doing in the back? And that's the last thing you want. Everybody who was there to tell the story the best it could be told, the most accurately it could be told, and with the most love and care it could be told.
We had the best of the best in every department for this show, because everybody knew the story that was to tell, and everybody was humbled enough to be a part of it. You know, so everybody showed up and brought their A game.
As a kid watching it, I know that for me, I'll level with you. I've rewatched that series. I can't tell you how many times, 9.5 episodes, because I've only ever once watched the bit where they start telling you the names under the old guys and they start telling you who's who. And the baseball game, I can't do it. I did it once. It destroyed me for days, and I've never done it again since, no matter how much I love the show.
Beautiful moment.
Let's talk more about the veterans. Philip, you couldn't talk to Sisk, could you?
Well, my character, Wayne Skinny Sisk, unfortunately passed away the year before we started shooting. So I didn't get a chance to speak to him. And a lot of the guys, no one had really been in touch with him anyway. When the war ended, he turned to drink a little bit, and then he became a pastor and turned to God. But I didn't get a chance to speak to any of his family. I'm not sure whether any of his family wanted to be involved in the project. So I didn't really get a chance to see any of those, but everybody that came on set, we had Bill Garnier and Babe and a bunch of the veterans came on set one for like a week or so, and they were just telling me stories about Skinny.
Ben, you were one of the cast who didn't get to meet the man you played, but you did get to befriend his family, including his son Scotty. What was it like visiting the actual foxhole where Smokey was wounded with his son?
Yeah, I mean, very, very emotional to go there. I mean, it was one of those things I wanted to do. Obviously, I've been to France and been to Normandy and been to Carentan and you know, visited quite a lot of the sites previously. But when the offer or the opportunity came up to go to Bastogne, I jumped at the opportunity, and it was one of those places that I'd always wanted to visit. And to actually go there and have the tour. I mean, you know, the woods themselves are very eerie. There's a very eerie sort of feeling when you go there, as if something, you know, clearly, I mean, obviously something very dramatic did happen there, but it's almost like the woods are almost kind of whispering with the amount of history and the amount of experiences that had taken place. But to actually go around and be able to see the foxhole was extraordinary. And obviously Scotty was there. You know, we had some pictures taken, but you also had some moments to just reflect and to think about his dad. And you know, I formed a great bond with Scott, and one of the greatest experiences on set for me was obviously meeting Betty, his wife, and Scott's sisters. They all came to set, and that was a very special moment to meet them in the first place. When they first came on set, I was in the middle of shooting a scene, and then I think they were sort of just hanging back, and then somebody came in and said, "Ben, I've got people that would love to meet you," and it was a really special moment to meet the family. And you know, again, it sort of upped the stakes, as it were, because you suddenly, you know, it became very real that you are telling somebody's real story, and there's a family whose legacy you are carrying, and the responsibility was huge. But they were very, very supportive. It was lovely to meet them. It was lovely to be able to spend some time talking to them and share, you know, hear their memories and you know, almost inhale some of that information from the people that knew him. And as I say, I've seen Scott quite a few different events, and we've become very good friends. And when I was in LA last year and the year before, I met his Walter's granddaughter, who lives in LA, and we've hung out a bit. And again, it's been really special. And whenever I've met up with her, you know, she introduces me to all her friends. She works at the Magic Castle in LA, and she always introduces me as, "This is Ben, and he played my grandfather in that series Band of Brother." And it's almost like that Tom Hanks speech that made at the beginning of boot camp. You know, what an amazing story, to be able to sort of hang out with his family and to form that very special bond that we'll have forever. And they're always very very complimentary about my portrayal. And as I say, I just hope I did it justice.
Rick Gomez, you two couldn't talk to your vet, but again, you had a relationship with his family, didn't you? What's it like playing someone when you actually know their family?
Oh boy. It's I mean, I think all of us went through a bit of this. You feel like you have a responsibility, an incredible responsibility to get everything right. That's sort of, we've said that a million times, and we can say it a million times more, and be sincere about it every single time we say it, because there's no the weight of that was felt in every conversation we had with each other and every frame we shot. I know it's certainly anybody who was in anything with me, there was a weight. There was a weight, even if you were, and honestly, the whole like clown of the company thing was sort of it's an odd thing, because I never even thought about that. Like, I never thought like, hey man, so now I got to come with a joke because I'm the comic relief in the moment. I just felt like shit was said when shit was said, and people did what they did in those moments, and those were the people they were. Those were those characters. And ultimately, I feel like every one of us in the 9-10 months that we shot, or 8 or 9, if boot camp is a month or whatever, everybody arced as human beings. Everybody I know arced. Mike arced, Rene arced, Ross arced. We all became different people by shooting it. And because they cast soulful human beings, that was all there. And that's the truth of what you'd go through in going through what the men went through. So that was just the experience of living through something. Honestly, we all changed. As far as the family, I just always wanted them to be proud. And Delphina, Del Luz, George's wife, before she passed away, we got to go to Normandy and ride the train together. And she held my hand for an hour and a half, and I mean squeezed it. And she rubbed my arm, and I knew I got it right. It was good. It was good enough for her. And so then any bullshit that kind of was in my head about like, oh, you could do more, you could do this, or why is that, blah, 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 it just kind of all disappeared in the glow of her smile and her appreciation of it. And so, I mean, man, that's all you can do. And I love that family. And anytime I get to see George, I see George the most, because when we do something, we get together. I saw him a couple years back, right, Ross? When was Cleveland? A couple years back?
A year and a half, yeah.
Year and a half, yeah. So I get to see them, and it's great to have a beer and catch up and do all that. So that's always a fun thing to be able to do. But yeah, man, it's family forever. Well, not only just us, but the families we brought into that circle. It's a beautiful thing.
When did that start to dawn on you that you were going to get that out of it, as well as a paycheck? Like,
when I first talked to Del before the whole thing started, and we were on the phone for about 3.5 hours, I realized, okay, this is legit. Because I just started writing notes, and it was cathartic for her to go through it.
Yeah.
And then I realized, like, oh, I know everything about this guy from a wife's perspective, and it's an interesting perspective.
But it wasn't about the paycheck either.
No, it wasn't about the paycheck ever.
No.
Ever.
No, it never was.
But I realized
we got a paycheck. Did we get a paycheck?
You guys got paid?
Peter Youngblood-Hills, who played Shifty Powers.
Tell us a little bit about the special relationship you forged with Shifty and what playing him has meant to you.
Well, I guess I met Shifty before we started filming, and he happened to live about an hour away from my mom in Clinchco, Virginia, and so it was kind of easy for me to access him. And his daughter Margot was very helpful with that. And at the time, I didn't know how to drive, and so she drove me up there, and we basically spent the time. I spent a couple of days with him, and that kind of started. He was such a beautiful, beautiful person. and really welcoming and very thoughtful. And obviously I was a naive, kind of stupid kid in many regards, and didn't really know what was going on. And he was kind of, just trying to help me as best as he could. And I think now I look back on it, and I look back on the moments that we shared, and it's like really, you just feel so deeply for those times that we shared, the relationship that we had. And I suppose that would go for, a lot of the older generation, that the elders and that have been through things and been through so much of, of where we've come from ultimately. And we're just kind of, I think with Shifty there was a way that he understood there was a through line of wisdom that he kind of understood about, where he had come from and where he was going, and always so loving and humble in how he related to everybody else, and it was kind of, we went on a USO tour where we, later on we went to Japan and to Hawaii with One Lum McClung, and I think it was Buck Compton and Don Malarkey, and it was Jimmy Madio, and we had a good time just learning about each other, and in the context of the world as it was then, and their love for what these men were going through, these soldiers were going through, what they faced. And it reminded me, I guess, probably the thing that Shifty used to sit on his porch, and he used to sit on his porch in his holler in Clinchco. He's been there for all his life, and he would drink a cocktail, and he'd smoke a cigarette and look out into the woods, and that was his peace, and that was just what he did. And he would do that every night, and that's kind of, you'd remember the good times and remember each other, and that kind of, it's grown within me. I don't know if it's almost like, it's taken time for me to mature enough to understand what these guys were actually dealing with, what they were longing for, what they loved, and it's, I'm kind of understanding a little bit more about that these days, and I think about him on his porch, looking out at his holler, and just kind of just pondering what home is.
You're getting old, Pete.
Yeah.
For me, I was always absolutely heartbroken by Spears' backstory. Didn't he get home from the war and his wife had gone, hadn't she?
That's what they told me.
Yeah, he did all that in World War II, and he got home and there was no one waiting for him.
Yeah, I always wondered about that, why he was looting so much. But, there's nothing, was it Charles Bukowski said, there's nothing like a woman that can bring it all out of you, right? So, so he's over there in Zelensky and everywhere looting like the Dickens to try to keep a relationship. Then he gets home to the UK, and he finds out that the wife that he's been storing up all these treasures for, her husband comes back to life. That's the memory I have of his backstory. So his husband was in some prison camp over in Russia, to my memory. Does that sound right to everybody else?
It's if I may jump in here, what happened is Ron Spears got married to an English girl, and her husband had been missing for, I think, 3 or 4 years out in the Far East in Singapore. And they married, they had a kid, and then the husband turned up. And under English law, the only way they could rectify this was to annul the marriage. Spears loses his wife, but the kid he'd had to be raised by the actual previous husband.
Tim, go ahead.
Wow, Jesus, that's unimaginable, really. Not the kind of thing you expect to have to come home to, when you've just been through all of that. I can't imagine. What a bittersweet set of circumstances for everyone, though. Like, the guy's still alive. Great. Her husband. But, yeah, it's an impossible situation, isn't it?
Mark Lawrence, who played Dukeman, you couldn't talk to him, obviously, and that hurt, didn't it?
Because I never got the chance to meet him, and I was quite jealous of a lot of the other guys because they got to hang out with their men, go drinking and all that stuff with them and hear all the stories. And I was talking to Babe Heffron one day. He came on set and he said to me, "Which character are you playing?" I said, "Dukeman." And he just started to break down in tears and just give me a big hug, and it was like, I just wish I could have met him, I really do. I really do.
Were they able to tell you much, the veterans that you did meet?
Well, they said he was a good-looking guy, and he smoked and drank a lot. So it's pretty much me down to a T. So I got lucky. But no, they all said they liked him, and they were kids, and it's like, so when I met Heffron and Garnier and all that, they were older men. They were all like 60s, 70s, and they were remembering a guy that was 21, 22, who obviously never got old. So yeah, they had good things to say about him.
You've made a pilgrimage, sort of in the same vein as Jason, haven't you?
Going to the place where Dukeman came from, it's a tiny, tiny ass town. It's about 500 people in it. And I went into the American Legion, and they've got all the American flags up on the wall of people that died. And there must have been about 100 flags on the wall, and from a town that tiny to give up that many men is insane. And that happened all across America, obviously the UK as well. I'm not, the UK gave up so much, but just to see that these young lads from like BFE, middle of nowhere, came over there, gave their lives and never went back. Walking into that room, seeing all those flags from that tiny town, I just broke down. It's just, my God, it's real. So I feel that every chance that I get to honor these men, I'll take it anytime,
Rick Warden, do you have anything to add?
And the truth is that Harry didn't die in the war, but Harry had died in the 90s. So the connections I had with Harry, I didn't have any connections with his family when I made the series. I did after the series. But during, Babe Heffron, the real Babe Heffron, and Wild Bill Garnier visited set during episode 3, and that was, as Dexter said, shot early on. And they literally made a beeline for me during, I think, one of the Carentan scenes, and just told me who I was playing. Just by looking at me and by what I was doing. And honestly, I not as an actor, it's not, I didn't feel like pushing. I just felt, you know what, if it's good enough for them, then I'm all right.
Nice. Jimmy, we've been talking to people about their veterans and the relationships they forged. And I know that you forged a really special relationship with Frank Piconte. What did that mean to you?
Well, for me, I think it put a lot of pressure to make sure that, I get it right. And I think that goes for all of us. It was great to just get information about him and as accurate as we can be and putting him on the screen and for his family and his friends and all that. And at the same time, I know it was crucial to get information from him for the other guys, some of the other guys that Frank was close with, like a Luz or, Lipton or anybody, and just kind of go, hey, here's what Frank told me about, one time with the, one of the other characters. So just having a relationship with him for that during filming was great. But later on in life, in our relationship, I went out to Chicago maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I went out almost every year for his birthday and got really close with him. I got to, tour Europe with him and go back to, we did Normandy, Holland. We went into the Ardennes at the Battle of the Bastogne and looked at the foxholes, retraced exactly where he was shot in Foy, right through his groin, came out his ass. So I got really, really close with him and went to visit him right before he passed. But it meant a lot. I say it all the time. When you first took this job, you knew it was going to open up a lot of doors as far as, for careers. It's such a monumental, epic piece. But I didn't know that I was going to gain a friend like that and just become, great buddies with someone and, help shape kind of who I was and who I am moving forward. But a good guy.
And tell us what happened, Jimmy, when Frank was dying, because you absolutely wanted to see him one last time, didn't you?
What happened was Frank was, he was going to pass away, and I was in touch with his family. And I called HBO. You're talking, this is 14 years later after the series. Frank was like 96, 97. This is 2014, I believe. And I called HBO, a few people there who were still working in certain departments. And I told them what was happening. And within 10 hours, they had me on a flight out to Chicago to make sure that I got out there to say goodbye to him. And that's exactly what I did. But I just thought that was a testament to, the people who were involved in HBO, from in front of the camera, behind the camera, and just shipped me out there to make sure I got to say goodbye to him, which meant a lot to me.
It was hard to get these guys to talk for obvious reasons. Scott.
Rich, you taught me more about Malarkey because I think you showed up, Band of Brothers, knowing more about him than I did. Because I was going to probably be a little lazy. He didn't really want to talk to me on the phone. And do you remember I had gone up to you after Frank John Hughes did that thing with his jaw, right? I'm like, well, shit, I got to do something, right? And we were sitting there at my place in South Kensington, and we're watching this tape of Don Malarkey, who's 80-something years old, and does this kind of thing with his mouth because he's old. And I turned to Rich Speight, and I'm like, should I? He's like, no, that's just because he's old. So you really got me involved in getting to know Malarkey.
You did develop a relationship, though, didn't you? How did you go about it?
I just had to call, and he would hang up on me all the time. Richard knows that, because he'd just get emotional, and you'd wait. You couldn't text somebody back then. I couldn't text him going, "You all right? Can I call you back?" So I would just get limited information from him because he would always break down. Only after we finished, and he saw, I think the original pilot when he was at the opening episode when we were at the Hollywood Bowl. Did he really start? Because I hung with his family a lot, and he saw that I was genuine. I will say this: his family did come up to me when they met me, and they told me the truth. They said, when we found out you were playing our father, we were so pissed because you're not even close to as good looking as he was. He was, and it's absolutely true. We look nothing alike, but, and I think, so after that first episode that we saw at the Hollywood Bowl, he really started to open up, and he'd still cry, but they were like, he was okay. The thing is with him is once he felt comfortable crying in front of you, he wouldn't hang up because he couldn't talk about it. He didn't want you hearing him cry, more than anything. So he would sit there in a hotel room when I met him and his family and cry and talk to me. And I'm like, oh, finally, he's comfortable saying these things. And so it was just about him being comfortable. And again, like we've all said, Band of Brothers has allowed all these men to, peek out now and go, oh, the coast is clear. We're allowed to speak of this. And you'll listen and I'll cry and you'll cry and and that in itself is just such a beautiful thing that this has allowed these men to experience.
I spent quite a lot of time in Malarkey in Normandy towards the latter part of his life when he was, health was failing. But when people ask him about the show and the actors, he'd always refer to, I got to know Scott and Skip. So he referred to Scott as Scott, the actor, but he always referred to you as Skip, because I think for whatever reason, your portrayal, the way his brain had processed it, he referred to you as Skip. So that's the only little compliment I can throw your way, is he always referred to you as Skip. I know Scott and Skip. Yeah. And we used to have to have a code when he was here, because I was here for a few days filming a few years ago. We had to have a code amongst us to try and not mention Skip, because if you mention Skip, Don would just start crying.
Yeah.
And one day it was one of the girls on the film crew said, "Oh, we're just going to skip over there to get a sandwich or something." And she used Skip as a verb, and suddenly Don's got off again. And every single time Skip came in the conversation, he just would cry. So I don't know how you managed to get where you got information from Don about your character, because even 15 years after the show, you couldn't say Skip Mark without him crying.
You know what I think? I honestly think the reason why it worked for Garnier and Heffron, I spent a lot of time with those guys, and Don Malarkey, is because I was Skip, and if I'm Skip, I'm alive. Yeah. So in the conversation that he's having with me with short hair, real creamed up, and in the outfit or in a bar after, and it wasn't like when we go out to bars, we suddenly look like we're in a rap act. We're kind of still dressed in T-shirts and, we look like modern versions of soldiers, if you will. And so there was a piece of connective tissue that they could emotionally link together that at once made it hard to have people like me around, people representing the fallen buddies, but also I think was cathartic, because they had lost these guys in an instant, like you just talked about, McCall and Muck, gone. They were there, gone. And that was it. There was no conversation about it. Yeah. So if, however many years later, they see me or they see anybody who played in a character that passed, and they can go to that person and connect with them, it's the conversation they never got to have.
The amount of ways that this show has continued to touch people for 20 years after it's been made. It's like the original binge watching series. It defined binge watching. Everybody just couldn't wait to get their hands on the next episode. And everybody remembers it. Everybody rewatches it. It's just insane that it's still so loved, isn't it?
Well, it's not that just so loved. It just holds. It's so well done that it just holds to even today's standards. You look at how it was filmed. Everything was very tactical. Everything was hands-on. It wasn't. The big green screen episodes. That was happening, but everything else was like, okay, we got to reset a set. Reset something. Okay, take 3 or 4 hours off. And let's go do something else. Because they had to rebuild things. It was amazing. And everybody here, we had to make sure we did our job, or else the scenes would not happen. Just Carrington, all the explosions, when Rick and Welsh are behind that building, all the gunshots, and they're like going back and forth. Where the fuck is everybody? It's like, I don't know. Those shots, it's amazing how everybody had to respond at that moment. It is real surreal just looking back at it now.
Rick Gomez, did you have any idea of what you got yourself into?
I never knew. I don't think, I was too young and too fucking idiotic to understand what it would be. I think by the time it dawned on me, there was a rap on 6th Avenue that early September, pre 9/11, one of the buildings on 6th Avenue. So it was all of 6th Avenue, down 36th Street, all of 5th Avenue, up 37th Street, wrapped this block-long Band of Brothers wrapped. They wrapped the entire top of this building. And I went,
Sunset Boulevard, right?
That's the show. That's that show. That's the one. That's it. And then I think at that point I was like, oh, and then it started to hit me. But I was kind of an idiot. I still am an idiot. So
And you, Philip, any idea?
At the time, I was 19 years old, and I'd just come off a TV series, which was on Sky One, called Dream Team, and it was like a football drama, relatively decent budget. I was on that for 2 years. I was having a lot of fun. Then I got the part in Band of Brothers, and the first day on set, I was there, and it was just a different league. You kind of know that there's a lot of money being put into this. And at the time, I think it was the most expensive TV miniseries ever made. So we knew, HBO were putting a lot into it. And I guess you think, it's going to be, because Saving Private Ryan had been out and that was a huge hit. And so we all had that in the back of our minds. This is the TV series of Saving Private Ryan, that kind of sort of same people who are making it, that kind of feeling. But not in a million years did I think that 20 years later, you know, we'd all still be in touch, because, you know, you work on these films and TV jobs, and you always say, oh, let's stay in touch. You know, we'll be, you know, you become really close to people when you're on set with everybody. It's like a family, but you never sort of do stay in touch. Not to the extent that we have as friends and brothers. We call each other brother, and you know, we have a WhatsApp group that we're all on, and you know, we stay in touch as much as we can. But it's just mind blowing how popular it is, and not just with people who watched it originally when it first came out, but also like the younger generation who are also watching it now. Like my brothers, he watches it, and you know, my cousins watch it, and they're young kids, and it's just phenomenal what with the length it's gone, and you know, and even to this day it's still, you know, recognized as one of the best TV shows ever made, which is mind blowing. Absolutely mind blowing.
Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I think I did realize. I think I did realize because, you know, as I say, when you got on set and saw, you know, the money that was spent on the detail and the size of the thing, you know, I just knew, and you know, obviously, you know that Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg are involved. I mean, you know, they're big hitters in the industry. So you already think I'm just lucky to be on this project. And I remember Steven coming up to me on day one of boot camp when I was in the mess hall, and he stuck his hand out and said, you know, hey, my name's Steven Spielberg, and I was like thinking to myself, like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
And I just remember the young boy in me who, you know, grown up watching E.T. and you know, all those great films growing up, Jaws and stuff, and just thinking this is just a dream come true.
It's that weird parallel, isn't it? You were young men thrown together to do something massive, just in a different sphere, and the way that you've sort of come out of it gelled together, like the guys that came out of the war from Easy Company were sort of tied to each other for a lot of them for the rest of their lives. There is a parallel there, even though of course you'd never be so disrespectful as to say it was the same feeling, because obviously they were in mortal danger and they were fighting a war, but there is a parallel there between the relationships that you forged. Michael?
I think that it's apples and oranges. I think there will be other things that we do, and this is not, I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but I think this is the same sort of overall way we all feel about it, is that it is its own thing, and it will never be replaced. It can be possibly matched emotionally with something that connects with you in a different way, but there's very few times where you get to do something that is not only entertaining but changes other people's lives and also changes. So I think from that perspective, I think it's a one of a kind.
Mark, that bond between you guys hasn't gone away, has it?
We all see each other now, and this is 20 years later, and we all hang out now. We got WhatsApp groups, and we mess around, you know, and we go out drinking. And like, if somebody called me up tomorrow, I'd do something if they needed it. It's that kind of thing. So it's the most amazing show to be part of. It really is, and these men need to be honoured. I mean, thank God this show got made, so these men became immortal, hopefully.
And it's not dependent on how much you feature in the final series, is it, Jason?
It was awkward for me those first few days where, you know, everyone's supposed to play their rank, and I had no experience. Like, I was just, you know, coming from my apartment in London, going through wardrobe, and suddenly expected to be a leader of men. I'm just an actor who's been cast in a part. So I had to learn very quickly to try to how to do that, you know. And Dale Dye helped me to an extent, but it was a bit of a cheat because I wasn't on boot camp. So I had no one's respect.
Yeah.
I think after the speech in the hangar, the Overlord speech, I had a bit more respect because they were, oh, he's the guy. Okay, he's our commander. He tells us what to do. But up until that point, it was kind of awkward. And they just assumed I was, I don't know, an extra or something. They were all like, fuck you, who is this guy, you know? So I had to kind of hold my own there. But what's amazing about them as a group is that, and I worked with Richard right after, like the year afterwards, on a series called The Agency here in Los Angeles. So I got to be quite close to Richard, and he's still a friend of mine to this day. And through Richard, and also Michael Cudlitz came and did an episode of that. So through Richard and my Cudlitz, I got to know those guys, and they started to invite me to the reunion because I'd moved out to LA by then. And so I've been going to the reunion most years over the last 20. And so I've got to know them after the fact. And they're a great group of guys, and very welcoming, very open. They weren't at all like they were in those first couple of days. They're a very intimidating group of guys, of course. But turns out they're absolute sweethearts, really nice guys, and they're good friends, and they're a group of people I really rely on, great guys to have in your corner.
Yes, Peter O'Meara.
I've spoken before about when we finished the show and it was over. I think individually we all felt this really extraordinary experience to be part of it, to carry these stories. And so I'm carrying a story and somebody else is carrying their part of the story. And as men, we're maybe not so great at talking about that, about how you're feeling. But sure enough, over time, we've just kind of gravitated back into each other's lives. And it's really special and powerful. And it's not, you don't even need to see each other all the time. It's pretty special, man. I know other actors who are very successful. They've done multiple good things, but you say Band of Brothers is like, oh, that's significant. And the fact that we meet every year when we can, I don't know any other job where that happens. This is unique, and it's a testament to Michael and Frank, who I think are the core who really keep it going. Frank Mathews is just such a great soul, but a gifted person, and just that takes time and energy to keep track of everybody, right, and to keep us all informed as to what's going on. So I'm very grateful to be part of it.
I find it utterly lovely that Frank John Hughes, who played Wild Bill Garnier, has taken on kind of the role that Wild Bill Garnier, talking to his son and his granddaughter, appeared to have when it came to the actual members of Easy Company and their reunions, and keeping them all together and being the glue that bound them together.
Yeah, it seems to have worked out that way, that he's carrying on the Garnier legacy of being, big-hearted one who checks in on everyone, right? It's very big. Most jobs you do, you have a great time, you connect with people, and then, the nature of life just takes you on somewhere else. It's nice to know that we're able to reach out and talk about it. And I listen to outsiders. Some people think we're crazy. like, what are you talking about? Wasn't that 20 years ago? How come you guys are still talking about it? But Band of Brothers is lightning in a bottle. It's just something in the air and the magic.
I want to finish by going to Richard Speight. How did it feel when it was all over? And try to sum up how significant Band of Brothers has been in your life. And I'm not just talking in career terms.
It was weird. I think Band of Brothers has had such a profound impact, and I'm not saying because it was a success. I'm talking about the shooting of it, the auditioning process, which was grueling and emotionally tiring, and then getting the job and the preamble to actually doing the job, which was surprising and stressful because you're talking to grown men who are bursting into tears on the telephone, and then going to do the job where, I was super intimidated. I'm sitting around with a bunch of actors, a lot of whom I don't know, some of whom, I recognize their face or their work, and I'm intimidated by that. Then I'm getting yelled at by military personnel, and I'm intimidated by that. And everything was daunting. It was, I went from doing small things to working on a giant Hank Spielberg project and carrying the weight of real men and their story of war with me the whole way. And I just found it so intense. I think that's why I got so intense about the job. Maybe it's the only way I knew how to handle it. We laughed hard, we goofed hard, we cried hard, and we worked hard. And so I think all those things in various equal measures at various times. And when it was all done, it was all just surreal. And leaving that job, I left that job a different person than I arrived to it. And I guess everybody does that for every job. But this one just seemed to reshape my view of friendships, of what it meant to be an actor, what it meant to be an American, what it meant to be, what patriotism means, and what it meant to be a man. And the most emotional I got was at the premiere in France, which had been a journey, like we talked about earlier, with the families, with the guys. I mean, there wasn't a day that went by that I wasn't in lockstep, attached to the hip with Tim Mathews and Scott Grimes all day long. And I never called him Tim Mathews. It still feels weird to call him Tim Mathews. Pinky, Muck, and Malarkey, we were in lockstep from boot camp forward for months. Then I also became friends because of where we lived with Rick Gomez. Got to know his then girlfriend, now wife. My girlfriend, now wife, was coming out a bunch. Jimmy Madio was there. Ron Livingston was there. And we were in lockstep. Neil McDonough. And then 9 months later, it's like you are petals from the, flower blown to the four winds, and off you go. And it was very, very jarring. It was more jarring to separate than it was to join. And I knew, like, the rap party wasn't necessarily fun, because I knew what I was leaving was better than where I was going in terms of the emotional content of that experience. It doesn't mean I haven't had phenomenal experiences since with work and life and everything else. But I knew I was old enough and wise enough to recognize the rareness of that experience. And it created a weight to the exit that I don't think ever left. And I mean that as a good thing. It was a monumental experience. And I remember going to the French premiere. We're in France, and I'd fought to get the family there. All these things were happening. And they had all these events set up for the veterans. And they were all staying in our hotel, and they all gave them these yellow jackets so they could recognize who they were in these giant groups. And they were loading all these guys up on a bus. And these are now old men and their wives, or old men and their buddies, or both. And they line up in the lobby of the hotel. And they're in a line and shuffling their way, the way old men kind of move, out to get on this bus. And the imagery, to me, was intense, because all I could think of was stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door, which was what you did to jump out of an airplane, which is what these guys did in their 20s and their teens. And the image of these old men standing up and shuffling to the door to go back to visit the sites where they lost their friends and where they fought and where they landed. I didn't go on that tour. That wasn't for me. That was for the veterans. But I went up to my hotel room and I cried harder and longer than I've ever cried. And my girlfriend, who's now my wife, was baffled. She's like, what's wrong? And there was nothing wrong. It was just 2 years. It was 2 years of trying to do the right thing by people who did something greater than I will ever be asked to do. And trying to make playing pretend seem real so that the stories and sacrifices made by these people and their families resonated beyond the work we were doing when we were shooting it. And the connections I made with those people and those men, to have Babe Heffron sit in a bar across from you and talk to you like you are Skip Muck, because as far as Babe Heffron is concerned, you are Skip Muck. You look like Skip Muck. You're dressed like Skip Muck. You got Skip Muck's hair. Everybody around here is calling you Skip, and Babe's had a couple of drinks, and now you're Skip Muck. And the intensity that came with that, it was an honor and a pleasure, but also an intense moment to be the recipient of those stories and that emotion and that loss, and him saying, we looked through your body parts, Skip. We couldn't find any piece of you. We couldn't find a piece of you to send home. And it mattered to him to be able to say that at that moment. And it mattered that I could be Skip in that moment at a bar in civilian clothes in London going, I know, babe. I know you did. And I appreciate it. To have those exchanges, they don't just bounce off you when they call rap and you get on a plane to go home. Those are part of what you become beyond that experience. They are intrinsically woven into the fabric of who Richard Speight is, and how I parent, and how I raise 3 boys, and how I perceive the military today, and how I perceive my country and leadership, and how I reflect on history and everything.
We want to thank all of you for taking the time to come on and talk to us 20 years after filming. I think it's been really insightful, and I know that you guys have enjoyed catching up again. Some of you haven't seen each other for years, and obviously none of this would have happened without the tireless efforts of Woody, who has been basically working flat out to get as many of you guys on as possible over the last few weeks. We've laughed and we've joked. We've had a lot of fun. We've had some serious moments too. And just to emphasize, I think right at the end, I want to show that as much as we enjoy the spectacle as fans and as much fun as you guys had filming it, this was a real story about real men. And we're going to leave you with Jason reading the last note written by Thomas Meehan to his wife a few hours before he was killed on D-Day.
June 5th, 1944. Dearest Anne, in a few hours, I'm going to take the best company of men in the world into France. We'll give the bastards hell. Strangely, I'm not particularly scared, but in my heart is a terrific longing to hold you in my arms. I love you, sweetheart. Forever. Your Tom.